Welcome, Minister. 900 million crypto investors are now there globally, according to the latest data and statistics by the World Bank. 15,000 cryptocurrencies with a market cap of over $1.5 trillion.
And our 2021 was a record year for fundraising, $32 billion, up 4.7 times. India ranked number 2 in the Global Crypto Adoption Index.
So is it an asset? Is it a passing fad? Doesn't sound like it. Is it a storehouse of real value? How is the future panning out? What role is crypto and blockchain going to play?
Millions of people the world over are pouring billions of dollars in this emerging tech, blockchain, the underlying tech for crypto. Now, it's well established that this is an asset class here,
yes.
But there's so many use cases when it comes to crypto and blockchain. Well, some direction came, in this year's budget, of course, but there's the perceived risk of an upheaval in global financial systems. Is this risk real or imagined, Abha?
So much to discuss in the conclave today. We will be discussing the technology, the benefits, the skilling challenge, new craze of NFTs, and a whole lot more. Let me lead us to our first session today, and one that will really set the tone for all the discussions that follow. Blockchain and government, the possibilities. And this isn't just about regulation, Ayush, because I know there's going to be a lot of talk around that, but it's also about imagining the future. The role that technology can play, how blockchain is going to be a technology that will lead to accessibility, to more efficiency, and to growth.
Absolutely.
With that, I'd like to welcome our first guest, the Honorable Minister, former Minister of Law, Communications and IT, Ravi Shankar Prasad, MP, BJP. In conversation with Managing Editor, Business Today, Siddharth Saravi.
A very warm welcome to everyone, and it gives me great pleasure to once again thank Ravi Shankar Prasad, someone who is not just a lawyer, and you would have seen him in his earlier avatar, but I don't know how many know that he was amongst those ministers when the first convergence bill, and it never happened, came up in the first NDA government. In his most recent outing, he was the law minister, he was the telecom and IT minister, substantial and very important portfolios. And today, on blockchain and government, the possibilities at the Business Today Crypto Conclave. And as the messaging of this conclave says, simplify the complex. And before we walked in, Raviji was asking, what is that that you want to ask? And I said, I will start with that 2006 movie, Khosla Ka Ghosla. I don't know how many of you have seen Khosla Ka Ghosla here. Okay, I see one hand. I'll try and come to you later on, sir. 2, the former CA, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful. So we have people who have seen Khosla Ka Ghosla, another one there, so that makes a cricket team at least. And one of the key things there was this old man, and he's played a stellar role in another movie, by the way, Kashmir Files, running around to protect his property. And many of us here would have seen how land records can get fixed, can get changed, can get completely fabricated. And there's a word called mutation, and in different states we have different terms, but khasra khatoni is something that many of you would know. And blockchain is something that the state of Telangana is looking at to leverage as far as land registry and titles are concerned. There are immense possibilities. And Raviji, I'll start with you. My first question is, if you could please take this. Why is it that in 2022, a forward-looking government of which you have been part not just once but twice, and a government which had thought of a convergence bill way before anyone else in the world, perhaps 1 or 2 other economies had thought of it, has been unable to deliver the potential of blockchain when it comes to dealing with things like Khosla Ka Ghosla?
First of all, I must clarify, thank you for inviting me, to you and to Rahul Kaval. Friends, we are all for blockchain. As an IT minister of the country, I took initiative to establish the first Center of Excellence for Blockchain in Bangalore in 2020 itself. It's doing quite well. We came with a After a stakeholder consultation, we have set up a national whole ecosystem for blockchain with the scaling, with research. Therefore, blockchain is most welcome. And kindly give me just 1 minute to give the larger narrative as to why blockchain is a part of the process of evolution of technology. Technology is empowering. Technology facilitates. Technology in many ways educates. Getting a little nostalgic in the year 2014 when our Prime Minister Narendra Modi was campaigning, Rahul, in the Ramila ground, he coined, if I am elected as the Prime Minister, I'll try to create an India where IT plus IT is equal to IT, which means India's talent plus IT, information technology, is equal to IT India tomorrow. And I never expected that he will give me the responsibility to handle all this for close to 7 years. See where we are. Aadhaar, UPI payment, this whole connectivity through villages, okay? Fintech movement in India, startup movement in India, digital India. And the way delivery was assured during pandemic. And mind you, it is also a political boon that those who get direct benefit transfer also become your vote because they see a new changing model in the country. All this has happened because of technology. And blockchain, I see as a part of that larger narrative.
Since you spoke about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision, I have the opportunity to talk about one of his other slogans, which is minimum government, maximum governance. And since you spoke about India tomorrow, at this India Today group event, I want to ask you, why is it that your own initiative that you started when you were in government doesn't seem to be percolating into concrete, credible steps as far as a policy architecture is concerned for government? Let's leave aside the world of private crypto assets, NFTs. We are not getting into that. There are other sessions, by the way. I'm going to focus only on the government aspect. Why is it that a country with 1.4 billion people and 2 billion problems is not leveraging a blockchain when smaller countries, and I have a list of 25 countries who have different use cases right now being developed, prototypes and full-scale projects of blockchain and government?
मैं आपके सवाल का थोड़ा हिंदी में जवाब दूं अगर आपकी इजाजत हो तो।
बिल्कुल रविशंकर जी।
एक बटन दबा के आप 10 करोड़ किसानों को 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए अकाउंट में डाल देते हैं। ये टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है क्या?
बिल्कुल
है ना? अभी आपने कोरोना में इतने लोगों को पैसे पहुंचाया, सिर्फ एक बटन दबाया, पैसे पहुंचे। ये बेनिफिट है कि नहीं है?
तो बटन बंद क्यों करना चाहती थी सरकार? बैन क्यों करना चाहती थी?
टेक्नोलॉजी के एंकर का ये भी काम है कि जवाब सुनिए। तो पहली बात है, व्हेन आई सेड दैट हाउ नरेंद्र मोदी's vision of reform, perform and transform is finding great resonance on the ground. You remember there are people who today, there are, to the best of my knowledge, 440 scheme of government of India and state government which are on direct benefit transfer. That's good. They realize the potential and people are happy. It has removed middlemen, etc., etc.
तो सर डीबीटी को भी ब्लॉकचेन पे ले आते हैं, दिक्कत क्या है?
नहीं, तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि बहुत चीजें ब्लॉकचेन पे आई है ना। आज एजुकेशनल सर्टिफिकेट ब्लॉकचेन पे है। आपने लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स की बात किया, वो ब्लॉकचेन पर है।
तेलंगाना है।
एक मिनट,
वहाँ बीजेपी की सरकार
नहीं, तो एक मिनट में आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ। कर्नाटका में बहुत सारा स्कीम है, बट रिमेंबर वन थिंग, वन कमेंट अबाउट ब्लॉकचेन एंड क्रिप्टो आई लाइक द बेस्ट, कि दे आर इन द सेम स्टेट एज इंटरनेट इन द अर्ली 90s.
But sir, then why did the government of India willy-nilly come into a situation? Headlines आई, हमने नहीं की, वो बिल प्रेजेंट हुई थी कि बैन कर रहे हैं. That put us on the wrong side of technology history.
देखिए, मेरा खाली कहना यह है कि आप किसको बैन की बात कर रहे हैं. Blockchain is going to take off on a big national highway. All the ecosystem is in place.
सर, अगर प्राइवेट गाड़ियां सब बंद हो जाएंगी तो केवल सरकारी गाड़ी चलेगी.
किसने कहा?
बिल कह रही थी सर.
यही समस्या आप लोग की है बिल को पढ़ लेते तो सवाल मुझसे नहीं पूछते।
सर आप
वो
लॉ
एक
मिनिस्टर रहे हैं।
ना अब आपने सवाल किया तो जवाब सुनिए।
बिल्कुल।
आप उस समय के आईटी मंत्री और उस समय के कानून मंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा विनम्रता
और
से
हमने आपसे इंटरव्यू भी किए हैं कई बार सर।
मेरा सिर्फ कहना क्या है, उसमें क्या था, क्रिप्टो पर बैन था। गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? वी आर एग्जामिनिंग दैट इन माय डिफरेंट कैपेसिटी।
सर क्रिप्टो में बुरा क्या था?
जस्ट अ मिनट, इन द स्टैंडिंग कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंस। एक मिनट मुझे जवाब दीजिए। तो ब्लॉकचेन पर कोई बंदिश नहीं थी। ब्लॉकचेन हैड कंप्लीट इनकरेजमेंट द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, एंड ऑलरेडी आफ्टर वाइडेस्ट कंसल्टेशन, blockchain today is being encouraged everywhere and will be encouraged and should be encouraged. Therefore, since it is in a state of infancy, other state government will follow. Take the case of digital locker. नई चीज आई ना,
बिल्कुल
आज देखिए करोड़ों डॉक्यूमेंट डिजिटल लॉक पर है।
बिल्कुल।
आप भी अपने मोबाइल फोन से अपना,
बहुत विद्यार्थी अपना केवाईसी उससे कर रहे हैं,
सब करते हैं। तो थोड़ा सा एडॉप्शन के लिए वक्त देना चाहिए, मैं पहली बात कहूंगा। इसलिए आई वुड लाइक ऑल द जेंट्री प्रेजेंट हियर to be very clear about the mission of the government of India, that blockchain technology, blockchain ecosystem, blockchain architecture is going to get fullest encouragement of the government of India, both for use by the government sector and also the private sector.
Chaliye, that's a good statement.
Be very clear about it.
To be taken on record here.
Now I come to the crypto part of it. Blockchain is the technology. Crypto is a part of this technology. Using it. Now the whole world is grappling with crypto per se. Yes, crypto being a disruptive technology, tools, disrupts also. But let me flag some general issues, and I hope in the coming session this should be debated. Currency always has a sovereign imprint. I repeat, currency always has a sovereign imprint. India's rupee, Reserve Bank of India signature, Mahatma Gandhi photo. Pound in England, Queen Elizabeth photographs. Dollar in America, you know what dollar carries. Washington's photograph is there to the best of my knowledge. An authorized signature. That makes it tradable. That makes it reliable, and that makes it trustworthy. Therefore, approval of the sovereign government within whose domain the currency operates is the sine qua non of global trade and economic discourse. Now you are coming with crypto. Crypto is what? Is a digital currency. कहाँ से आया, किसने लाया और कहाँ गई, इसका भी इकोसिस्टम नहीं बना है।
मैं सवाल पूछ सकता हूँ?
आप बोलिए।
कहाँ से आया, किसने किया, वो दूर की बात है। सरकार उस पर टैक्स लगा रही है। मतलब सरकार ने नियम नहीं बनाए, कानून नहीं बनाया, पर इनकम टैक्स करे। और अगर मैं थोड़ा सा इसको गलत ना समझा जाए, मतलब स्मगलिंग बुरी है अगर ऐसा माना जाए, बट स्मगलर के इनकम को टैक्स कर लेंगे, बट स्मगलिंग के अगेंस्ट हमने लॉ नहीं बनाया।
आपने बहुत सही कहा।
और आप लॉ मिनिस्टर थे रविशंकर जी। ऑडियंस और हमारे सारे दर्शक ये जान ले कि शायद पहली बिल आपके पास ही आई थी, तब आप गद्दी
नहीं, पहले मैं आपसे एक बात कहता हूं, इस बात को समझिए आप। यू मस्ट रीड द फाइन प्रिंट ऑफ द FM's स्पीच इन द पार्लियामेंट। डिजिटल करेंसी वी आर गोइंग टू encourage. Reserve Bank of India has already announced that the whole ecosystem of a digital currency. But till we take a final view on the crypto part, जो उसकी इनकम है उस पर हम टैक्स लेंगे। इस बात को समझिए। ये नहीं कहा कि हम क्राइम के कारण कर रहे हैं, बाकी कर रहे हैं। यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड इट, एंड आई डोंट सी एनीथिंग रॉन्ग इन इट। व्हाई? बिकॉज अभी तो मुझे बता रहे थे कि मेरे पास भी है $1 ट्रिलियन, $1 बिलियन, है ना, बड़ी बड़ी तस्वीर दिखाई जा रही है।
तो बुरा क्या है सर? पैसा आ रहा है, लोगों को नौकरी मिल रही है, इनोवेशन हो रही है।
उसी में समस्या हो कि आपने बीच में रोक दिया, तो मैं तो वही को बता रहा था आपसे। जो मैंने बात शुरू की थी, क्या कही थी कि द गवर्नमेंट symbol of authority is a precondition for a currency. By its very nature of the crypto, it is not today technologically possible to align with the government authority. That is one of the biggest things. The second thing is important is there is inherent anonymity in crypto. Inherent anonymity in crypto. उसी संदर्भ ने कहा था कहां से पैसा आया, किसने भेजा. Then anonymity in crypto, implications for terrorist funding, for money laundering, etc., etc. What is the architecture for that to contain it? And second, can we ignore the threat of cybersecurity? Can we ignore the cyber challenges which we face today? Rather than a lighter vein, with the regulations on social media, we have interacted. How much we have to work hard to safeguard the dignity of women. आइए अमेरिका में कंप्लेन करिए, आपको याद होगा. तो हमको उसके लिए रेगुलेशन बनाना पड़ा, अब चीज़ें निकली हैं. तो मेरा खाली कहना यह है कि हमने ये कभी नहीं कहा कि इसके खिलाफ है. We only want to tread with caution. अब आपने चिड़िया का घोंसला का घोंसला बताया, हम उसको कहेंगे सावधानी हटी दुर्घटना हुई. यह है क्रिप्टो. तो उसके लिए स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन होने दीजिए, बातचीत होने दीजिए. अगर अच्छी चीज निकलेगी तो विल बी हैप्पी.
रविशंकर जी, नेशनल स्ट्रैटेजी ऑन ब्लॉकचेन आपके ही मंत्रालय ने निकाला था, आप वहाँ थे. And some of the applications that you have cited, that paper cited, was blockchain-based service network in China, identification system for smart city infrastructure, European blockchain partnership for privacy and cybersecurity, keyless signature infrastructure in Estonia, United Emirates Smart Dubai initiative, in the US Food and Drug Inspection to address the lack of transparency, Brazil Ethereum platform for various applications including voting, please take note of that. Chile is using Ethereum for energy grid transparency. कनाडा, और ये सरकारी दस्तावेज है भारत सरकार का, जिसमें करीब 15-16 ये ऑप्शंस हैं. My next question is, let's leave aside the regulatory aspect. We can perhaps also agree with the fact that the government of India has its own logic when it comes to law formulation, and it may take its time. However, on the ground, not just because of your previous experience in government, but as a people connected with the masses, where do you personally see blockchain being applied in a country where transparency and maximum governance is extremely important, sir?
आप यही देखिए ना, मैं बता रहा हूँ, CBDC सर्टिफिकेट में, एकेडमिक में, आजकल सैकड़ों सर्टिफिकेट इस पर ब्लॉकचेन पर हैं. मैं जो इंडिया की बात अभी कुछ बता रहा हूँ, जहाँ कुछ चीज़ें शुरू हुई हैं. आपके ड्रग लॉजिस्टिक चेन फार्मास्यूटिकल,
सर माइक रख लीजिए.
ड्रग लॉजिस्टिक चेन फार्मास्यूटिकल में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका विद द हेल्प ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, वो लगभग 300 करोड़ के मेडिसिन को प्रोक्योर करती हैं इन नियरली 3000 हॉस्पिटल्स. Public distribution system, it is picking up very fast. Blockchain enabled GST information activities in Goa, it is picking up. Property registration in Karnataka is picking up. Therefore, there is a good start, if I can tell you that. And IIT Kanpur is having a blockchain-based degrees also. देखिए, हिंदुस्तान की एक तस्वीर जान लीजिए आप. आप आधार लाए थे, आधार में दिखता था, हमने आधार का एक अच्छा कानून बनाया with proper safeguards. Today, Aadhaar is one of the biggest digital movement in the world. 132-33 करोड़ के देश में 130 करोड़ लोगों के पास आधार है. जी, लोग प्राउडली उसको होल्ड करते हैं. Therefore, अगर आप सावधानी से काम करते हैं और पूरे चीज़ों को कंसिडर करके करते हैं तो कठिनाई नहीं होती है. तो ब्लॉकचेन के बारे में मैं आपको कहता हूँ कि the momentum has started in India. And I'm quite sure this momentum is only going to pick up and pick up very fast. Now the second question which is important is, why, and by the way, I would very gently urge all the gentry present here, don't confuse blockchain with crypto. Crypto is separate. It is a part of application of blockchain technology like many others. Therefore, let the technological sanctity of blockchain be maintained. Crypto has issues, crypto have plus points, crypto have many minus points too. So that is a question of debate, discussion and a stakeholder consultation.
As a member of parliament and a member of the Standing Committee of Finance, how do you think our government and parliament will approach the law-making aspect of blockchain?
पहले आप एक बात जान लीजिए, अगर मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की चर्चा को आपके सामने रखूंगा तो आप मेरे खिलाफ प्रिविलेज कराएंगे क्या?
नहीं
क्या
सर, उसको भी
करेंगे आप?
ब्लॉकचेन पे डाल देते हैं।
पहले आप जरा मुझे बता दीजिए आप कि अगर मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के डिस्कशंस को यहाँ के सामने बताऊंगा और आप टीवी में दिखाएंगे,
आपके व्यक्तिगत विचार पूछे मैंने।
तो देखिए, इसमें मैं मेंबर पार्लियामेंट हूँ, मैं मेंबर स्टैंडिंग कमेटी हूँ, मैं टेक्नोलॉजी को समझता हूँ और टेक्नोलॉजिकल गवर्नेंस को समझता हूँ। If you ask my personal or public view, my view is very clear. This ground needs to be covered with a lot of caution. Crypto part, virtual currency. This ground needs to be walked through with a lot of stakeholder consultation. And this particular initiative a decision must be taken with the final view is mine. Is it good for the country or bad for the country? Yes, अब कहने वाले लोग कहते हैं इससे बहुत लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी, बहुत पैसा आएगा। तो पैसा तो आपके बहुत चीज़ों से आता है। आजकल आप देखते हैं ना, मोबाइल पर बहुत चीज़ दिखाई जाती हैं और ये भी कहते हैं इसकी आदत नहीं डालें। याद है आपको? जी। फिर कहता हूँ इसकी आदत नहीं डालें।
बट जिनको आदत पड़ गई है क्रिप्टो में निवेश करने की,
एक मिनट सुनिए। आदतें बनती भी हैं, आदतें छूटती भी हैं। आदतों के बाद आप छोड़ दीजिए आप। अब मुझे याद है कि जिस समय मैंने राहुल जी ये सब चाइनीज ऐप्स को बैन किया था, मैं किसी का नाम क्या लूं, तो कहा आपने क्या कर दिया? हमारा दिन का 3-4 घंटा तो उसी पे जाता था। थोड़ा दिन आराम करिए, गाना सुनिए, भजन सुनिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, देश के हित में जरूरी है। इसलिए आदत तो आदत है, छोड़िए उस बात।
आप सरकार में नहीं है, बट आप क्रिप्टो करेंसी पे बैन लगाने के फेवर में है कि अगेंस्ट?
नो, इट कैन नॉट बी पुट इन ए स्ट्रेट जैकेट लाइक दिस। आई एम सॉरी
सर, टैक्स
नो, आई रिफ्यूज टू टेक दिस क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम यू। दैट इज अ रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन टू आस्क। द राइट क्वेश्चन इज, any decision on crypto must be taken after the widest consultation possible, hearing all the stakeholders, appreciating the comparative benefit. आप मुझे ये बताइए कि अमेरिका ने अभी इसको खाली प्रॉपर्टी कहा है, to the best of my knowledge। कनाडा ने इसको ट्रेड कहा है, किसी ने इसको लीगल टेंडर कहा है। अब आप छोटे कंट्रियों की बात मत बताइए, मैं बड़े बड़े देश की बात करने जा रहा हूं। तो दुनिया सब सावधानी से चल रही है और ठीक चल रही है, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि आप बताइए यस और नो। ये ठीक नहीं है, बिकॉज क्रिप्टो ऑफर्स अपॉर्चुनिटी, क्रिप्टो क्रिएट्स चैलेंजेस, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, क्रिप्टो कॉजेज सीरियस कंसर्न।
सर, बिल कब तक आएगा?
मस्ट बी ए प्रॉपर कन्वर्जेंस।
सर, व्हेन विल द बिल कम? एनी?
अब ये तो सरकार तय करेगी, मेरे ख्याल में कंसल्टेशन चल रहा है, होने दीजिए। देखिए, मैं आपसे फिर कहूंगा और बहुत विनम्रता से कहूंगा कि लेट द माइंड एप्लीकेशन शुड बी डन इन ए प्रॉपर मैनर, विदाउट प्रेशर, विदाउट इम्पल्स। और ये मैं आपको फिर एक कंपैरेटिव, प्रॉब्ली ही वाज अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट प्रोसेस, ड्राफ्टिंग द आधार बिल। A lot of pressures and counter pressure I was involved there. No, we'll go to the best bill. Ultimately, challenging the court. हाँ, आजकल तो माफ करिए, हिंदुस्तान में तो लोग बैठे ही हुए हैं। कोई बिल बनेगा तो झोला लेके कोर्ट पहुंचेंगे, ये उनका अधिकार है। तो हमको कि कोर्ट को बताएंगे कि कोई कंसल्टेशन नहीं हुआ, तो उस समय हम क्या कहेंगे? आपसे कंसल्टेशन हुआ था, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, हम पूरे पब्लिक मंच पे कंसल्टेशन हो रही है। बिफोर वी एंड, वी हैव जस्ट अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स लेफ्ट।
फ्रेंड्स, कुछ चीजें लाइटर वेन में भी कहता हूं, आपको उसे भी लीजिएगा, नो प्रॉब्लम।
माय कॉलीग सौरभ वुड हैव अ स्मॉल क्वेश्चन। कैन वी गेट अ माइक टू सौरभ हियर प्लीज? Oh, I thought you had a hand. Okay, we can take one question, just one question. Is there someone? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Please keep your question short. Just go ahead and ask. We'll try and get you a mic. Please introduce yourself and... Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, is it not equivalent, cryptocurrency, which is not really a currency, can they not be equated to shares of an unlisted company, which they are trading and selling in the form of a token? And on what legal basis would a government ban those?
Okay, good.
This is one of the questions of campaign for crypto. Okay. We are hearing it. Share. Why? It is an asset. Why? It is an infinite, invisible property. So there are a lot of things. The real thing is, what is the consequence of this? And to reply to your second query, can you regulate? By itself is the reply. If there is an inability to regulate, it doesn't mean it can be taken to ransom, globally speaking, to the rights of the people. Therefore, there has to be a proper convergence of the best minds of the world as to what shall be a good regulation. And yes, I take your question in this regard. There has to be convergence also globally with countries so that many of the wrongdoings can be properly arrested and encouragement should be given.
Well, we'll end it here because we are completely out of time, and I'm going to just say at the very end that I've seen as a reporter the process with which the convergence bill was debated. It didn't become law, but Ravi Shankar ji was there, other ministers of the first NDA government were there, and I'm convinced that despite the delays, if we were to call it that, whatever happens in terms of the law for the blockchain crypto world in India will definitely be an absolutely global standard formulation. And with that hope, I thank Ravi Shankar Prasad for...
That's the right hope.
With the right hope for your time and your patience for taking all those questions. We'll quickly slip into a break or back to Abha and my colleague Ayush. Thank you, Ravi ji.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ravi Shankar Prasad, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we move on to our next session.
You know, a little bit of perspective before the next session, some fascinating insights from Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, of course. But us television anchors, Abha, often we just wing it, right? We go for a show, we have very limited amount of briefing and we do some quick research and we go there. But every now and then, we get guests on our shows who come prepared. And who come prepared like good professors and economists with a fascinating presentation for the introduction.
Absolutely.
That brings us to our next session. We have with us Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramanian, former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Sir, please join us on stage. And I'm not going to take more time because you have a fascinating presentation to show all of us. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Rahul, and all the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts. I thought, given that the slogan is about simplifying complex things, let me just set the stage with a very brief presentation. This has been a fundamental premise that I've always worked with. Unless you understand the basics, you can never do advanced stuff. You know, if you're a cricketer, if you don't know how to actually play the forward defensive shot, you can't actually, do very well in cricket. So what I'm going to do is very briefly, and maybe maximum 6 to 7 minutes, explain to you, what looks like a maze in the crypto world actually has some very essential characteristics which we can use to think about cryptocurrencies. I'm going to use a hypothetical example to start with, just to solidify concepts. Let's say that, two characters that all of us are familiar with right from childhood. Let's say Krishna and Radha want to communicate with each other, and communicate with each other in a manner that they can, hear what the other person is saying without any interference. So let's say Krishna's public key, so I'm going to use these two terms, public key and private key. And I think these are very, very critical to understanding the world of blockchain and thereby the world of crypto. Mark those words, blockchain and thereby the world of crypto, not the other way around. So public key and private key. Think about the public key as your email address. think about the private key as your password. Just, again, for latching on to concepts that you already know. So public key, think about it as an email address. My email address presumably is known to all of you. Similarly, many of your email addresses would be known to me. But my password is not known to you, just like your passwords are not known to me. So Krishna has this public key that is known to everyone, including Radha. Radha, let's say, encrypts with Krishna's public key. Remember, this is something that Radha knows, everybody else knows, saying, I love you, Krishna. As only Krishna has his private key, now remember, this has been coded by Radha with Krishna's public key, and so only Krishna's private key will work, okay? Because only Krishna knows his private key, only he can open this message and only he can read this message. I think that is the first aspect that you have to understand. The public key with which Radha codes the message, I love you, Krishna, that can be opened only by Krishna using his private key, which only he knows, nobody else. This, though, still presents a problem. How would Krishna know that this message was sent only by Radha? It could be the case that, and I'm just, I don't think there would have been a jealous gopi, but, just to humor me and to take this example forward, let's say a jealous gopi encrypts with Krishna's public key. Instead of saying, I love you, Krishna says, I hate you, Krishna. How would Krishna know if Radha indeed loves him or hates him? And that's basically the problem that I'm presenting in this world, but this is the problem that the world of blockchain, crypto, etc. actually really tries to overcome through this concept called double encryption, and that's a very important aspect, double encryption. So now let's say Radha digitally signs her message with her private key. Now this is something that only Radha knows, right? So Radha signs it with her private key. Remember, the message is already encrypted with Krishna's public key. So it's as if actually there's a message, and that message is basically sent, let's say, on a protocol. So Radha is signing that message digitally with her private key. Now Krishna decrypts this with his private key. The message he decrypts with his private key, but as his public key was used, only his private key can be used to decrypt the message, I love you, Krishna. But to know that only Radha has sent this message and not another gopi, what Krishna now does is uses Radha's public key. Remember, Radha has actually sent it with her private key, and it's Radha's private key plus Radha's public key that actually, enables them to actually, to decode it. So by using Radha's public key, Krishna can ensure that this message is actually, has been sent only by Radha. So that's the key point here. So 2 steps, and that is something which is important to remember. Krishna opens the document with Radha's public key and reads the message with his private key. Again, just to emphasize, because this is so fundamental, and all of crypto and blockchain, etc., cannot be understood unless this conceptual aspect is understood well. So let me emphasize again, Radha digitally signs using her private key. Private, actually I put it in red. Krishna opens that message with Radha's public key. It's basically Radha's private plus Radha's public key that is, that is used to encode, to decode the message. Then Radha encrypts using Krishna's public key, sends that document, and Krishna decrypts it using Radha's private key. So this is basically just the conceptual ground. Now let's dive into something, more realistic. And here, just a summary once again. Public key, so you take plain text, you encrypt it. There is basically a lot of computer science behind it, which converts it into gibberish that can actually be, read by using the private key. So correct public key plus private key is what is required for the reader to read the message. If either public or private key is wrong or is a different combination, it will not work. So with this now, let's take a real world example. Let's say Bill wants to send 3 bitcoins to Susan. Bill digitally signs with his private key. Remember, he's sending these three bitcoins. signs with his private key and encrypts the payment of 3 bitcoins using Susan's public key, because Susan is the receiver. In this case, Bill is a sender. So Bill uses his private key and uses Susan's public key to encrypt this. Susan opens the document with Bill's public key, which is known, and receives the 3 bitcoins, which she encrypts using her private key. Again, the combination of public and private keys, and that is really important here. This combination of public and private key is a foundation to blockchains and therefore cryptocurrency. So if you see here what is being pictorially shown, these are all blocks basically. This transaction that I just showed you was, Bill transferring that digital asset of 3 bitcoins to Susan, and thereon, actually, it can go on. And this is how, so these are blocks that are chained together, and that is why the name blockchain. Okay? And these are distributed ledgers. If, for instance, Bill wants to sometime later say, no, I transfer 30 bitcoins, not 3 bitcoins, then this is where the decentralized aspect comes in, because everybody has this ledger with them. Everybody can actually check and say, no, this was only 3 bitcoins, it was not 30 bitcoins, and therefore tampering or changing of prior records is also something that actually is not, it's very, very difficult. So this is an important aspect, which will, when we'll talk about regulation, etc., I think this is an essential aspect that we have to understand, that unlike traditional finance systems, which actually were centralized with clearing houses, you have agents, etc., clearing agents. This is a decentralized system. And I think that's a fundamental aspect that we have to actually keep in mind, the way it is done, because everybody has this ledger, so it's a decentralized system. So, now using this just basic fundamentals, everything in the crypto world can actually be seen as just a combination of public and private keys. It could be Bitcoin, it could be a non-fungible token, it could be a DeFi governance token or a crypto gaming token. As you can see, some gibberish of public and private keys. That's what you basically use to really, sort of traverse this world of blockchain and crypto. Public keys are similar to an email address. They are visible to all on the blockchain ledger, works as a send-to address, and is a person's identity on the network. Private keys are similar to email password. They're secret, known only to the owner, enables ownership of the asset, and owner can use the asset for transactions. All crypto activity and blockchain, in fact, actually is possible via public and private keys. Wallets are used to manage private keys, because remember, these are basically like passwords. So a wallet is actually whoever is administering that wallet has all the private keys with them. The key infrastructure used to manage and operate key pairs are basically these cryptocurrency wallets. So that's sort of the very quick gist of crypto and the blockchain world. Thank you.
Dr. Subramanian, thanks so much for that masterclass, decrypting crypto for us. That's a great way to start the day, right? And I genuinely, whilst watching that class and that presentation, I am reconsidering joining B School. If that's how fun B School classes are on crypto and tech, that's where I want to be, which brings us to our next session. Sir, could you also get back to stage? And of course, with our lovely moderator, who's also going to tell us a little bit more about crypto assets and global finance, the macroeconomic view. Saurav Majumdar, editor, Business Today, joins us. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you for that absolutely wonderful presentation, Dr. Subramanian, and thank you for joining us on this very important session, because we want to really demystify crypto like you started off doing, and doing so eloquently. We will, of course, discuss a little more in detail the subject of how global finance is being impacted by this, very new technology, and technology which actually people are still grappling in India and overseas trying to understand. Tell us a little more about this crypto craze, the global phenomenon which is now crypto, and how it really can impact. I mean, we've seen about private and public keys and all of that. And tell us a little more about how global finance is being impacted by the innovation which is going around, the decentralized finance which is taking place all over the world.
Thank you. I think, in your last words, you actually hit the nail on its head. The fact that it is decentralized. And I think that is a very important aspect we have to, keep in mind. Do remember that this entire, blockchain and crypto world started after the global financial crisis. There were a lot of folks who were actually displeased with the way in which the current financial sector worked, with a lot of centralization, and oftentimes also getting converted into rent seeking. We economists use this word rent seeking very, very frequently, which is basically to distinguish between if somebody makes money by adding value. Economists don't grudge that. But when an entity makes money by seeking rents, economists typically have a little bit of a problem with that. This entire world started from that. I think we have to be, in my opinion, we have to be very balanced in assessment. When I was the chief economic advisor, many of my students would actually send me emails, representations, conveying that crypto is a messiah. At the other end, you have actually, other people saying that, oh, you don't know where it's going. There's a lot of risk. So the other side will basically make it seem like it's like a can of worms that I don't want to touch. I think both those extremes are indeed extreme. What we have to actually recognize is that it may not be a messiah technology, but it can't actually solve all the problems of the world, but it is definitely a promising technology. And I think that's the way we have to view it. I also want to add a couple of things, and I think this related to what the former minister was saying, and I want to give a little bit more academic sort of grounding to it. There was this question and this debate about crypto as a currency. In economics, and I think all of us have actually learned about this, that a currency is typically, is either a note of account, that you basically keep an account of how much money you have. It's a store of value, and it's a medium of exchange. Now, think about crypto from each of these three aspects. And here, especially, let me cite this example of, about a decade back, this guy actually paying 10,000 bitcoins for buying 2 pizzas. Possibly the costliest pizza ever, bought, which is now, it's like 400 million a pizza, right? What that conveys is because of the intrinsic volatility. If, for instance, today I want to go and buy a pizza using crypto, I would rather say, oh, maybe a month later, actually, it'll be double, or maybe 20% higher. Why should I pay now, right? So that's the aspect with the medium of exchange. Similarly, when you come up, with currency being a note of account or also a store of value, in both cases, you actually need, absence of volatility. I think, and these are, while stable coins are actually coming in, and I'm sure some people here might have questions on that. Maybe Q&A we can actually get into this, but there are important questions relating to stable coins as well. So as a currency, I think there is something, I'm not convinced yet. Second aspect that I must mention is, and as a financial economist, whenever I look at a financial innovation, the question that I ask myself, that's the bottom line. How is it going to benefit the real economy? Bottom line, the only question that matters to me as a financial economist, even though actually I teach finance students, but I will ask them saying, how is this going to benefit the real economy? Otherwise, actually, I'm not convinced. And, and I give this example to my students. Let's say you and I decide to play cards tomorrow. We start with, you have 10,000 bucks, I also have 10,000 bucks. At the end of the day, you may have all the 20,000, I may have none, right? But at the end of the day, we would have actually done nothing economically meaningful. Money has changed hands, but we have not added anything meaningful. But
still 20,000.
Exactly. There's transfer. But together, between the two of us, we still have 20,000, and that's a very important point. Now, if on the other hand, that 10,000 were actually put in, let's say, for a project that is going to generate 15,000 more, absolutely, I'm all for it. And I think these are aspects that we have to keep in mind. We have to make a distinction between crypto as a currency, and that is where I think the CBDC is something that actually, worth thinking about. I'm not convinced that crypto as a currency for all of us is something that works well, because there are instances, in China, for instance, there have been many examples of Ponzi schemes being built. 5 million, a crypto operator vanished with $5 million. SEC had to stop, an ICO, an initial coin offering, which promised, and just imagine what is being promised. 13 times return, 1,300% in just 1 month. Okay, this is basically what was promised in an ICO. So these are aspects that you have to be very careful about. So to summarize, make a distinction between crypto as an asset versus crypto as a currency, number one. Second, actually, when we think about crypto as an innovation, it has to actually contribute to the real economy. For instance, Jan Dhan account as a benchmark, right? Enormous value to the real economy because you're actually taking care of poor who basically couldn't have access to finance. So like that, you have to actually ask, that's the second question. And third, you have to actually still ask whether as a currency, it still satisfies the fundamental premises that is actually, that we look for in a currency. I am not convinced at this point it does.
I think you've made a very, very valid point around crypto as a currency and crypto as an asset. I think that debate, Dr. Subramanian, and correct me, you've been chief economic advisor for a while, for a long time, and you've brilliantly articulated some of the economic, imperatives before this country. But I think that debate is settled, right? I mean, in India at least, because it's very clear that the Reserve Bank of India will be the one which will roll out the digital currency. But here let's talk about crypto as an asset. As an asset as well, and like the former minister very, very passionately put forward, there are still a lot of questions, and he represents a very important segment of government in terms of where the crypto asset discussion also lies.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think I'm glad you asked that question, and that's why partly I actually did this presentation. Now, what is the essence of it? If you think about, there are zillions of use cases today, and there'll be many more zillions coming in future of cryptos, right? But each one of them is basically just, you can govern it by thinking about it as a combination of public and private key. And if you actually have the wallet, crypto wallet is basically all the private keys that are actually inventoried, right? Therefore, in my opinion, even for crypto as an asset, I think there must be some regulation that must be there. For instance, a KYC. I have this idea that we basically with many of the practitioners have talked about it. Let's call it an India wallet, which is something where if let's say I am a crypto operator and you want to trade on my platform or maybe do something, some activities with me, then I ask you to go and register with this India wallet, which basically says you give your Aadhaar, you give your PAN card and your bank account as well. And given that we have the entire digital infrastructure in India is so ahead, we can actually do that digital KYC, if you will, for the crypto world. Anybody who wants to operate in India, wants to onboard customers actually does this. And thereby, in my opinion, actually there is scope even for sectoral regulators to actually enforce their additional regulation. For instance, the Reserve Bank could say that, crypto above this much you can't invest in. Or, for instance, let's say the CBDT could say that I'm going to basically charge TDS on this, right? Whatever sectoral regulations. So you have the, India wallet basically, which is KYC as a necessary condition. You also have sectoral regulations. And you also, and this is very important from the government's perspective and regulatory perspective, is develop the forensic ability. Because I think that's where the innovation is. If we have to be able to keep pace of the enormous innovation that is going to come here, forensics is incredibly important. So with this India wallet infrastructure, I think even crypto as an asset can actually be regulated, can be regulated well in a way that the innovations that can come from it are enabled, and we're not basically not throwing the baby with the bathwater.
Where do you think then the concern really lies at this point? Is it about the tremendous volatility, or is it that they're still trying to figure out how exactly to treat this asset? What about regulation as well? I mean, you spoke about regulation, very important. How does one then regulate this entire gamut of crypto assets? Forget about the word currency then.
Yeah, as I said, and that's why I thought it is very it's imperative that I explain that cryptos are finally nothing but public and private keys, right? If suppose I don't understand that, then it seems like a complete maze of the number of possibilities there. And you will be a little cautious. But once I start understanding that it is nothing but a combination of public and private keys, and through a wallet I can indeed regulate this, then I think the first step in this actually is something that is already is traveled. I think that understanding is now coming around. It is important that we actually get it right, that the regulation has to be such that the innovations and the benefits for the real economy are enabled, and this kind of infrastructure, this kind of thinking, using an India wallet kind of KYC plus sectoral regulations can actually help. Another question, and this is something, to be honest with you, I'm still sort of debating very carefully, which is, because there are both pros and cons, and which side does the trade-off tilt in terms of one regulator versus sectoral regulators. It's a very important question, and I think, unfortunately, even research on this is still sort of emerging. So I think it may be useful to try out initially with basically sectoral regulations, see how it goes, and then maybe need for a regulator that is basically the be-all and end-all for this sphere. I think in this space, it is important to actually prototype and learn, and then actually go forward.
I think the point you made about sectoral regulators and like CBDT or RBI or even SEBI, which is actually regulated new kinds of assets earlier. I think that point, could be a good, interesting starting point. Do you think, given your sense and given your roots in the government, do you think that's actually beginning to take shape in the government? These kind of, this is an inside view we are looking for.
You're asking somebody who's 3 months dated now.
No, but I'm saying, you cannot really ban it, right? That's where I'm trying to get at. We can't ban crypto assets because that's a new asset class which is innovation friendly. Like Amitabh Kant speaking to us earlier, has spoken and said that very clearly that it needs soft touch pro-innovation regulation. Yeah. Do you buy that?
No, let me put it in this manner, because I'm not involved with the government right now, I think it wouldn't be correct for me to actually comment on this. But on a principle basis, I can tell you this, based on very close interactions with the Honorable Prime Minister. If there's one leader in this world who actually is so fond of technology and understands the benefit of technology, it is our Prime Minister. And I think, therefore, I actually am quite convinced that the regulation that will come will be one that will really look to avail the benefits of this technology, and that is why I think the stakeholder consultations and the wide thinking that is going on is to ensure that we basically really tap into the benefits of this technology.
We want to also take the benefit of your professorial skills, Dr. Subramanian. Tell us a little bit about what you expect the CBDC from the Reserve Bank to do. Demystify it a little bit for us.
Yeah, I think this is, again, a good question. So I'm going to get into maybe 30 seconds of a little of technical stuff. See, when we think about money, there's narrow money and there's broad money. Economists use these terms, M1 versus M3. Narrow money is, think about it effectively just as currency, what we carry as basically notes. And when you think about broad money, that includes deposits as well. And deposits, if you think about it a little bit more deeply, and this is part of the book that I'm writing as well on money, that deposits actually come when loans are created. Okay, so now where does CBDC belong in this? At its core, whether it's deposit or even currency, right? It is an IOU. It is an IOU. When you read basically if you pick up the 500 rupee note, right? It is essentially a promise from the central bank that, the central bank basically effectively signed by the governor that I owe you 500 rupees. Deposit similarly is also an IOU. Now CBDC is actually, is digital money. And interestingly, James Tobin, who won the Nobel Prize, actually in 1962, just think about, 1962 wrote an article where he called deposits as fountain pen money. Deposits are fountain pen money because they actually get transferred with just the click of a button. But physical currency is not like that. Now, think about CBDC as fountain pen money, but basically issued by the Reserve Bank. So it's a liability of the Reserve Bank, much in the same way that the 500 rupee note or the 2000 rupee note is a liability of the Reserve Bank. But they have the fountain pen money kind of characteristic that deposits have. Deposits are basically liability of the bank. And so it's a combination of both of these characteristics. Now, this is, in terms of the what CBDC is. So central bank digital currency will be part of the narrow money, will not be part of broad money. And this is very important when people talk about, countries may lose monetary policy independence, etc. I think we have to be very careful, because when we are talking about monetary policy, we are always talking about broad money. And broad money is created actually by banks when they give out loans. Of course, currency is a part, but of late currency is maybe 15-16%, not very large at all. Even with CBDC, therefore, central bank digital currency, it's unlikely that CBDC will be a very large part of broad money. The other point, so fears about losing monetary policy independence are something that have to be seen in this light. Now, point number one. Point number two is, because this is digital currency, it gives the Reserve Bank, or any central bank in the world, opportunity to actually create smart contracts and maybe implement counter-cyclical monetary policy much better. For instance, during a time, let's say like a crisis, if you want to actually give out currency, let's say, just hypothetically, and you say that, this has to be spent within 3 months. You can do that with CBDC, which you cannot do with physical currency, because physical currency can be taken and stored. So there are aspects that actually, positive aspects that I want to highlight, because there's been a lot of fear that's been created about how CBDC may actually just take out the entire, potency of monetary policy. I think those fears may be overblown when you start thinking conceptually and deeply about these aspects.
In fact, what you're saying is far from that. It actually probably would aid it. Would you see that as probably a deficit financing by way of CBDC, if that were to arise?
No, I think we are mixing up two things here. Deficit financing is actually, that's a completely...
No, I'm talking about printing money.
I understand. I understand that, but printing money, eventually that is about the intersection between fiscal and monetary policy, and that's maybe for a different session. But focusing just on the monetary policy aspect, the CBDC gives sort of some arms in the tools of the central bank, which hitherto may not have been there, and that's the point I want to, I'm trying to highlight. The second, and that's the more important aspect, is that eventually money in the economy, which is broad money, that is a large part of it is created by banks, and that is something which CBDC may not have a very large impact on. Third point, actually, there's a recent research paper by Bank of England economists who actually have shown that if you create CBDC to the extent of 30% of the overall of the GDP of the country, that can actually increase the GDP growth by, I think, 3%. I may be, it's been a couple of months since I read that paper, but they're talking about some of the efficiency gains that can come from this. Again, let me be very, very clear. I am choosing to focus on some of the positive aspects of CBDC so that some of the fears on this aspect can be allayed. I think that CBDC should be something that should be done, because, as I opined earlier as well, cryptocurrency actually for the common person, I think, is a no-go, and therefore CBDC is something that we have to do. But the important, and I think the success or the failure of the CBDC will critically depend on how secure and how robust is it created. I think that is, because the temptation will definitely be there to go and play around with it, and I think that is something which is really critical.
I think in an earlier session probably last month, the finance minister also made this point that, it's not as if the RBI is suddenly waking up to this. There's been a lot of thinking on CBDC before the budget announcement itself. So one assumes that these things. So are you hopeful that the CBDC will be rolled out, as soon as possible? Or is there going to be a time lag of sorts? I mean, this is just no inside view required.
No, you're asking me to jump 2 hoops here. First, even when I was in the North Block, I couldn't say anything about the RBI.
That's true.
So I presume they're actually working on it.
So we've unfortunately run out of time completely on the session, but we can take a couple of questions from the audience. We can't let him go without answering some of them. Yes, please. Could you identify yourself and ask the question?
Just 1 second. Let a mic come to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Prateek Ghosh. If we equate CBDC to a digital currency, what steps are being taken as a crypto as an asset for a sovereign security point of view? Means if my crypto hyperledger crashes for some reason, like a lot of hacks were there in US and all. So if a ledger is hacked, there is no safety. So if crypto is an asset, how do we make sure it's safe?
No, I'm a little confused by a question because we are making this distinction between crypto as an asset versus crypto as a currency. And I think CBDC is about crypto as a currency, keeping in mind that cryptocurrency, basically, given the 3 criteria that I spoke about, in private cryptocurrencies are a no-go in my opinion, and therefore CBDC is basically what should be done. But I think let's not mix the crypto as an asset and the crypto as a currency part.
Okay.
Yes, please. The gentleman in the black jacket, yeah. Yes, please.
I just want to ask about the regulations. Do you think the regulations are actually toothless? Because we have a huge P2P marketplace that you could essentially trade the crypto in. So any regulation that come out, do you actually feel that it doesn't have enough of an impact in the market?
No, the way I outlined it, actually, as I said, if you have do the necessary KYC, right, through a wallet, India wallet, and with necessary thresholds that can be enforced by the government to ensure that small investors who do not understand this actually don't burn their hands. I think B2B transactions can definitely be enabled by saying that, beyond a certain the threshold, you can actually pay using crypto. You use it as an asset, but use that for payment. I think, once you actually have this infrastructure laid out, especially of a India wallet, and the necessary.
Yeah, but what I'm actually trying to say is that can't be governed because of its P2P nature. Like, you can't put any limits on what I am willing to transfer to a third person. No, it can't be traced also. Like, so.
No. See. That is precisely why I'm actually saying that this, if you have the necessary KYC with Aadhaar, with PAN, with the bank account, then, while it doesn't make it 100% foolproof, it does make it much easier to actually track and thereby, enable legitimate businesses. And on top of it, if you allow for some sectoral regulation as well, whether it is by the tax authorities, government, or the sectoral regulators, whether it's SEBI or RBI, etc., you can then enable a lot of these B2B transactions as well. That's the point I'm trying to make, that this thinking can be one that can really enable the innovation underlying crypto and blockchain to be, for the Indian economy to be benefited from, without actually some of the fears really transpiring and ensuring that the fears are mitigated.
Yeah, Business Today Managing Editor Anand Adhikari has a question.
Sir, suppose tomorrow if RBI pays interest on CBDC, don't you think that the bank money will shift to CBDC, the broad money which you talked about?
The way I understand, actually, as I just said, the central bank digital currency is digital currency. It's like a digital 500. You don't get, interest on the 500 rupee or the 2,000 rupee note that you own. So I don't think that the way, at least I would, understand there is no, interest being paid on that, because then it starts becoming like deposits then, right? There has to be a difference, and that's why I made the distinction between broad money and narrow money. In my opinion, deposits actually are part of the broad money. CBDC, whenever it comes in, I would think, and this is something which, as I think research is still happening on, but that will be part of narrow money, and therefore it should be similar to currency.
Another question, if I see the bank money, there's a huge risk because tomorrow if the bank fails, RBI is not going to compensate me. So CBDC, there's just security is there. So I can.
But look, I think this is the key point, and this is something that the minister was talking about as well. Not just now, but over the ages, the concept of currency has always been umbilically linked to the concept of the state as well. Not just now, basically, it is the sovereign that actually has had the monopoly over issuing currency. And that is where trust comes in, that is where reliability comes in, and all the other features as well. Now, much like in the case of the 500 rupee note that you have, that is basically backed by the promise, it's fiat currency, where the Reserve Bank basically is saying that, I promise you $100 or $500. Same thing with this, with the digital currency as well. And let's not confuse here again. Look, when we talk about we talk about runs on banks, and that is about loans and deposits, which is basically part of broad money. CBDC, when it comes in, will be part of narrow money, which is basically currency that is, that's a liability of the Reserve Bank of India. And the Reserve Bank of India actually is, in any country, the central bank has the highest credit rating and should be able to take care of all its obligations. So I don't think that should be a concern at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subramanian. It's like academia's gain and government's loss to have you back there. And look forward to having you back here with us very soon as the CBDC is rolled out and as crypto assets hopefully get some clarity around that on the regulation. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For speaking
Thank you very
to us.
much.
Thank you.
Ayush,
Yes.
maybe not the right time to be taking selfies while we're hosting the Crypto Conclave.
Okay, no, so there's some perspective there. I'm taking a selfie because I found out there was a kid in Indonesia who took these selfies for a bunch of years and made $22 million. So let me go on to OpenSea, which is an NFT marketplace, and give me a minute, but you know what? Should I just leave it to the experts?
I think perhaps we should. We've got a fabulous panel lined up to explain the spike we've seen, the NFT craze, an investment avenue, and the numbers are mind-boggling. That spiked 21,000% in 2021. Look at that statistic.
You know what? And I also have a lovely moderator for that session. So let me introduce that session to everyone. It's called Of Creativity and Crypto, the NFT Craze. Of course, it's hosted by my lovely co-host, Abha Bakaya, and we have Ankit Vadva, co-founder and CEO, Rario, Ramkumar Subramaniam, co-founder and CEO, Guardian Link, Kashif Raza, founder, Bittening, Toshendra Sharma, founder and CEO, NFTically. Guys, let's understand what the NFT craze is all about, and also through the course of your session, tell me how I can make $22 million with that selfie. Guys, a huge round of applause.
Well, NFTs generated a total of $5.4 billion in profits through the sale of tokens in 2021. And the question now, know exactly what this is all about. So I want to first understand, for those who may not fully be familiar with the concept, what an NFT exactly is, how it's stored on the cloud, the concept of digital scarcity, and what makes them so valuable. Why don't we start off with you?
Sure. So we've talked a lot about cryptocurrencies today. NFTs are also tokens on the same technology, the same blockchains. The difference being here, you're talking about assets which are non-fungible. NFTs, non-fungible token. What it means is each unit is discrete. Each unit is independently identifiable. So the first one and the second one, I mean, they don't look the same, they don't feel the same. So it's in a way, the way crypto would be an equivalent of money, an NFT could be the equivalent of your house, right, which is an asset. So, I mean, many times what happens is, as a consequence, people end up comparing the two. I think they are two different components of the same blockchain ecosystem, but have very different uses as a consequence. Now, you have a house which is residential, whereas you have money which is to make payments. And those differences we'll talk more about as the session progresses. But would love to, I'm sure, times in many sessions.
No, and I'd love to get all of your take on it. I mean, there's a question around again, whether it's a speculative asset. I mean, we know from Big B to Salman Khan, Sonu Sood, they've seen phenomenal response to their NFT collections. But is it still something that's limited to a select few, to the inner circle? What about an artist who just, a regular artist or creative person who also wants to use these tokens? What is the kind of opportunity for them?
Obviously, it's not restricted to a celebrity because most of the NFTs out there has been launched by people who have been a nobody before, right? And they've shot to fame thanks to NFT. Like even with people or when he just started, he said a guy from Thailand just took a selfie and then he made $1 million, right? So it is pretty much open to anyone because it's decentralized. Anyone can go ahead and launch NFTs. And if your content is interesting enough and what you create is interesting enough and it makes value, NFTs really do well for them. And it's been the same in India and across the globe as well. Yeah.
So why are there still questions around its speculative nature? Why are there still questions about whether or not it's a risk or these are real returns?
So I think it's definitely a condition where you need to figure out what is the underlying asset is. So if the underlying asset is something that is very safe and secure, then I think it is less risky. If underlying asset is just an image or just a graphical or an illustration that a person has drawn in the morning and in the evening he's trying to sell it, so it becomes a risky asset. So it depends on the asset to asset, which is actually being mapped to the NFTs. Overall, I believe that people who are calling the NFTs as a speculations and a fad, maybe because they don't understand the value and what is the core value that brings in. So I can give you one core example how it is important and why it is valuable to have an NFT. For example, let's say somebody is selling an ebook, right? You can sell an ebook on a website very easily using WordPress and you start selling it. But once you sell an ebook and you get your money back in your bank account, let's say a person who has received the ebook says that I don't like it, I want my money back. He just called the bank and say that I did not make the transaction, I want my money back. Of course, the bank will favor the buyers. They will get the money back, give the money back to the buyer, and you will say that okay, I want my ebook back. But what will you do with the ebook? Ebook has already been copied 1,000 times, and the digital asset copy is exactly same as the original one. Now, even if you get your ebook back, there is no value. So you cannot reverse that value, but the buyer can reverse the transaction easily. Now, think about this same thing in the NFTs. If you're selling an ebook as an NFT, and if you have sold an ebook as an NFT, you got your money in the crypto form in your wallet, and if somebody says, I don't like the ebook, I just want my money back, no, there is no possible way to reverse the transaction. So whenever you're selling a digital asset, either in sports or in any celebrities or any digital asset you want to sell, an open source code or license or a virtual or even a recording of this session, if you want to sell, then there is no way to reverse the transaction because the copy of the digital asset is exactly same as the original one. Hence, there is no concept of reversing the digital transaction. So this makes a lot of value. So if you look closely, the lot of people sitting out there right now have a lot of assets in the digital form, either your YouTube video or Instagram profile or a Facebook share. All of us has these kind of digital assets. So if you want to sell those assets, the only way to do the safe transaction is the NFTs. Otherwise, there is no possible way. You will always be at risk. So I think that's why it is not a fad. There is no, some speculation around this.
I can clearly see the opportunity and really how this can evolve in the future, given also the fact that it's platform agnostic and you're not restricted to the kind of rules that may be applied via the likes of a YouTube and other giants, of course. But the rate at which we've seen the phenomenal growth, I mean, again, I have some stats on that. Trading in NFTs climbed to 17.6 billion. That's up from 82 million in 2020. So that kind of spike, whenever we see that, we are always a little hesitant as to what it means. How would you kind of describe what you're seeing currently?
Hi, everyone. So, what is happening, why there is this substantial growth that is happening. Each one of us right now, despite the fact that you are here in the conference, you are continuously looking at your mobile phone screens. What does that indicate? 70% of our lives, we are spending on screens. Now, when we are spending our lives on screen, the value, economic value is getting created on screen, digitally. So what was happening earlier, before NFT arrived into the scene, all these digital objects that we own. Say suppose you are a very good artist and you created an image, right, on your laptop and you instantly uploaded on Facebook. Now some of your friends downloaded it and they claim that they have created it. Now how you will prove it? You won't be able to prove it till the time you go to your friends, convince them, I have made it. Now what NFT did, it made it easy for creators, for artists, for people to claim ownership, to prove that ownership, and that too instantly, openly, and anybody can check it, right? So that ownership, so you can prove that you are the owner of this piece of art. That actually revolutionized this entire space. Now, literally everything can be made into NFT, and that can be transacted on blockchain, and anybody can see the transaction, from where it got originated, for how much it got sold, who is the current owner, what are the particular characteristics of this NFT. Now, this phenomena, this trend has actually revolutionized the digital industry. Now, music is getting revolutionized. In front of me, a music artist is sitting, now his industry has got transformed. Nikhil Chanappa will definitely agree to me. And the entire movies, now artists can interact with their fans directly. So that's the reason that this industry is getting revolutionized.
Got it. So, Ankit, I also want to ask, what the process is of trading in an NFT. What's the ease or challenge? Can anyone do it? How does one go about it?
So I think the discussion we've had, we can even take it, elevate at one level. A lot of the conversation has started by talking about collectibles. Yeah. The core concept, I think you just mentioned right now, is ownership. The fact that there is an asset in the virtual world, in the digital world, that you can now own, opens up a series of possibilities. This is what the blockchain technologies have provided for us. Now, because you can own assets.
You still need a crypto wallet to begin with.
Yeah. So for that asset, the ownership is through an identifier. I mean, you can call it a crypto wallet or whatever, different ways of naming it, but essentially it's your wallet in which the asset is placed. Now, how you buy that asset, how you sell that asset, the payment methods can vary, right? The easiest one, since you're on the blockchain, is also to use cryptocurrency as a payment mechanism. It works on the same platform in a way, but you could very well transact. I could buy an asset from you and pay you in cash. I could pay with a credit card. I could transfer with UPI. So I think those are two parallel threads. One belongs to the same technology sphere. There are several others which don't. And there are many, many players right now in the market who are actually solving for increasing the number of payment methods that are available across various countries. I mean, we have been accepting on radio credit card payments for all our NFTs, because the value that we are looking at here is the connect between cricket and a cricket fan. Now, how a cricket fan is able to pay depends on, I mean, different fans will have different ways. So I mean, I think you started by talking about the speculative nature. That is another category. Here, payment options are available depending on how things evolve. I mean, all the way from traditional payment methods, credit cards, debit cards, and of course, cryptocurrencies.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think it's important for investors to know that there are different ways in which they can look to invest in the asset class.
So if I may just add it, I don't just look at it as an investor. I mean, again, going back to the very first thing we talked about, that there is money and then there's a house. Sure. You could buy a house to live in it, but you could also buy a house to invest in it, right? And as the industry progresses, you will see more houses and other similar sectors coming up where you'll be creating an asset for residential use, for commercial, for various different uses. So utility will triumph, but yes, some people will still invest in a house and say, you know what, this has utility, so why not buy this house in this new location? I won't live there, but it will become valuable. That's not the primary use case necessarily. I think when you create assets or goods or digital goods, their use cases are aligned with what they are made for. In our case, a lot of this is about, so radio is into cricket NFTs. We are creating NFTs related to cricket, the sport, in the form of videos, images, and several other things. So this is helping fans connect better with the sport and the cricketers they follow.
Okay, so let me get Kashif in on this. And I want to mention, I mean, everyone probably already knows this. Twitter's CEO sold his first ever tweet for $2.9 million. Now, what is the use case for something like that? Like, how do we say it's anything but a collectible?
Now, just imagine Twitter's CEO's first tweet, and you own it. Now, that's enough for me to brag, to maybe impress you or to anybody in the audience that I hold the first tweet done by Jack Dorsey, and I'm the owner of that. That's enough of bragging. Now, if I may ask you, why you wear Louis Vuitton? Why you wear, the best of brands, CK? The CK is, you can get a normal T-shirt, normal shoes, but we buy brands for quality, and there is that snuff value. So if I own Jack Dorsey's tweet, that gives me a bragging right. And the best part is that I don't have to prove it. Everybody knows about it. Now, there are a lot of apes picture, BAYC, Board App Yard, everybody must be knowing about it. There are many people who claim that you can just right-click and save that ape, But then, you're not the owner of that. You're just right-clicking and saving the image. Now, imagine tomorrow, if an animated movie comes on Board App Yard, that ape, and that turns out to be the world's best-selling movie. And imagine, if I'm holding one Board App Yard, one character in that movie, imagine owning Mickey Mouse or Pluto back in 80s, 90s, 2000. So today you can own characters in a movie through NFT, and you can be a billionaire, trillionaire, maybe the very next day.
So clearly we're at the cusp of a whole new world, along with the onset of Meta and whatnot. So I think we need to open our imagination to what's possible here. But Toshendra, let me bring you in as well, because after the tremendous spike, we've also seen a bit of a come down, a lot of controversy, cancelled auctions in some places. Do you feel the market's getting oversaturated? How can such a nascent market go oversaturated so quickly?
No, actually, market was actually overflooded with a lot of newcomers NFTs, and of course when the buyers have seen a lot of NFTs in the market, they decided to invest in a very limited set of NFTs. And of course, since the cryptocurrencies are now seeing a small correction, which is a part of the whole journey, I think NFTs wise as well, people are seeing a correction, which is a good thing for the industry or for the innovators, because now the real innovation will come up. Because this happened, I think, 2-3 years back in 2018 as well, when the Bitcoin went down, the real innovation came up. That's how the CoinDCX, the sponsor of this event, and other companies have started picking up. Because now the focus is on the innovation. And even if right now people are focusing on buying the NFTs which have a certain use cases, purpose, or certain value, rather than just investing and buying in a random NFTs in the market. So people are now becoming more aware, more selective, and more decisive about buying a particular NFTs, especially around the corporate use cases which are now coming out. I'm sure you might have noticed that recently many corporations have started launching their own NFTs because they have realized that this is the best way to engage. Now, I think these kind of use cases, when they will be coming up, there will be a lot of decent, stable growth and the numbers. Because if something has grown 2,000% or 200,000%, definitely this is going to be corrected. This is how the whole network or whole market works. Same for the share market, same for the cryptocurrency. So I think right now the numbers are getting corrected, and this is actually for good for everyone.
Okay, so Ramakumar, let me bring you in on some of the challenges around this as well, in terms of ownership rights, legal ramifications. What are some of the tricky areas around NFTs, and does that impact the investor as well?
It's pretty much same with any product that you sell, right? If I buy a Nike shoe, doesn't mean that I own an IP to do whatever with it, right? So I own it, I can wear it, and I can just consume it for some time. It's pretty much same for any kind of content that is out there, but there are some changes with like BAYC that he mentioned. Like you can own the IP along with an NFT, and whatever proceeds you get along with that NFT is up to you. So I think it'll be a mix of both. Certain NFTs will be bragging rights. Certain NFTs will have utilities where you own the IP and you can use it for a purpose and you can get some rewards through that. So there are still challenges because no one thought about IPs for NFTs like 2-3 years back because no one heard about it, right? So it'll go through that, as it happened with the internet, as it happened with crypto, same will be with NFTs. It'll mature from there, and soon we'll know how to track IPs through NFTs and stuff. So yeah, it's getting there, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so give us an insight into your universe here, and each of you tell us a little bit about if I were to go on to the blockchain right now and look for something that I wanted to find. I mean, what would be exciting? Does one go and explore? Do you find out what's trending? How does it work? I mean, I know it's not like Instagram, but for those of us who are still new to this,
Yeah.
give us a bit of an insight.
So I think there are a lot of marketplaces. You can just go to marketplaces and look for the trending. They have mostly the trending section. I'm sure Radio has some, NFT also has some, and OpenSea, which is one of the largest marketplaces in the world, actually has some most trending NFTs. Also, there are nonfungible.com, which actually produce the report on the most trending NFTs in the world. So first you identify the collection name which you want to buy. Then go to the places where they are being sold. The best way is to reach out to their website and then click on buy now. Once you click on the buy now, they will take you to the marketplace where you have to connect your wallet, which is just a private key, just an identifier of your own self, so that you know that you are buying into your own wallet. So once you go there, you click on the buy now, you obviously should have some cryptocurrency or tokens in your wallet. Depending on which token they are selling, just make a purchase, sign the transaction by clicking on a button, and that's it. And if your cryptocurrency will go to that seller's account, and NFT will be transferred to your wallet. And obviously, you can go to any marketplace and see how many NFTs you own and start bragging about it. That's the easiest.
To just add that, in fact, one of my good friend is actually launching a product, just like an Instagram for NFTs, right? So you could use it and figure out what NFT to buy, and it takes you to Rario or beyond, or it takes you to NFTically to buy NFTs. Yeah. So
I like to add it to this. So it's one of the most difficult tasks to find the right NFT. I'll be very honest, and 90% of the NFTs won't survive. It's similar to 90-95% of startups won't survive. NFTs will also not survive. Most of them are into the experimental stage, and before you decide to invest in NFTs, it's very difficult. And to begin with, maybe if I can advise you, so first of all, you need to figure out what's your budget. Number two, what's your liking, what you actually want to buy. So there are two kinds of NFTs that are available right now. One are licensed NFTs and another are unlicensed NFTs, right? Licensed NFTs like in a sports NFTs, like what Rario is building. Like, so suppose you want to buy a cricketer's NFT. So you like Yuvraj Singh, or maybe you like Prithvi Shaw, and you want to buy a particular NFT of Prithvi Shaw. You can instantly go to Rario. You don't have to think about that. Is it licensed or not? Is it authorized by Prithvi Shaw or not? Because Rario is only listing, or there are platforms like Rario who are actually listing licensed NFTs. So there you have a peace of mind that you're actually buying something very authentic and raw. So that's your first step. After taking your first step, then if you want to figure out, okay, fine, I want to find other NFTs as well, then you need to join the Discord channels of various NFTs. Try to join, try to get into the white listing where you actually contribute to the ecosystem, and then you get NFTs for free, by the way. And if you really want to get into NFTs, you need to be on Twitter. You need to be in Discord channels. It takes a lot of pain and patience. It can take up to 6 months to figure out what you really want to do. Do not just go to the website and put in your money, because you might end up losing your money. I really don't want you to do that. There are a lot of issues right now. But you need to put in patience. You need to put in a lot of effort. It's similar to the way when you go and buy mutual funds or any financial product or asset, you put in a lot of effort and try and discuss it with your family, consultants, financial consultants. In a similar way, you need to put in your time. At the end of the day, it's your money.
Yeah, that's what everyone says when it comes to blockchain and NFTs and crypto. Why does it have to be so complicated? All these code words.
I mean, it's early days of an industry. The entire stack, the entire ecosystem is evolving. And what you will see, also use cases are evolving. I mean, over the last few minutes, we've talked a lot about investing in NFTs. And I think it is very important for us to recognize that's just the initial use case. What we are looking at is a revolution, because goods and ownership is now digital. Now, what you do with these NFTs is way beyond, owning an NFT which could become a profile picture, right? What if the character that you talked about actually represents the biomechanical properties of that character that you talked about in the ape? So when it becomes a part of an animation, you're actually getting royalty for it, because this is how the character behaves, operates. So that's the new utility that is possible that many people are experimenting with. Radio has cricketers' NFTs, and you will be able to use these NFTs to play various kinds of games of cricket. For the first time, you can actually build your own team by owning it, just the way the franchisees do it. Now, that's a very different thought process. Yes, there is one aspect of investment for some people, but the bigger aspects are, look, I'm a big fan of this cricketer, and I can get something which is limited edition coming from the cricketer. The even bigger aspect is I can actually own some of these and play games, participate in an ecosystem, utilize these in very interesting ways. Right? So to your point on complexity, I mean, a lot is just evolving, and give it some time to the entrepreneurs. They will come back with solutions and do exactly what you've seen over the last probably 10, 20 years on the internet. It was not that easy if you go back to the 90s on how we would access websites. It's a very different world today. I think we are in the early days of evolution of this ecosystem.
I think it's been 2 years, since we start hearing NFTs in India. Of course, it has been 5 years, 5 years easily in the West. But I think since he talked about the utility, I think the tickets of this event could have been an NFT, and maybe 50 tickets could have been sold as an NFT, which have been traded in the open market in a peer-to-peer model, where the transactions must be happening between the India Today group and the buyer directly. No mediator, no intermediary. And of course, these tickets could have been premium tickets on the front table, and these might have been auctioned. So remember, these are the utility, and the more the utilities people are actually going to try, the more people will start understanding this with a simple language. Of course, industry like this will require entrepreneur like us actually working on simplifying the words and making things very simple, easy to understand, so that people can start using it in a day-to-day life. Of course, it might take time, and obviously the bridge between the Web 3.0 and Web 2.0 is something that is currently being built. And once it is ready, trust me, every one of you will be using NFTs in a day-to-day life, and you might not be even knowing it. That will be happening very soon.
All right. With that, yeah, go on.
Can I just wanted to add, even the government can benefit a lot from NFTs. I think we missed that point. I want to add on to that. Now imagine, in India, museums are in a very bad shape at present. Who goes to museum? No one. So museum can be put on decentralized land, and all those articles of the museum can be made NFTs, and that can be put on decentralized land. Government can buy a land on decentralized land, can open their museum, put all those articles of India on that museum. We can make NFTs of all the monuments we have, and we can create those NFTs, and we can actually create an NFT of Taj Mahal, and just imagine what hype it will have. And Taj Mahal can be bought as an NFT without giving the ownership right of the Taj Mahal, obviously. Now people can visit Taj Mahal, Lal Killa in the metaverse. So imagine, in the country today, we only get 300 crores from all these monuments, from tourism. Imagine if we put all these monuments on metaverse through NFTs, we can earn another 300 crores in there. In India, 25% of the Supreme Court cases, are of land disputes. And 66% civil cases in the country today are of land disputes. Imagine if you can put all these land records through NFT, these disputes will come down, and a lot of important time of the courts will be saved. I think government can actually NFTs can prove to be a very revolutionary step for the government as well, and municipal boards can even raise money through NFTs even.
Yeah, great to hear. Well said. Thank you so much. And clearly, this is now a reality. It's no longer just a myth, but something that's actually taking place. So thanks for sharing that insight into the future, gentlemen.
And I can take an autograph of Rahul Kanwal and put it as an NFT on OpenSea.
All right.
Are we getting that NFT?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yes.
This is your page.
Yeah.
That's it. There you go. Let them clear out. Do you want to give some takeaways from your session to clear out? No?
Our next session is on blockchain and crypto, the Fintech revolution. What's the difference? How do governments look at leveraging tech, crypto, Fintech, the metaverse, Web 3.0, all set to change our lives? That's why our next session is all about the Fintech revolution. And the reason Ayush is quiet for a moment is because he's going to take this forward with our fabulous panel. Kunal Nandwani, co-founder U-Trade Solutions, Nikhil Chanappa, co-founder Ox.tv. We also have Deepak Bagla, MD and CEO Invest India, and Mr. Vivek Anand, Global Head BFSI Platforms and Products TCS, who will be joining us virtually. Just start, I'll check.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. So the panel looks incomplete because as a tech geek, I believe we should have people join virtually as well. So we're going to have a virtual link set up as well. Mr. Bagla will be joining as well. Guys, should we start? I think Nikhil, are you co-hosting this with me?
I don't think I'm co-hosting. I just came in, as you know, as the late last-minute replacement. They wanted to get Shakira, but Shakira wanted to get paid.
See, this is
she
how
wanted to get paid in Bitcoin, which wasn't the problem, but nobody can figure out how to do the 1% TDS.
And 18% GST.
The GST they'll figure out, but the TDS, 1% TDS, they have no idea how they're going to cut that from crypto. So that's why they got me instead.
Just to figure that out, we have another session.
I've got better legs than
Shakira. If we need a replacement, I'll give you a call. I'm kidding. I'm so glad you could join us, Nikhil, Kunal, and of course, Deepak. And we've also set up a virtual link. And of course, you can see Mr. Vivekanand has joined as well. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us. Nikhil, I'd like to start off by asking you, Fintech, we've heard conversations today about NFTs and so much about blockchain versus crypto. We've had these conversations in the past as well. When we're talking about the future of this industry and where this is headed, especially for the next gen with Gen Z and Gen Alpha, as you tell me, well, where do you see products in this space really coming about, which are one, regulation safe, and two, actually have some sort of value addition in the blockchain and crypto space?
Okay, personally, I believe that Web3 is the future, and I'll quickly try and explain why. I recently found out that we're no longer dealing with Gen Z, we're now dealing with Gen Alpha. I have no idea when that transition happened, but apparently it's happened now, so we're going to be talking to Gen Alpha. And when I look around the room right now, and I see individuals whom I may or may not know, if I'm in Web3, what I'm basically looking at is identity. I'm looking at a series of, or a collection of wallets in this room. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. You know, we spoke about NFTs, they need to go into a wallet. Your identity, your passport, the house that you own, the car that you own, all of these are assets that essentially will reside somewhere. Either they reside in your identity resides in your passport or your Aadhaar card. Your land records reside with the municipal corporation. Your medical records reside with your insurance company and in the hospitals. And if you're going to try and bring authenticity and transparency into all of these aspects of life, the only solution that I can think of right now, is to put it all into blockchain, where it's non-transferable, you can't copy it or cheat on it, and you're able to identify what each person does. So if you look at me, the college that I went to, when I earned my degree, the first car that I owned, the properties that I own, the amount of money that I have in my bank, the virtual digital assets that I have, can all reside in one wallet. So the future of all of us, I believe, is wallets. The way we communicate to each other, send money to each other, exchange trust between each other, will happen between wallets, which is why I think Gen Alpha or Beta or Charlie going forward is all going to be about Web3. And I stand to be corrected.
And someone who perhaps might correct us there, Nikhil, is Kunal Nandwani. Kunal, when we talk about Web3, the metaverse, and how the blockchain will be used in all its forms, we had a former minister who came up earlier and said, well, there's good and bad, well, to this entire scenario. Like everything in life, there are different realms to the crypto and blockchain conversation. Are you, Kunal, as someone who's been tracking the space, you've authored books on the blockchain before, someone who is skeptical about the way we are headed, especially in India, when we talk about Web3, the metaverse, using the blockchain?
So I'm personally cautiously optimistic on the space. Blockchain and cryptos certainly offer a new way of looking at the world. In the last 10, 12 years, we've come up with a parallel financial system. We've come up with in form of cryptos. We've come up with a decentralized mechanism of incentivizing people into forming communities. So think about what were the pre-Bitcoin world communities that were formed in a decentralized form. Probably Wikipedia. Nobody owns Wikipedia. Everyone, you can all contribute, curate content, consume content, right? Imagine if they launched wiki coins for incentivizing you for creating content, or you pay coins, wiki coins, to consume content. That's what Bitcoin has essentially done. It has given the community a tokenized form of incentive on top of just the goodwill that existed before. So that's definitely a very interesting concept, but the challenge is where I become a bit cautious here is the following, that there is centralization in the decentralization we look at today. Besides Bitcoin, every other token, 15,000 of them or many more maybe, they all have a CEO. They all may not have limited supply. They all have challenges of valid, and there have been lots of issues and manipulations in the past. Blockchain, by definition, decentralization is slow, inefficient. Imagine organizing this event and asking every single one, every single time for every single decision, versus you making a call in a second, or whoever heads this taking a call. So decentralization, by definition, slows down things. It works when the workflows and decision-making is not centralized. If we try to bring a decentralized technology into a centralized world, it does not work. The moment you have a CEO of a company, whether it's NFT, whether it's Web3, whether it's Metaverse, by definition, you have centralization. It's like North Korea tomorrow saying, we're going to go democratic from tomorrow, and the leader saying, I'll be the only one voting. How democratic does it get? You know, it's not really decentralized. So decentralization, we have to understand, is it really coming in? One, is it equal opportunity for the whole community to participate? Or are the odds stacked up against, in favor of some, as in the capitalistic world today, where let's say Bitcoin, 80, 90% of them are held in 10 wallets. You know, it's not really as decentralized as we would like it to be. So I think decentralization as a concept is interesting, but we haven't yet formed in communities for achieving certain goals, whether it's building a technology, the new internet, the future of metaverse, virtual reality, etc. So I think we just need to carefully place it and not just go by seeing the tip of the iceberg and believing everything that comes. If we scratch a little more, if we go by first principles, we'll start understanding where the value could be, where the value is, and where it's just a valuation.
I tend to agree with Kunal because it's horses for courses. It's not one size fits all. You can't decentralize everything. Like I spoke about a use case for wallets. There's a place for that. There's a space for that because you're able to authenticate identity, ownership, so on and so forth. So you can't just apply decentralization to everything and anything. It's like trying to treat a gunshot wound with paracetamol. It's not going to work. You've got to find the right solution for it.
Nikhil, I was hoping that...
If I may just take this discussion a little further, and let me speak a layman's voice on that one. So we are talking of decentralization. Let me take it further to democratization. Now, the point here is that what are the alternatives which are there? And is blockchain, and I'm not talking of crypto now, so let me just stick to blockchain. Does it provide a more effective, transparent ability to move towards a democratization and a decentralization than otherwise? Now, obviously, you mentioned that there are always challenges in every situation. We take that on the side. But is this a better form of doing it than the existing one is the question in point. And I think if this is a system which brings in a greater level of trust and a greater level of ability, so you gave the example of somebody just taking a call and voting individually and not everyone else. But let's say that this system provided the ability for everyone in this room to put in a vote and your ability to take it in a quick real time, that would be far more preferable, which you didn't have it earlier. So what I'm trying to say is that the application of blockchain as a technology, and we are seeing it already, I mean, on our Startup India, which we are, the certificate which we give to each one of you once you are registered with Startup India, we're using a blockchain technology. That was the first time we started using it. And we found it was much friendly, much easier, much easy to reconcile and do things. So from that side, from e-governance or having e-districts, blockchain districts, and blockchain villages in India today, certain states have already started that to take that e-governance. I think they're finding the utility of the technology and the platform there for sure. Now, which is the generation where it will lead to alpha or Z? I
doesn't matter.
Really
They just,
don't know, but
they just turn
yes,
for marketeers to use.
But the point is that there is a force of technology which is now taking great momentum. The point is, how long will you be able to hold it?
Thank you, Deepak. You know, I was hoping that on this panel we'd have a diverse set of opinions, and I was hoping that there'd be a little bit of ideological sparring, but everyone seems to be on the same page. The future is in good hands with
Ayush,
blockchain.
what we're trying to, I think, what we're trying to all communicate over here is that there are use cases where blockchain works, which is like how we said, you know, there's something called the proof of attendance protocol now as an NFT to prove that you were at certain events in a certain sequence. So if you say that I have become a master chef, for you to be able to prove that you've gone through all the courses that you need to take in order to become a master chef, right? If I've got a degree from a university and it's in my blockchain wallet, and that wallet was created day before yesterday, I can't possibly have got a degree from 1984 or 1994, right? So there's very specific use cases. But however, if you're running an organization where decisions need to be taken quickly, then possibly a DAO, which is what he was explaining, is not the best way to go about it. But I completely agree that this is the future. This is where we're going to. There's a better way of doing things now, and we need to embrace it and start to figure out how to work with it in a more efficient manner.
Spot on. I want to bring Mr. Vivekanand in here as well. Mr. Vivekanand, you know, when we talk about blockchain and emerging tech, and we look at some of India Inc. really modernizing conservative institutions or companies looking at fintech and innovation, what has your experience been like in terms of trying to modernize older systems and really introducing the blockchain into the flow of things?
Ayush, see, I think great to talk to everyone. You know, first of all, it's interesting to be the one guy who is virtual in this panel. I don't know how I look there, but it's an interesting experience for me.
You're looking great. You're looking fantastic.
But see, what do you call as, you know, the old world or, you know, the institutions that are there today? I think these are the financial institutions or other institutions which are significant players in the industry and will continue to be in a number of industries, right? We are talking about big banks. We are talking about exchanges. Now, what we are looking at when it comes to blockchain, we see it as a foundational technology, right? What I mean by foundational technology is that, you know, similar to, you know, internet protocols, which drove the internet adoption, similar to 4G or 5G. We try to look at the technology as something that will be applied in a significantly game-changing manner. And I think that's what the other panelists are also saying. So we are looking at that technology to change, but change over a period of time. Blockchain is not new. It's been there 7 years, 9 years, 10 years in various forms. So it has to keep changing and keep getting better. But over a generation, the kind of change that you will see across Web 3.0 and a number of other applications are significant. Now, what we do not do is to go and tell everybody that you will go out of business or get disintermediated. You know, that's not the conversation that you can have in order to progress with these systems. What we actually do, we call it as coexistence. In a number of cases, what you create as point solutions have to coexist with current solutions. You cannot, for example, if you take core banking solutions are everywhere, you know, fundamental decisions are taken by banks on the basis of core banking. You need to coexist with banking ledgers and banking systems. You cannot create islands. Islands suck out liquidity. Islands suck out flow. So what we do is to create coexistence with current systems so that you have a way of interplay so that blockchain-based systems coexist with existing technology, existing systems, and solve a purpose in a pragmatic manner. I'll just take one example and then I'll leave it back to the panel. For example, we are automating something like 70%, we are digitizing the bank guarantees in one country, right? This is Israel. I think it's been in the media. 70% of the bank guarantees, instead of just digitizing, we are putting it on blockchain-based ledgers. Now, these were in various forms till now, scans, PDFs, paper, all kinds of, I mean, what happened to fax machines? They were replaced by email. I mean, that's what happened, right? But how safe is email? When somebody who's got all these emails leaves the organization, how safe are all these emails? So those go into a blockchain, and it's a national initiative. By next year, every bank guarantee in Israel will be digitized, and 70% of that work is being done by us, and that will go blockchain. Now, this is in conjunction with other systems. Lots of SMEs are part of that. Big banks are part of that. Something like 40 organizations come together to create this ecosystem. It's a massive, massive program. So that's what I mean by coexistence. It has to exist along with a number of other things. But think of the efficiency that comes to collateralization, bank guarantees. I mean, it may be boring in the context of a lot of other things that we've spoken of today. But look at the efficiency that comes in when you deliver something like this to a number of industrialists. It's game changing.
Coexistence, I think that's the key word over there. And Deepak, you've been on several government committees which have spoken about fintech and innovation as well. And something that Vivekanand's mentioning as well is, well, even the former minister, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, he mentioned it, he alluded to it earlier in his session, that it's about a matter of time when it comes to adoption. Now, this is another realm to that argument, which is about coexistence when you're talking about modernizing with the blockchain. From your experience and your interactions with government officials, there's one element that everyone keeps talking about, especially with Gen Z and millennials, like Nikhil was talking about, which is empathy. How much, and I know this is a strange one to ask, but how much empathy is there when it comes to these conversations in those corridors when it comes to blockchain and crypto?
See, one thing is very clear. There is a utility in what is being presented here. For example, if I can digitize all the land records and put them in a blockchain, from my perspective, that is an Invest India perspective, think of the impact on ease of doing business.
Absolutely.
It will change the complete format and the challenges which we are working on, and more so when we are talking of the MSMEs which you mentioned. Very critical. So from that perspective, when I said that it is already a utility which has a momentum which is backing it, think of it on a wider scale. Ideal form of democracy is participative democracy, not representational democracy. That is why the concept of democracy was created. Now, the problem was that when you had 1 billion people who had to exercise franchise, it becomes very difficult if you want to make it participative, until now. Think about the ability of a democracy or of a system of governance and living where it was participative and not had to be representative, only because you could not do it because of the numbers. Think of the mindset and the application which it brings in. So I think that is where I take it back to the point and add to the point of we living in a society which is one of the highest rates of adoption and adaptation to technology. To my mind, I think that is the biggest inherent strength of India as we move into the next generation, if I may say so. But also, as I've always said, we are at a very critical inflection point in our history of modern India. Never before have we been at this inflection point, and this inflection point has been driven both by digitization and the adaptation and adoption of that digitization. And blockchain is just an aspect of it. I mean, the very fact that you already have about 750 million on the net, so what, you're the second largest on the net, the largest not yet on the net, and at the same point of time, 3 new people joining the net every minute, or every second, sorry, and 2 of them from a village in India. Now, the moment you've been able to reach out to 640,000 odd villages, and by 2025, 1.5 billion human resources, what you've done through this technology, that you've empowered them and created them as a resource and not just as a population point. Now look at the power you've unleashed with this platform the moment you've done that.
Deepak, you mentioned so many things about, well, the potential of blockchain and crypto, but Kunal, I want to bring you in on this. Whenever I speak to the crypto community and tech enthusiasts on our show Tech Today, there's always this chatter about brain drain when it comes to the crypto community. Essentially, a lot of young, talented people are finding more favorable jurisdictions to go set up their business, be it Singapore, be it Luxembourg. We've seen this happen with companies listing abroad in the past, and now it's happening in the crypto space. Why are India's youngest, brightest minds looking overseas when it comes to really innovating in the crypto space?
May I just take a step back and just very briefly
Sure,
and quickly
sure.
comment on the use cases mentioned earlier about the land registry, the banking systems. I just want to throw my hat in the ring and say this, that all the use cases that have been mentioned, many of them at least, could equally be done without blockchain as well. It's not that until 2008 when Bitcoin idea came about, there was no digitization. Amazon existed before, your deliveries were being tracked, FedEx was tracking your deliveries, there were QR codes on it, which now we call NFTs in some sense. So all these things have existed before. Okay, so we don't necessarily always need a blockchain. Blockchain is sort of a hammer we found, and now we are saying let's find a nail and put a blockchain to it. You know, I would love to see the problem that we are trying to solve. The problem is digitization. We all agree. There is a digitization problem. We should digitize. Is blockchain always the only technology available? I would tend to disagree. SQL, Oracle, many databases have existed before. I don't think there are as many conferences happening on them as they should probably if blockchain were to be compared. So I would still say this, that blockchain we still do not need everywhere. It is an inefficient technology when it comes to centralized use cases. There are more efficient technologies we can consider, but equally whatever sells, if that helps, it's fine, but it's not the only thing. It's not blockchain that's getting us to the solution. We should try to look at the problem, try to solve it, and if blockchain solves it, great. If it doesn't, there are many other technologies out there on internet that have existed for decades, which are way more stabler, way more secure, and have way more adoption. Regarding the brain drain sort of in the crypto and blockchain community, I think the problem is that, of course, in India, we still have had a number of years of debate on crypto regulations. We've had no clarity yet. There is some clarity on taxes, which is still barely acceptable, I guess. It has become prohibitive in some sense. Equally, there is a challenge that the lack of clarity on the crypto assets ownership, and in India, I mean, no disrespect, but reality is that there is not as much ease of doing business in India as we would all like. There is some improvement over the last few years, probably, but still it's not enough. We hear cases about any department going and, picking up any entrepreneur and the entrepreneurs getting stuck. So due to that, I've seen a bunch of entrepreneurs, many in blockchain and crypto space, go into more predictable economies where they just don't have to, they have to give up the 1 billion target consumer market of India, 1.3 billion. That's the reason why Indian startup and everyone has done so well. But they give it up in lieu of, and in order to get more predictability for regulations, for clarity and ease of doing business, actually. That's what we are all hearing, and there are enough cases happening now. Unfortunate, but that's been happening for a while.
Sure, and we're short on time, but I want to bring Mr. Vivekanand in on it, and Nikhil, we'll end with you. So we'll save the best for the last, don't worry. But Mr. Vivekanand, when it comes to really, hiring people in the blockchain ecosystem, we were talking about this brain drain. I'd imagine at TCS, it's a bit of a challenge, to actually really build from an HR perspective in this space. This is your team. You have a special department looking at it. Has it been a challenge for big tech companies in India to find the right talent?
The talent challenge is always there, and today it is in a sense more acute, than before. We broadly look at these, in two categories. One is where you need to hire the specialists, right? Those are the cutting edge techies that you need to hire. We have a product called as Squads on which we deploy, our resources, our people, right? You need to hire high-end capabilities in order to develop some cutting-edge solutions. Not all of it. So why do I say not all of it? Because we have created tools, we have created development tools that cut across technologies. That's what Quads does. So that someone who can program like they program in Java can program on these technologies, can program for blockchain. See, that's the technology that we have created. It is our solution because that's how we can scale. Right? We are looking to have hundreds and thousands and 10,000s of people. When we talk people in TCS, we talk thousands of people, right? We don't talk 50 people, 100 people. We need that kind of scale, and that's what we are good at. right? So this year we are hiring that kind of numbers, right? So how do we achieve that? So we look at a small group of specialists who are creating quads, which is our, stack of solutions. Then we have got lots of people who will work using quads. And those lots of people that I'm talking about are the number of people in hundreds. And they can program, they just need to be really good Java programmers.
Sure.
The rest of the technology abstraction, quads takes care. Now, that's the way in which we scale. So we've got to create tools, methodologies with which we can scale. And that's where our excellence comes in, and that's where our differentiator comes in, which is what we will do.
Fantastic. Nikhil, as a parting thought, we were talking about the brain drain and how you hire in this industry. You work with a bunch of startups. How do we lead how do we lead to the brain drain becoming a reverse brain drain sort of symptom where we get people back?
It's not going to happen, Ayush. Yes, there is a brain drain happening. People are leaving. People do want to set up in places where there are better opportunities, better regulatory sort of infrastructure. And I think the problem is, I don't know whether it's just with India or whether it's global. I mean, firstly, in India, we have to realize that blockchain technology, we're not building for India, building for the world. It doesn't need to be built in India. We feel proud when we have an Indian origin CEO of global companies, but those CEOs are not here setting up companies in India. There's a reason for that. And I think part of the reason is that the older generation doesn't get it. See, innovation, great ideas, revolution is almost the exclusive playground of the youth. And when somebody is a CEO of a company, they don't trust the youth because they don't understand it. When the internet was coming about, some of the best ideas about how to use the internet and how to make it work for you came from interns. But CEOs don't want to listen to interns because, hey, what's your pay grade? What's mine? Why should I listen to you? So we're always going to be on the back foot with this. And it becomes even worse when you're part of government because I don't want to lose control. Decentralization means that I can actually authenticate every single voter. Do I really want to do that? It means I have to authenticate and not pass the buck on every single financial transaction with every single financial institution. Am I in a system or am I in a place where I want to allow that? Or do I want a little skullduggery going on? So we're in a very, very gray area. And the best ideas aren't necessarily in blockchain. They aren't necessarily coming from IIMs and IITs. They're coming from small towns and villages at hackathons where people are just coming up with great ideas and great use cases on how to use technology, any technology, whether it's blockchain or otherwise, and how to apply it on day-to-day things. But these ideas aren't coming to the forefront because of just the way we are as people. We're mistrustful. We believe that people who earn less than us aren't worth listening to or shouldn't be listened to. And if we're in control, then we don't want to relinquish control. So we're in a bit of a strange sort of space.
Well, the round of applause before we end the session. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us for this session. And gentlemen, fascinating insights as always. We're going to move on to the next session. Thank you.
So, Ayush, we've had a session on NFTs. We've had a session on cryptos and global finance. But there's all these other terms that one keeps hearing. DAO.
HODL.
Minting.
HODL.
Gassing.
I'm saying HODL again and again because this is perhaps one of the most fascinating sessions that we have lined up for you. HODL, for, well, all the crypto noobs in the audience and the crypto dudes, is holding on for dear life. I know it's more of an investment term when it comes to crypto, but that's what you guys have to do. Get your seatbelts on because we have a fascinating fireside chat for you.
Absolutely. Joining us, cryptos, are they an asset or a liability? Sumit Gupta, CEO and co-founder CoinDCX, as well as Neeraj Khandelwal, also co-founder CoinDCX. Great to have you both with us. In conversation with editor, Business Today, Saurav Majumdar.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
So we are back this time with the people who are making this revolution happen in that sense, despite all the regulatory confusion or lack of regulation at this point, and the tax burden. We will discuss all of that in the course of this session. first things first, Sumit, I'll start off with you. How did this Coin DCX journey start? We'll come to all the details of the topic of discussion, of course. But I want to learn from you, how exactly did this idea germinate and how did you both go about setting it up? Tell us a little about that.
Sure, Saurabh. I think this was nothing less than a roller coaster ride, I will tell you. And just to give you some background, Neeraj and I, we have a 14-year-old history. Like, we know each other for almost 14 years now. And we did our graduation together from IIT Bombay. And after that, I went on to join Sony in their Tokyo headquarters. And that was the first time I heard the term Bitcoin, right? And Japan, of course, like, because people are more technologically savvy. And then I was very curious. Unfortunately, did not invest in Bitcoin that time, and did not even read about it. And then I sort of like ignored it. Then in year 2015, when I was planning to move back to India, I came here, I started reading about it, and like my mind just opened up. Okay, this is something which is revolutionary, and there are very few technologies, right, which are so fundamental and so futuristic. So I thought, okay, let me read about the space. I spent hours and hours reading about it, and then realized, okay, this is an area where I would want to make an impact. Neeraj and I, we joined hands together, and then we started talking to every individual, and then I realized that India is far, far behind with respect to the developments happening in this space, right? If you compare it with what's happening in outside India, and then we thought, okay, we have to make this change happen, right? And someone has to do it. Of course, there was a lot of confusion with respect to regulations, but we took the plunge. We thought, okay, we'll figure that out along the way. And very interestingly, the moment we were about to launch the platform, this RBI circular came. And then 99% of the people who wanted to do something in crypto, they sort of backed out. But because the conviction was so strong that we wanted to make this change happen, we want to create an impact at large scale, we continued to fight and then build. And here we are today, but very, very exciting journey. And we feel that with this technology, it can truly impact a lot of industries and add a lot of value to the nation. So we are looking forward to that time when India becomes a leader in this space globally.
It's an exciting journey, Sumit, but it's also a turbulent one. As you've seen, some of the policymakers are still not clear. The Reserve Bank of India has made its stand very clearly known about what that organization and that institution feels about crypto. Currency, of course, is not even a word to be discussed. It's crypto assets, or VDA, virtual digital assets. Now, we'll come to the topic of the day, of discussion right now. Crypto, is it an asset or a liability? Now, convince this audience. I feel that audience is pretty much convinced in many cases, but I would still like you to convince this audience of the benefits of crypto, the use cases first, before we come to the dangers and the problem areas.
Sure. What we have seen from the history is that, like, fundamentally, crypto and blockchain as a technology, right, has a lot of value to add to the nation, any nation which adopts to it. And that is the reason precisely why you'll see all the progressive nations like US, Japan, Singapore, and now Dubai is very aggressive in terms of setting itself as a crypto hub, and that is attracting a lot of capital, a lot of talent, and they have realized that it can add a lot of value to the nation. So that is there, right? Now, any technology that we have seen, of course, that comes with a lot of apprehensions, right? And because it is the change in status quo. And any country which has not adopted technology or which has shunned down technology has never yielded positive returns, right? So generally, whenever a technological shift is happening, it's important that we adopt it, we understand it, and then we take the positives of it and implement it in the economy. And whatever downside or negative nuances are there, you just cut it off by regulating it nicely, right? Now in crypto, there are various applications and use cases that are being developed globally, but a lot of that innovation is not happening in the country, right? I'm on an everyday basis, I'm seeing people talking about shifting to Dubai or Singapore or other countries. There's a massive level of brain drain that's happening because India does not have a positive regulatory framework. And a lot of these applications that will be built on top of crypto with the underlying blockchain technology, that is not happening in the country, right? Tomorrow, whatever applications, Web3 applications that will come, they are not being developed in India, and that is one of the risk and something that Indian government should definitely look at and understand it and regulate so that all of these applications and use cases happen in the country itself.
I'd like to add to that. I think what Sumit said makes sense because you see the evolution of information technology itself. Earlier, back in the days, it was, there were exchange operators, telecom exchange operators, and then people used to make a phone call to someone. It used to go via centralized exchange operators. And then it got evolved into today's internet, right? Which is much more decentralized, I would say. Today you can build any application on top of internet. And it's such a powerful economic driver today. From that stage, it has evolved into internet. And now, crypto and blockchain, from a user's perspective, I think are driving towards further decentralization. It's just a continuum, right, which is evolving. To give you one use case which we often discuss is the creator economy. People or entrepreneurs who create content and post it on the internet, they always go to some kind of middlemen, right? Be it Netflix, be it YouTube, or any other middlemen, and eventually they reach to their customers, right, via them. A lot of revenue is going to the middlemen, right? And we have seen a lot of times that creators, artists do not benefit all that they can. If middlemen are replaced by technology, right? I'm not saying replaced, but essentially if they're aided further, right, with technology, I think value gets created for the creators as well as the consumers because they will have to pay less and the creators will earn more, right? I think that is one of the very important use case of...
No, but the middleman gets eliminated, right? You can't
not necessarily eliminated. If they can be the ones who build on crypto, right? They adopt crypto. Today, telecom operators are still there. They are providing the infrastructure of internet, right? But it's more efficient way of communication. Similarly, when NFTs, for example, which is again kind of a crypto, comes into the picture, the economy benefits. It becomes much more efficient, right? The creators benefit because of higher income, lesser income going to middlemen, right? That I think is a natural evolution. And consumers benefit because they provide, they get to pay less at the same time.
See, Sumit, I just wanted to, in the earlier sessions, we've discussed the difference between blockchain, or rather the distinction between blockchain and crypto. Nobody, including policymakers, the government, RBI, nobody has a problem with blockchain. The issue arises when there is the whole discussion around crypto. The currency part, as I said in the earlier session, also can be kept aside because that's not going to happen in India, as in many other countries. Let's talk about crypto as an asset class. Can tell us about why crypto as an asset class can actually add value and create, positive change.
Sure. So as you rightly mentioned, crypto as a currency is something that nobody wants and nobody is even asking for, right? I think there's one big confusion where people are saying, okay, crypto, because of the word currency, it's a legal tender, and that is basically what's creating a lot of confusion. When we talk about crypto as an asset class, right, that is when we start seeing a lot of value, right, being created, because one thing I think that I keep hearing is that, okay, blockchain is good, but crypto is not good. And that has to be very clear, both go hand in hand. Blockchain without crypto is pure database. That you can do today also. The beauty in blockchain, because it is decentralized and distributed across millions of nodes, you have various people participating in the network. And why would they participate if there is no incentive mechanism, if there is no consensus mechanism? Crypto builds that layer on top of blockchain technology where you are actually achieving a truly decentralized network where ecosystem is participating in that network and also have stake in that network, also are a critical part of that. Otherwise, it's just a database where one person having full control and you can just, there is no, extra benefit that it gets without this crypto layer. Now, various applications that are currently being built up or will built in the Web3 space, right? Essentially what's happening is, we all understand data is extremely important. Data is the new oil, right? Data is extremely, extremely important. Anyone who has access to data is essentially, can leverage that to get insights, and people can also misuse it. And people are very sensitive about how this data is being used. This data is currently being used by all of these centralized companies, right? What crypto as an asset class it does is it distributes that, and now you're a part of the network with crypto asset. For example, imagine a use case which Neeraj was highlighting, where you are uploading your content on YouTube and YouTube taking more than half of your commissions. Now, if there's a decentralized application or a Web3 application which is providing all of that infrastructure, right? The value is within the network, where every participant who has that asset is actually getting value out of that. And there is no middleman which can leverage your data, because if you are not paying anything, essentially you are essentially the product, right? You are paying from your data. And now with this, you are not compromising on your data. You are getting the value, and the entire network is in a win-win-win situation, right? And that is one of the application why crypto asset is important, because now you're a part of the network. If you remove crypto out of the picture, right, then essentially you are limited with very small applications, which is like, which is just like you can achieve with a distributed database. But when you start to build real world applications, you essentially need to have crypto angle, because that is what makes it beautiful. That is what makes it a lot more applicable, secured, transparent, and crypto provides that angle to blockchain. So both should go hand in hand.
So, yeah, you're making a case for crypto as sort of a layer over blockchain, and which will be...
Just imagine you have Chrome browser, but there are no websites on Chrome. What will you do on Chrome, right? So you need blockchain, plus you need applications on top of blockchain, which are solving real world problems. And what drives this network is this crypto angle.
No, that's understood. The point I'm making is, while they solve real world problems, like you said, what are there are huge examples where cryptos have been misused. There is a cyber threat angle, there is a huge fraud angle, there is a money laundering angle, and we know about all the cases which have appeared over time in many of these cases. Now, as a somebody who runs a crypto exchange, and also I'll come to the volatility aspect after this. How do you look at the point of misuse of crypto, and how do you suggest that can be actually addressed? Because that's a serious concern, not only of the government but also in the public at large. 100%. Yeah, would you like to?
Yeah, I think you are right when you say that crypto has been used at various occasions for misused, right? But there are certain facts I'd like to highlight. In 2019, the volume of transactions going to illicit addresses in crypto industry was roughly 3.6% as per a reputed report in the industry. And today, in 2021, that number has come down drastically to 0.15%. And this has been happening because of proactive development of compliance-related tools, development of technology, so that transactions can be better traced, as well as blocked. For example, if a transaction is going to illicit addresses, it can be proactively blocked by exchanges today. That technology is already there. So overall, the trend is declining, right? I think every technology has its side effects always. Consider internet. We spend so much time, right? 4 or 5 hours on a lot of people spend 4 or 5 hours on internet, just on Instagram, for example, right? And we have seen reports people having some kind of mental disturbance also, right? It's a side effect, very small amount, right? But it's a side effect. Every technology has a side effect. People say about artificial intelligence, it might take over the world someday, right? It's a probable side effect. But it does not mean we don't adopt the technology. We should focus on the positive aspects and try to mitigate the negative aspects, right? Otherwise, you don't want to be South Korea, which did not adopt, North Korea, which did not adopt internet itself, right? It leads to devastating results. So, yeah.
One point I'd like to highlight is the beauty about blockchain. It's transparent. Everything that happens in blockchain, it can be traced, and it's all available on a public ledger, which is not available in the current fiat system. For example, if someone has physical cash, how do you trace it? right? Here, at least if someone is doing a transaction, it can be completely traced, monitored all the way from the genesis block till the way it went to any illicit use. And that is why the percentage of illicit activities in crypto has gone down drastically at the tune of 0.15% in the last year. If you check this percentage for the fiat economy, that's way higher than this number, right? Roughly, I think 2 to 3%. I think that. So just imagine the difference, right? This problem will not be there in the crypto world because of the property of a blockchain that it is transparent and traceable, which is not currently there in the fiat systems.
So the next issue, of course, which is a matter of concern, is the huge fluctuations one witnesses in terms of the trading on cryptocurrencies. I use the word currency loosely here again. For instance, we know how the volatility in the exchanges and the trading patterns have actually taken shape. Now, that is the other problem which regulators, when we speak to them, seem to really highlight. And you've seen some of the problems being highlighted in the earlier sessions as well. How does an exchange monitor that? And there is always a fear among government and policymakers that, smaller people who are lured by this whole lure of crypto as a new asset class, putting in their hard-earned money, can just be wiped out overnight and then be left with nothing. So that's a serious concern as well. How do you address that?
Totally agree with your point. Let me ask you this question. Which asset class is not volatile? All the asset classes are volatile. You talk about stock market also. We have seen shares which have gone down to even 98%. I personally have few stocks in the portfolio which are also very volatile and gone down drastically, right? So volatility is a part of every asset class. Now in crypto, it is higher. I understand because the market capitalization of crypto as an industry, right, is sub $2 trillion. Right? If you talk about a higher market cap, the volatility goes down because the asset classes of higher market capitalization. So, X billion dollars or X million dollars in that market cap will not have much higher impact, right? If the market capitalization is way higher. Now, as crypto gets more and more matured over time, first thing is for sure that this volatility will go down over time. Right? As you have more and more institutional investors coming in, which are investing it from a long-term potential, volatility will go down. So yes, volatility might be higher relative to other asset classes, but it is bound to go down as the asset class increases in size and gets more matured. Right? But volatility is a part of every asset class. Some are more volatile, some are less volatile. Now in terms of the second part, how do you protect the investor? Now this is something that we strongly believe in, that we would want our investors to be informed and protected with this volatility, right? So one important thing is that how do you ensure that you are listing the right tokens, right, on your platform? So that is where we have devised a 7M framework. So any token that gets listed on the platform goes to that framework, and only after it passes the 7 criteria gets listed on the exchange. This is how we ensure that there are roughly, I think Abha was mentioning 15,000 plus tokens, right? On the exchange you will have less than 100 tokens. And that is after due diligence done on each and every token. After that gets listed. That is one level of protection. Second level is whenever we are listing any token, we also ensure that our investors are informed about what the use case is, right? What is the history of that project? And we build a lot of content on YouTube, on our blogs, on our website about what that project does so that investors are always informed. And we recommend people that you invest in crypto from a long-term perspective. Of course, some people want to speculate, but that speculation is there in equity markets also, right? Investing in crypto from a long-term potential is what we as a company would recommend people, right? And that is what we believe in. And that is the reason why we'll also see volatility going down over time in this asset class.
Neeraj, I want to ask you about the next part, which is the taxation element. Now, budget, we know what the budget has done. It has put a 30% tax, 1% TDS. Yesterday, there was another set of clarifications, which was, which the industry has expressed its concerns about in terms of mining as a capital expenditure. Now, how do you look at that in terms of the fact that, even before regulation, there are this host of taxes and restrictions which are there? Because the finance minister is very clear that there is nothing which prevents the government from taxing something before a law is formulated on that.
Yeah, I think taxation is, like apart from the taxation rates, taxation is good for the industry. In a way, it puts the industry in the records of the government somewhere, right? And also allows government bodies to get well-versed with the technology, with this new sector. So I think it's a very positive step by the government. But taking it a little further, I think the narrative in the industry should be has to be positive, right? How government talks about crypto and blockchain technology is very important, because from such discussions and such signals, people either get interested into the sector or they get scared, from the sector. So that's super important. And I believe, there was a discussion that the adoption of blockchain technology has been comparatively slower in India for the past 7 to 8 years. We have very few applications, built on top of blockchain. I think blockchain is a very fundamental technology, and it's a massive technology, as big as internet itself. And you need lakhs of people developing on it. That's when it gets developed and put to real use cases. You need a significant chunk of workforce, Indian workforce, working on this technology for a better tomorrow, right? And for that end, I think narrative is very important. How government sees blockchain and crypto, that's super important. And crypto is invariably tied with the blockchain. If you ban, discuss about crypto negatively, then people lose interest in the blockchain technology also. Blockchain was born with Bitcoin, right? The concept of blockchain was popularized by Bitcoin and by crypto. And that's why I think it has to be positively communicated to the masses, so that we can build this nascent industry. Yeah, that's very important.
Sumit, you're part of associations of crypto exchanges and crypto players. Are you engaging actively with the government? What's been your what's been the feedback so far?
So Saurabh, we have been communicating actively with respect to sharing our thoughts. Why the current tax provisions can kill the industry, and I'll tell you why. Right? So there are various provisions, right, which were highlighted in the bill, right, which, like example being 1% TDS. Now, if you look at the consequences of that, right, the moment people start paying 1% TDS on every trade they make, that's essentially blocking, after you make like 100 trades, that's blocking most of the capital, right? And that will not serve the purpose, right? And then it will create unnecessary accounting nightmare for the government, for the individuals, and that's not benefiting anyone, right? TDS is good. We believe every transaction should be tracked and every data should go to the government so that they can trace if people have filed their taxes currently. But just like this 1% TDS is going to have serious consequences, and it will dry down the trading activity, and ultimately who will suffer are the retail investors, because then they will have to pay X or 1% higher or X percentage higher for every crypto they purchase, right? So this is one example. Now, there are few clauses, and yesterday there was one like in terms of offsetting not allowed. Why would essentially these are tax provisions which are not good for the industry. And what will happen is when you have such onerous tax provisions, and when people read that, right, what essentially comes to their mind, okay, I will not, I will not invest in this. And people who are developing also, right, will say, okay, India is not progressive with respect to blockchain developments, and I cannot build a Web3 application. Let me shift my base and let me move to some other country where, countries like Dubai, Thailand, they are actually trying to make their country as a crypto hub by introducing favorable tax frameworks, right? And India on the other side, I think that is the difference. And how you look, what Neeraj was mentioning, how you look at this entire industry is something that needs to be thought through and discussed proactively. We are doing communication from our side with respect to sharing what the industry stake is. But I think same has to be mutual, and then that needs a deeper discussion. Every single point, right, that is coming on with respect to taxation, with respect to regulatory framework, that has to be thought through in consultation with the industry in depth, because the space is new and it requires deeper discussion so that we don't take any step which will be detrimental to the growth of the industry.
Are you fearing trading volumes drying down because of these repeated clarifications and taxation which is coming? And also, do you, there is also a view that the more you tax, the more you sort of have a negative narrative around it, it can just go underground and, become part of a dark web and become, in that sense, an invisible market which exists.
100%. I think people are, people want to pay taxes, right? But the moment you have such onerous provisions on taxes, there are two things that can happen, right? One is all of this trading activity can shift to international exchanges, which is not good for the nation because then that would be difficult to trace, right? The second is it can also maybe shift to P2P platforms, which again is difficult. I think regulating the exchanges, regulating crypto platforms, right, and taking every data point, what every user is doing, right, I think that is a better transparent structure, right, which will benefit the country, which will benefit the government, the users, the industry as a whole, right? I think that is the right way to look at it. If, if the tax provisions are very high, I think that will lead to trading activity shifting outside, or, people or the development of the industry that will not happen in the country or might happen outside, which in the long term will not be beneficial, like in the, during the early stages of internet, right? When India did not have the right infrastructure, a lot of that, companies like Amazon, Google, they are not born out of India. But India has that potential. India is actually technology powerhouse. And if you create conducive regulatory framework, a lot of that development can actually happen from India, right? But what it needs is like positive provisions in terms of policy, how you create soft touch regulations, and that is actually very important because that will attract talent to work and do these innovations by being in the country, right? I think that is very important for the nation.
Neeraj, how does CBDC affect life for the crypto players? Does it have any impact? Or is crypto going to continue as an asset if there are regulations coming on board? What is your reaction to the CBDC framework?
CBDCs, I think it's a good move from the government, right? But it should be based on blockchain technology. It must be able to interact with cryptocurrencies, crypto assets. I think that's very important. You cannot make CBDCs isolated from the crypto assets world. That might not serve the purpose, right? We have seen evolution of we have heard metaverse, right? Metaverse and CBDCs should be able to interact with, say, metaverse, right? So it has to live up to the technology. Otherwise, it just slight value addition, but it does not bring that revolution that we want. I think that's very important, and that's why I believe it should be left to the people to build the technology, right? I believe I'm a staunch believer that private players, people ultimately develop far better solutions, right? Less government, more governance. Government should not be involved in developing the technologies itself. Might not lead to the best results. So even CBDCs or any other technologies related to blockchain should be left to people to develop, and crypto provides that kind of incentive mechanism for people to develop these technologies further.
Sumit, as the bill gets sort of firmed up, what are your expectations from the government? What is the bill likely to do for your industry?
Saurabh, I think I've not seen the bill. Nobody, have seen what's there inside. I think it's like a mystery for everyone. But I hope that the government will come up with positive policies around this industry so that the industry continues to prosper. And of course, I mean, whatever apprehensions are there, there should be some safeguards to protect the interest of the end customers. But what's there, nobody knows. But I'm very excited and looking forward to what's there. And I hope and I strongly believe the government would come up with positive, especially the kind of developments that we have seen in the last 12 months. The hope is there, right? And we believe that the bill will bring in positive, news for the industry. And then we will continue to engage with the government and share the industry's viewpoints so that India continues to lead and, win this space globally.
So we've run out of time on this session, but if there are any questions, we can just take a couple of them quickly. Yes, please, the gentleman in the red. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Sure, let me take this up. One interesting fact I'd like to highlight, just like how we value traditional assets, right? Shares being traded in stock markets, right? There is a quarterly financial that we get. Very few people know that you can actually get similar set of information in the world of crypto, right? Assets. For example, if you look at Ethereum, there was one Excel file, a person has done the analysis on what is the ARR, annual run rate for Ethereum as a platform, and that was coming out to around 13 to $16 billion for that. And if you multiply that by 12, you'll get how much that platform is making. So you can you actually have these equivalents, and you can have models on valuing it, right, for Ethereum as a platform, because that platform itself is having revenues. And you can see, okay, if this is the revenue that they're making, and this is the growth rate that it continues with, what is the right price for Ethereum? And that, of course, right now is not that popular in the crypto world, because the tools, like stock is a very old industry, right? All of these tools and, processes are there, and, it's accessible to common man. But in the world of crypto, it's there. It's just that it's not accessible to masses, and that's something that we as a company are also planning to fulfill. That how can we make sure that people who are investing or are a part of this industry, they get full information about that particular asset. Just like you have PE ratio in stock, how can you calculate this in crypto? It's there. It's just that needs to be communicated in the right manner.
See, this is the exact concern, Sumit, because if you, just like the gentleman pointed out, you have a clear understanding of what a company's stock is worth, right? Because of various valuation metrics which are applied. You don't have something openly. Like you said, it's there, but it's not out. So there's a lot of work left for the crypto industry to do as well in terms of making such information available to the public.
As long as we are aligned, this is useful. I think what happens in outside India, you have a lot of these tools available because people create a venture out of it. Like, for example, 4 friends join hands together and build this solution for the nation, right? Someone needs to build that for the country, right? Leverage the information that is available on the blockchain, understand that, make it, simplify it, like simplifying the complexity of crypto and put it out there for the masses so that they can consume that information and then they can make better investment decisions, right? For example, in Bitcoin, you can always have analogy. For example, if Bitcoin is a store of value, and if you're comparing it with digital gold, what is the market capitalization of gold? 11, 12 trillion dollars. If Bitcoin comes to that level, you can do a simple calculation that what Bitcoin will be worth if Bitcoin reaches at the same scale as gold today, roughly $550,000, $600,000. So you can draw these analogies and actually price these assets.
Anybody else? Yes, please. Last question.
Yeah, good evening. I am Dharam Raj from CyberSec Consulting Services. In fact, whenever any technology or anything is not understood, always there is opposition. I think it's duty of the crypto fraternity to make it understood by government and other agencies. And not only that, that technology need to be understood. Apart from that, you need to provide the solutions or how it can be monitored, how it can be traced, how audit trail can be done. In fact, once it is understood properly, apart from the controlling the crypto, that is another aspect, but the understanding and monitoring, if it comes to probably that the things will be much better, that is a job of the industry need to do it.
100% aligned with that, and there are various tools and processes we have deployed on the platform. For example, on-chain transaction monitoring tools. It's there. So you deploy it on the exchange, and every transaction that is happening on the platform and interacting with the blockchain, well, you can trace every transaction and see, evaluate if it is coming from the right address or not. So a lot of these technologies are available, which are also deployed on platforms and which has been communicated to the government. Okay, this is how we deploy these tools and technologies so that wrong activity does not happen on the platform. So it is there. Industry is adopting it. It's just that it needs to be, and we are doing that communication. I think the root cause, if you do the root cause analysis of that, is like proactive stakeholder discussion. Right now, it cannot be one way, right? Like you have to have efforts from both the sides and then work together, start from scratch and then lay out the right regulatory framework which will benefit and will eliminate the wrong actors out of that equation, right? I think that is what is needed. We are definitely trying our level best so that we provide with whatever information we can, right, to give comfort to the regulators. And we believe that in the coming times, like earlier stakeholder discussions were not happening that frequently, but we believe that in the coming times this can happen more frequently. And we are able to give more comfort to the regulators, and then we create a positive sort of regulatory framework, right, which will eliminate the bad uses of crypto, and whatever good uses are there, we can adopt that in the current structure.
Sumit and Neeraj, thank you very much for speaking to us, and let's hope some of these regulatory confusion and the whole confusion around crypto as an asset class is sorted out soon in the interest of the exchanges and players, as well as in the general public, which have invested in large numbers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we covered so many facets about blockchain and crypto in that session, and thank you so much for so many revelations and insights in that particular topic. But when we talk about, well, the focus on innovation and skilling, industry experts have been talking about it for a while, and really investing in future technologies, emerging tech like the metaverse, Web3, crypto, as we say, Abha, and really for India to emerge as a major hotspot for innovation and really all sorts of interesting things happening in the blockchain world.
Absolutely. And to discuss this, I have a fabulous panel with me today. Jagdish Mitra, Chief Growth and Strategy Officer, Tech Mahindra. Dr. N.S. Rajan, former CEO, IDFC Foundation, ex-Group CHRO, Tata Sons, and former global partner, EY. Also, Mr. Rajkumar Nehru, Sri Vishwakarma Skill Development University and former Director HR Schneider Electric India, and Ajit Khurana, Crypto Advisor, who will be joining us virtually. Gentlemen, do join me on stage. Well, much has been spoken about through the day today on the technology and how it's going to be shaping the future. But the fact is that we also need a lot of people with the right skill sets in order to drive that technology. And that's what we want to talk about in this session. Jagdish, let me start off with you. In terms of the ecosystem, in terms of the funnel, when it comes to qualified individuals, perhaps the newer generation, are we tapping into universities, tier 2 towns? Where are we seeing the skills really being driven from?
Well, I think, long back when value-added services got launched, there was ABC, which was astrology, Bollywood, and cricket. Now in technology, there's ABCD, which is artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and then digital twins. So all of these things will become absolutely critical part of any economic growth. And today, just to give you statistics, out of the 2 million odd jobs that we have, or 2 million odd IT skilled professionals that we have in this country, only 5,000 are blockchain. And this is only going to grow at an exponential pace.
Out of 2 million, only 5,000. Yeah. Okay, that's a startling statistic.
So in order to be able to make sure that we are ready to be able to, I don't think there's one size fits all type of an answer. There is an ecosystem change that we need to look at, which is organizations like us. Because see, there is nothing that is outside that you can dip into the pool, and there is no existing pool that you can pull people out. That pool itself is limited. So you have to grow that pool. You do it with the help of academia. You do the help of building your own talent pool and training them, both ways. Not just for tech companies like us, but for business organizations where some of us are partnering with them and training their people to be ready for what the blockchain can deliver. So we call them functional experts. And we call our people in the IT side as technical experts. So that's how you build the complete ecosystem around it.
Okay, let me get Ajit in on this as well. And Ajit, I know that you are very much in sync with talking about academia, some of the the next generation of youngsters that are looking to get into this space. What do you feel are the available options for them when it comes to skilling, when it comes to learning and joining the entire ecosystem? One moment, Ajit, one moment. Let me just turn your audio up. Okay. Let's try that again.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, one moment. Okay, are you on mute?
No, I'm not. What
I can hear you now a little bit. We just need to raise the volume. Yeah.
Should I speak louder?
Perfect.
I can speak.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
Yes,
There
go
I
for
am.
it. Go for it.
So very quickly, number one is that unlike the IT services revolution which took place in the late 80s or more so the early 90s, one big difference in the blockchain/crypto paradigm is that there are a lot of non-tech jobs. If you look at crypto companies today and you look at their workforce, I think somewhere between 5 to 30% of their workforce is in tech. By tech, I mean engineering as well as product, and 70 to 95% are outside it. So that is one huge difference between the value-added services or the IT services the revolution that we saw. There are two enablers to this, I would say. One would be at the government platform regulator level. I used to be the CEO of what was at that time India's largest crypto exchange. And my employees used to ask me that, my parents are very worried that I work in cryptocurrency. They think I might go to jail. And I'm like, you are a programmer, as in, or you're an accountant, or so that is one. I think there has to be some clearing of the air. I hope that sessions such as the Business Today Crypto Conclave is helping that. And the second thing is about the enabling provisions. And in this, I feel the mainstream academia, coincidentally, in an earlier life, I used to be a lecturer at the University of Texas at Austin. The mainstream academia, of course, has a role to play, but usually it is late to the party, sometimes by as much as 5 to 10 years. We hope it will be sooner this time, but there have to be supplemental mechanisms. And the good news is that today, crypto companies, blockchain companies are fine taking people who may have some basic academic qualifications and have done online programs, because frankly, that is all that is available.
All right. So much talk about academia. So Rajkumar, let me come to you next and understand better, where we're headed in terms of providing modules and providing ways and means in order to enrich some of those that are looking to get into this space.
There's a fundamental disconnect between the demand that's actually happening and the supply that's out there. And Jagdish was actually alluding to it. Given the pace at which blockchain is growing, I mean, Gartner mentioned that by 2025, the total industry size would be 176 billion. And in another 5 years, it's likely to touch 3 trillion. So you're talking of exponential movements where you compare that with the supply side, you have a huge issue because only about 1 out of 400 odd software developers have advanced knowledge of blockchain, which essentially puts a lot of pressure, and there is probably 2 out of 400 who have some rudimentary knowledge. So the gap between what you need and what is out there is really, really small. So I think what is required is a much wider virtuous cycle that you build in, and not just in terms of one facet or one dimension, but to be able to actually create a cohort of people who can support this entire exercise.
Okay. Let's get your view in as well, Mr. Rajan, and understand from you how you see that happening. What are the enablers? What are the challenges?
I think I have been hearing since so many sessions before this, and this is absolutely right. The demand is not as much as we are today expecting for the blockchain experts. However, what I find is there is a big demand for cross-skilling and upskilling of the existing resources in the industries. And that industry is today addressing at their own level. They don't want very specific blockchain experts. They are picking some specific standards, occupational standards, where their existing employees are getting trained. So there the demand is. But as far as the universities and academia is concerned, I think biggest challenge today is not about teaching blockchain, because it requires a lot of practice. The biggest challenge is how the faculty goes out and meets the industry and understands which sectoral projects they have and where students can actually work. See, you don't have a workshop where student can go and work on a machine and make a product. It's something a student has to learn and work on a project. So the challenge is how faculties go and meet industry, get the industry requirements, work on certain assignments, and help the students to upskill themselves. So this is one thing. So I can stop here.
No, I want all of you to continue. But let me get Ajit in as well. Do you think that we need to look at this differently, Ajit? You pointed out the difference earlier between the traditional IT services companies and the last time we've seen this whole phase of development. Do you think, as we've just heard, that perhaps we need to approach this whole entire problem a little differently this time?
There is one big similarity and one big dissimilarity. The similarity comes, which I can personally narrate because I am from the 1991 batch of computer engineering, which was the 4th batch in India, which actually offered a computer engineering degree as opposed to a computer subject under electrical engineering. So none of our teachers were computer engineers, right? So today we are facing the same situation as the gentleman talked about earlier, that the teachers cannot possibly in large numbers be good faculty members because they did not have any work experience in this. But I think the big dissimilarity, like the first speaker talked about 5,000 out of 2 million, the second speaker talked about 2 out of 400. I fear that these numbers are still dealing with only the technical / engineering / coding dimension of the blockchain industry. And there is a whole lot more which may actually be much bigger. So I think that probably if we look at the other aspects, my slogan has always been what brand used to be to traditional companies, community is to the crypto industry. So if we understand that, then there's a room for everybody, not just the technical people, and that is the big difference.
Mr. Rajkumar, what do you think?
Well, I think, first of all, both the points, I think we tried to highlight it to saying that there are two aspects of every business. Even when we started doing ERP classically, there was a technology part and there was a functional part, someone who understands the business process. So you will need that for blockchain also. But I think the biggest opportunity for us is to realize, like I think he was speaking about, that you won't be able to teach them only in an isolated classroom. And the opportunity here is tremendous because the very fundamental of blockchain is based around trust. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that you get transparency and you get trust. That are the two principles around which blockchain is built. So look at the government use case. I don't know how many of people know that today TRAI's database and work solutions, some of it we and Tech Mahindra have been involved in, is the largest blockchain database in this part of the world in Asia. Now, those are some of the applications that we will do with companies and with government. And the more academic institutions and organizations start to build those use cases, they'll build skills. There is no, like to his point, who the hell is going to teach us? Yeah. The people don't know enough about it. So there are only a few of those 5,000-10,000 people who know about it. So you've got to make sure that you're doing those proof of concepts, you're engaging with clients, and you're driving programs with the government to do this. And maybe there's a policy change that you need to bring in where the government then encourages people to come and propose blockchain-based solutions in, say, land authority or in terms of something to do with tax. Because at the end of it, this helps you solve citizen problems and business problems.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned that, and I want to dive into that just a little bit more, Jagdish, because at Tech Mahindra, I know that you are using some of these solutions. Just to give our audience here a little bit of context as to what perhaps we need this enormous skill set for, because at the moment when we talk about crypto and we talk about blockchain, it's seen at a very individual level. But give us a little bit of an overview, if we step back for a moment, as to why we need this driving force.
Sure. So see, at the end of it, every technology is as valuable as the business application it creates. For example, we all today, probably half of us who came here, used Google Maps. But you don't learn Google Maps. You learn the technology that goes behind creating a Google Map, which is some amount of it is natural language processing, could be machine learning, could be some parts of AI and data science. Similarly, blockchain uses and gives you a multiple sets of use cases. I give you an example of one of the biggest challenges in this country is land records, right? How do you solve those land record problems at state level? Anything that requires trust and security to be associated, there are thousands and thousands of use cases, whether it's in the finance, whether it's revenue, whether it's commerce, whether it's trade and export. whether it is tracking a product movement in a supply chain, all of it can be termed through to a blockchain. And those are use cases that will make sure that skills are in demand.
So, Mr. Rajkumar and Dr. Rajan, let me get both of you in on this, because is this a problem that we're not addressing, in the sense if we don't create a pipeline, and whether it's all stakeholders, whether it's academia, industry, government that needs to get involved, and we're already talking about skilling across so many other industries, but the way we're seeing growth in this entire area is so rapid. If we don't really speed up in terms of how we're able to match the kind of requirement, will we stall the kind of growth that we can possibly have?
Let me just go back a step. When you're talking about skilling as a concept, typically you're talking about vocational skilling. Yeah. That's how we normally understand. And when you're talking about blockchain, there are 4 distinct layers which are equally complex. And we typically look at it as IT skills being developed. But essentially what you're talking of is that the first layer in blockchain is technical skills. So if you're talking about coding, you're talking about design, you're talking about engineering. So all of these are core technical skills built on an existing foundation of somebody who knows how to develop software and languages and all of that. So you already have a very strong foundational layer that is necessary, on top of which you do a top-up, and that's technical skills. The second one, and which is equally critical, is the fact that there are interdependencies and adjacencies around functional connects. So it's not just IT in isolation. You are supposed to understand the rest of the functions together. At the third level, it's more what we were referring to earlier in terms of in which sector are you applying. So you need to have sectoral knowledge, and so that the application and the knowledge that you have, they tie in. And fourth, which again is not really looked at, is behavioral skills. So you need skills such as being able to collaborate with each other, skills in terms of emotional intelligence, where there is a user interface that you need to understand from within. It's not just that I develop something which is nice and sexy, but unless it's actually applied and somebody understands from a user point of view, you're going to fall short. So when you're looking at the world of competencies in skilling, it's a combination of these. So you need technical, you need functional, you need sectoral skills, and you need behavioral ones. And which is what makes the entire dynamic that much more complex and difficult.
And if you were to somehow try and break this up, I mean, if we have 5,000, we're talking about the tech side. But if we talk about all these other functions, is it a bigger universe? Or is that also something that needs to build?
No, you're talking about 1 out of 400, right? Which currently exists. And most of the focus I see is primarily on being able to create a top-up layer on an existing foundation of somebody who knows Python, Java, JavaScript, and has been developing. You're talking about blockchain as a concept coming on top. But I'm saying the more you have to look at the wider use of blockchain across multiple sectors. It could be healthcare, like you were mentioning, the government. Unless you're able to get that sense clearly.
So it's working with different partners.
You need to do that.
All right. Dr. Rajan, what do you think?
I think another aspect is it's very important today to understand every engineer cannot become a blockchain expert. You have to make sure that when you are identifying students who have to get into learning of blockchain, they have that profile appetite for learning that. And then, select them for such programs. The another area is institutions, especially the academia or the universities, they also have to very carefully design the syllabus, curriculum, and then the courseware. Today, the problem is that you bring in the students, give them a blockchain module to read, and you think they have become the blockchain experts, which is not the truth. The fourth, which I initially also said, that every industry has a different challenge when it comes to blockchain, solving the problems through blockchain. So they require a different set of project activities. They require a different set of solutioning. Now, that is where the institutions have to come in and work and understand those needs and bake them into the course module so that students are able to solve and crack those problems. And when they appear in front of the institutions, they're able to crack that. And last is, academia and industry has to build a rapport with each other to find out where they can work together. You see, in the outside India, most of the innovations happen inside the campuses. And this is where India has a phenomenal opportunity, because we are a developing nation and there are so many problems that we have in the country, and the blockchain has a potential to solve that, and institutions can actually make it a bridge.
Do you see that buzz, in terms of the kind of campuses that you may interact with or relate to? Do you feel that buzz? Do you see that it's happening?
See, there is an awareness issue also. People today think Bitcoin or cryptocurrency is blockchain, which is not the truth. I tell you, I have seen many students who are not blockchain experts, but they have become cryptocurrency experts. They are now advocating where and how you should be investing. I was hearing a question before that. Most of the information is today available on the apps that you are using. So there are huge conversations happening, but I think awareness is one area that still requires to be pushed. A lot of clarifications within industry, in the academia, within the faculty, within the students requires. And how careers can grow in next couple of years, that clarity is also not with many people. So they're very reluctant sometimes.
That was going to be my next question as well. That do you feel that people are hesitant to get into this space? I think one of you started with that, saying that students are worried they'll go to jail if they're working in crypto. But do you see that changing?
Well, I think, yes, as we mentioned here as well, it'll only change with more and more awareness being raised. And talking, I think the previous panel talked about it also. We have to talk about technology in its usage and application, not in terms of whether it's positive or negative. No technology comes with a thought process saying this will corrupt the way we do business or work and so on and so forth. So the narrative across us when we talk about things like new technologies, they go through a hype curve. And at the end of the hype curve, there will be a lot of applications that one can use. And what we need to talk about, what applications are they getting used at? Crypto is only a mechanism. NFT is only a mechanism to leverage blockchain as a technology. But the applications become different as you do to different industries. The way to look at it is, just to give you some statistics again, and I think statistics sometimes are the biggest drivers to give us some idea. By 2030, there's supposed to have 10 million requirement of just blockchain jobs, which is not too far. So that's the humongous amount of global requirement, because almost every IoT device, every sensor, at the end of it will get connected to blockchain, because as we said, at the core of it is trust and transparency. That's what blockchain offers.
So, Abha, actually, I would look at it as 4 distinct layers that require attention. At the first, so if I have to look at the entire ecosystem that needs to enable the entire thing, you need to have education to begin with, creation of employability. From there, you have opportunities for employment, and then opportunities for entrepreneurship. And let me very quickly touch on each of them. So when you're talking of education, I think awareness per se. So when we're talking about understanding what is blockchain, and these days, you're absolutely right, Reru, in terms of saying most people think blockchain equals crypto. And this is a crypto conclave, right? But we're talking about blockchain, which is a much wider universe. And I think Neeraj earlier of CoinDCX clarified that we are talking about something which is much, much bigger and probably as big as the internet. So I think it's important for us that this, like internet, is going to change the world. Even in Indian context, 56% of the industry is talking about that it's going to be part of way of life. So that's the first level of awareness that has to start from your school and college and engineering colleges. The second is actually providing training to create employability, where I start from a certain position and I start understanding blockchain technology, its uses. There you have the government, you have academia, you have edutech companies, you have consulting firms, you have startups. All of them together are our sources of training, and they create employability. But it doesn't stop there. From there, the fact that I'm trained, I understand blockchain, I need to be in a job. So employment is a very critical aspect where I have the opportunity to use that employment to gain experience in application. And that's where I start getting relevant. And it is second dimension of that is, at one end, I might look at being employed. The other is actually being an entrepreneur in the space. And if you look at India, just in terms of startups, we are at less than 2% of the world's startups. You take a place like Zug in Switzerland. They have 450 blockchain associations in a town which is 29,000 population. So you're talking of places like Estonia, which is so small. But if you look at the amount of utilization of blockchain has been so significant. I think we are sitting on a gold mine. And we just have to find a way to leverage it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think as the regulations also start becoming flexible, nimble, and more aligned with what is required, there would be more demand for it. But I see currently there is a huge buzz, the word you used, among the budding entrepreneurs, the students inside the campuses. They are pairing up with some small-time enterprises and trying to understand what they can do in this area. There is a great opportunity for freelancers. I have seen students or these youngsters who are web developers or app developers. They are now cross-skilling themselves with this blockchain technology and trying to find out what kind of opportunities can come as a freelancer, like giggers. They are getting opportunities from outside India to work on some small projects. I see it's coming up, but I think in next couple of maybe months or years, it's going to peak up. And as things become more flexible and clearer, students and institutions will have a great opportunity.
Well, it sounds very exciting, and the way all of you are describing it, I almost don't want to miss out. If I was starting again, I'd want to, want to find out more. Jagdish, closing comments?
Well, I think this is, like they say, if you look at it positively, a tsunami or a wave, it's bound to happen. We decide whether we want to be part of it, you're going to be swept away by it. So you better ride the wave than be swept away by it. And I think roles have to be played by all. We can't just ask the government to do it. Organizations like us, working with academia and the government, taking, and school boards, like we were talking about. Why not our board starts teaching our kids from class 6 or 7 onwards, what does a blockchain mean? What are the applications? What are the use cases that one can apply? You'll create a humongous database of people which India should ride on.
I would probably take recourse to literature. Given the way in which blockchain is developing, and we're just about touching the tip of the iceberg, I'm reminded of William Blake's words from The Auguries of Innocence. He says, to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. I think that's the power of what we are going to see. And we need to start embracing it slowly.
Fantastic.
The only thing I would say, in the previous sessions we heard that there's a lot of transparency in blockchain. And I feel that that transparency is a roadblock to this, to its growth, because many organizations, people are reluctant because of its transparency. But I hope in the coming days, it will wither away slowly.
And that's an ongoing debate, and I'm sure we'll take that forward in some of the sessions post-tea as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was enlightening. So much to learn about, how the entire ecosystem is evolving. We'd like to welcome all of you for high tea, and we'll be back shortly after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abba.
Some interesting highlights from the packed sessions in the first half of the conclave, from NFTs to skilling to how cryptos are going to change the world.
And Abba, we really hope that everyone's caffeinated, because this is, well, our high tea should have been renamed, I think, in hindsight, as caffeine and crypto.
Yeah.
But to be very honest, the next session is quite a stellar panel of guests. And it doesn't really need caffeine, because it's going to be one of the most lively, dynamic sessions that we have, and we had to place it out there to make it all the more interesting.
And it's all about the 3 C's of crypto, which are, Ayush?
Comprehensive, coordinated, and consistent. I didn't need a PowerPoint for that. I had mugged it up already.
So to take us through what that means, Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary, Rajneesh Kumar, Chairman, Bharat Pay, and former Chairman, SBI, Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, who will be joining us virtually, N.S. Napinai, Advocate Supreme Court, and founder, Cyber Sathi, in conversation with Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome once again. It's always a tough session that comes immediately after lunch or after tea. But with such a stellar panel, I think it makes sense for all us to come in. Please put your cell phones on silent mode, and we're going to have hopefully what will be a very interesting session. And joining us is a stellar panel. And the backdrop for this session, very clearly, as we have called it, the 3 C's of crypto regulation: comprehensive, coordinated, and consistent. And what I intend to do is try and set the backdrop for this, because between the time that we ideated this session, and my panel must know this, we have seen the global financial order get rearranged. What has really happened? We have seen that trade and the financial system, including something as basic to global financial flows as the banking messaging system, that's been weaponized. But this is not a session on war or the consequences of it. The financial system has been reordered, and in a manner that we perhaps had never anticipated a few months back. What has happened as a consequence? Number one, the United States of America, which arguably still is the largest economy in the world, and also possesses the most powerful currency in the universe, at least the known and discovered part of the universe, has decided that the dollar must also be the de facto reserve currency in the digital world. That's what has happened. And I never expected the United States to do decision-making through reports. But this time, not one, but they've decided to do 2 reports. One by the serving Federal Reserve chairperson and the other senior officials there, and one report by the former Fed Reserve Governor Janet Yellen. And the mandate that has been set by the US president is, go ahead, tell me what will be the shape of the American digital currency. What will it do, and how can we maintain our leadership in this? And all of this, mind you, has happened in a fast-track basis after the conflict in Ukraine, after the fears that crypto products, assets may get weaponized or used to skirt around sanctions. But like I said, we'll not go into that. I wanted to set this rather longish backdrop to what I'm going to ask this panel, because who do we have here? The former chairman of the largest bank in India and amongst the top banks in the world, who is now also chairing a board which is driving financial innovation. We have a former policy maker with very strong, very clear views on policy making. We have one of the earliest practicing advocates on cyber regulation, N.S. Napinai. She's written a big tome, and I once did a show with her way back in 2018, and we called it Bitter Coin. I don't mean to say anything about Bitcoin. And Mr. Shroff, who couldn't be here with us physically but is here with us virtually, is also one of the finest legal minds when it comes to policy. So I'm going to try and do it as rapid fire as I can. And I start with Mr. Rajneesh Kumar. Sir, the post-Ukraine world has seen a trend towards an accelerated acceptance of crypto, at least not in the sense that we knew it. And given that backdrop, what are the lessons that you would like to drive as far as India is concerned?
So, as far as crypto is concerned, it's a very, I have mentioned it earlier also, it is an animal which everybody is trying to still understand and figure it out what it is. And people have not been able to figure it out as yet. Whether it is the judicial systems across the world or governments across the world or the central banks. And that is why what you mentioned, that American president saying, please explain what it is and how will you go about it. But this is a fact that we are moving into a world which is entirely different than what we are used to. And when we try to define this world, we see it from traditional lens. And we try to fix that puzzle from the traditional sense that what will be the role of the banking system. Because currency or any asset means that you have to have traditional bank. But in the world of crypto, whether you need that or not need that, we are talking about metaverse, where the medium of exchange would be only crypto. That is what they are talking about. Then all the issues around about its misuse, that comes in. Then the power, as you mentioned that, power of the entire world which has been created. So we are suddenly finding that that power goes. So in such a world which is full of uncertainty, which is also full of excitement, possibilities around use of technology.
Right.
So we are trying to define a new order. And in that new order, obviously the existing traditional players who derived their power, like you mentioned about US and US dollar being reserve currency. So in the new world, where would it be? Honestly, it's a very difficult question to answer on this.
Okay, we'll try and get as many answers as we can. Mr. Shroff, I want to come in because I'll go to the policymaker last, Mr. Garg, so that you can answer some of the other points. Mr. Shroff, how important is it for India to manage its strategy as far as this evolving world is concerned? There's been an announcement for a central bank digital currency. There has been some talk of a regulatory framework, but you know that it's still evolutionary in nature.
So I think it's, of course, very important. And anecdotally, a lot of investors in India are already in this asset. So there is already enough stake in India in this space already. So what are our options? Our options are to have no regulation, good regulation, or bad regulation. There is no fourth option. And I think if we leave it unregulated, we are probably setting ourselves up for a major crisis. And at that stage, people will look back in hindsight and ask, why didn't we regulate this, or why couldn't we see this coming? So in my view, the direction that India should take is firstly become more and more familiar with the issue. As Rajneesh ji said, frankly, nobody understands this yet. It's a bit like Six Blind Men and the Elephant. That the whole world is trying to figure out what this new technology and this new system means. So increase our awareness of this and start the process of thinking through what should be the regulatory framework. And the recent Biden order of 9th March, I think is a great trend because US does take leadership of some of these issues. And it's a great step that the US has put forward this group. And if you look at the composition of the group, it's from 23 ministries or 23 posts. And it's not just finance. Finance is just one of them. They put in national security. They put all sorts of members into it.
Absolutely.
It just shows that it has got such universal importance that, and we need to think of, as India, we need to think about it in the same way as well. So we could either wait for the US to figure it out, or we can start our journey, and I would vote for the latter.
You would vote for the latter. That's a good point. N.S. Napinai, as I come to you, I must remind our audience that India made an announcement 6 weeks before the US did. That was the budget, and there's been a whole run-up to that. From your involvement in previous litigation, there's just this simple question. Why has it taken us so much time to evolve a framework? And that framework is still work in progress. We don't even know what shape the RBI proposes to take with the central bank digital currency.
Absolutely, Siddharth. See, I can't answer for the regulators in terms of why they're taking so much time. For as somebody who has been involved from a legal as well as a policy framework, however, I can address it to the best possible extent in this way. The first and foremost issue, as I saw it, and Mr. Garg will speak to it too, he was there in the first interdepartmental cryptocurrency committee. I think I was probably the only lawyer who presented before him at that point of time. So when you talk about cryptocurrency and the currency word in it, that itself became firstly a bit of a misleading aspect. Today we are talking more about it as crypto asset. But when we talk about it as crypto asset, and we also very simplistically say that cryptocurrency can never be equated with fiat currency. It can never be on par with fiat currency. You take what Mr. Rajneesh mentioned earlier, metaverse, etc., or NFTs for that matter, and you take the stand that the February announcement set out, you will realize that it is not as simple as it seems. Because merely saying that something will not be treated as fiat currency, merely launching a CBDC is not going to take away the problem that a crypto asset may at some level still be utilized as a payment mechanism. And how do you obviate that, or how are you going to regulate that, then becomes an issue. And as was rightly pointed out by Mr. Shroff, today when I look at where policy discussions or narratives are heading, it starts primarily with national security. And that is why what we have done through the Ministry of Finance, I've presented even a white paper on it in terms of where it could go, on regulation in 2018. From 2018 to now, it's moved beyond Ministry of Finance to national security. It's moved
Is that
beyond,
an achievement that it's moved from one ministry to the
no,
national?
I'm not saying it's moved. I'm just saying that the focus in terms of where should regulation be has moved from just being about Ministry of Finance to national security, to regulatory, securities like regulators. RBI, of course, will always be part of it, very reluctantly or otherwise. So I'd like to end my opening statement with this, Siddharth. Be careful what you wish for, because you may actually get it.
Okay, be careful.
So whether you're the industry or the regulator, be really cautious in terms of what you're looking for. And once you get it, don't wish that you were better off earlier.
Mr. Garg, from the last time when you wrote and commented about the critical parts of that bill to now when the global financial order has most certainly been reordered, how would you write a fresh bill if it was up to you right now?
See, the fresh bill... The fresh bill on the cryptocurrencies, I think we'll need to start with recognizing...
Or should we call them virtual digital assets, because the currency word it doesn't figure in the budget?
The asset is one part of the crypto world. I think that's where, if we make the distinction very clearly, what are we talking about, only then we can decide that what are you regulating. Basically, the crypto world has three distinct kind of phenomenon. One is the currency, which has occupied most of the space so far in discussions, right? Bitcoin came as currency, and that is what it went everywhere in the world. Investors lapped it up. Some people started using it for payment systems, Tesla, whatever. And the central banks got literally scared all over the world that there is somebody, some barbarian is coming to sort of create or sabotage the established official currency system. So that is where it all started. So it's a currency is one thing. The second thing is that today lots of businesses are being run on the crypto platforms. So a lot of decentralized financing is done. Even in the process of creating cryptocurrencies, etc., you do mining. You provide all kinds of services today, whether you're organizing land records or music or whatever, or for that matter, even stable coins, international payments, etc. So lots of services are being delivered on the crypto platforms. And the third thing is what is now getting the most of the attention is that the crypto system creates lots of assets. So NFT is a form of assets, but there are many other forms. And the crypto platforms themselves are a form of asset.
Right.
So Ethereum platform is an asset, or Bitcoin platform is an asset, Ripple is an asset. So these three things are three different phenomenons. And these require different way to regulate. And regulation is not only creating a one regulatory arrangement. You deal with taxation, you deal with licensing, you deal with the legislation about that. And therefore, we need to go into these systems to find out. Let me just highlight two things which are so unique to this world and which will need to be sort of taken into account before you come up with any regulatory system. All these crypto platforms are what now today is recognized as decentralized autonomous organizations.
Right.
These DAOs. These are so different from the organizations which we know, whether it's companies or partnerships or something. There are machines which are...
Sorry to interrupt you. Is that lack of knowledge or awareness in policy makers a hurdle in adapting and evolving architecture quickly?
So there are two reasons to my mind. Number one, we have got over-possessive or over-focused on the currency. And that is what impacts on our ability to make comprehensive legislations and regulations. And second is what you hinted, that still, and Rajneesh also said, still a lot is not understood. Just recognize why Biden administration had to issue such a detailed order involving so many...
And that's the point, sir. Why haven't we done that? Mr. Shroff, you wanted to come in before I come back to my panel here.
No, I agree with what Subhashji said. And I think our government should also take a much more comprehensive route. Definitely needs to move beyond currency. And internationally also now that we can see so many different models. The US has taken one approach. China has taken another approach of completely banning. Singapore has got somewhere kind of in between, where it is issuing guidance in terms of highlighting what are the risk factors and allows something that doesn't allow something. So, this is one of those things which is going to mean so many different things across the world. And we therefore need to come back to the headline of this panel of it has to be consistent. And which is actually the headline of this panel is exactly the same headline of a recent IMF article on crypto that was written on the 3 C's, the exact same 3 C's. And they make out the case of and point out what should be the basis of regulation, sort of universal regulation in the crypto space. Otherwise, you take big risks. You can't have one nation or one economy going a particular path and another economy taking a different approach, because then you're just going to create a black market.
Rajneeshji, very quickly, explain to our audience, why has the US suddenly woken up and is now seeing crypto as the next battlefield?
I will tell you, and before I answer your question, a couple of things. One is, we also know that US dollar was not always the reserve currency, it was the gold. It was only after World War II that US dollar became the reserve currency. Second point which I want to mention is that finance in any war plays a very critical role. There is a book called The Lords of Finance. If you read it, you would realize that in World War II, the governors of England, France, Germany, and US, what a critical role they played. So what I'm saying is this war, and World War I started in Europe, World War II started in Europe, and third one, even if it is not a world war, again, the action is Europe, and I would not be surprised that after every world war, a new order emerges.
Right.
So why, to me, the plausible answer is that they realize now that US dollar or the US economy, so its role in the world, in this new world order, whether it is protected or not protected. We are in the age of e-commerce, where China, India, Asian economies, they are taking the lead.
So, sir, tell me, is there a risk that India will miss the bus, which is what, the response time that we have seen? Are we going to miss the bus?
We are in the habit of missing the bus. I am sure that this time we will not.
Shivaji, the ball has been tossed to your court now.
We should know what is the bus here.
No,
what are we missing?
But okay. No, fair point. And with due regard, I'm just trying to play a provocative role here.
Yes.
Why don't we know what will be the framework of the RBI CBDC? It's a discussion for many years. You wrote one version of a bill. There was a second one. We don't know what the third one is. We'll have a panel of parliamentarians later on. I can't understand, sir, if we can send rockets wherever, we can't get a basic draft ready?
We are going for very soft and easy options.
But the world has changed, sir. On 1st February, when the Honorable Finance Minister made her announcement, no one knew what would happen in Ukraine a few weeks later.
See, that announcement by which and it's not only an announcement, by the Finance Act, the RBI Act has been amended. And
So the RBI Act, there is an intention to amend as far as including the word digital in the definition of a banknote. Why is that taking time, sir?
No, that will be passed the moment the Finance Act will be passed. It will become the law.
Okay.
And we have defined in a very easy way that
and what about public consultations, sir? Why don't they happen?
This is no consultation. Without that consultation, it is there that the digital currency means the banknote in the digital form.
Okay.
That is what the definition is there. And the second change, which I don't know whether you noted it very carefully or not, literally for the first time, all aspects of the crypto, or not the crypto, the digital currency, have been handed over to the Reserve Bank. What design, what denomination, what form, what
So you are saying the RBI is not handicapped by the lack of a detailed legislation?
So they have been given all the powers, but they are not willing to exercise that.
NSOBina, is that right? Because you stood in court to take that old order. Tell us about it. Is the RBI handicapped when it comes to regulating this world?
It is handicapped that it has not regulated this world properly. I would put it the other way around.
Explain it more
that it
simply. I
needed
didn't
to
get
regulate.
You. Is the RBI doesn't want it, or is there no law? What is it?
I'm saying that the RBI ought to take a strong stand with respect to regulating crypto assets, and it cannot shy away from its role as a regulator for this particular asset class. Call it what you want. The nomenclature is irrelevant. But RBI will necessarily be a party as a regulator.
Mr. Shroff, has the policy establishment, and I'm saying Mint Street and North Block, both been kind of not fully prepared with how to deal with this? There are hundreds of thousands of investors. Just because you didn't put up a door or a barbed wire, if someone's walked in, you have even decided to tax them. Then why is it taking the policy establishment to come up with a regulatory framework? Why is it taking so much time, sir?
So leave tax aside for a second and just coming to this question, I just want to build on what Napinai said. I think part of the problem arises in the underlying legislative framework. The money and currency is not defined anywhere, not even in the RBI Act or any of the legislation. The closest that comes to it is in some sections of the FEMA, which talk of other instruments. So I think from RBI, if I have just to put on a narrow RBI hat for a second, I have no legislative basis to tax this. And so as a risk averse regulator, I'll say push it along, abhi nahi karna hai. So that is one approach. There is a theory that this is actually a security and therefore SEBI should register it. When you look at it as an asset class rather than as a payment system. And the closest you get to that in the Securities Act, it refers to other marketable security. So this is one of those kind of, round robin games where you have to choose the prime suspect of who will regulate it.
Right.
Now, within that universe of regulators, RBI seems to stand the tallest, and therefore it has rightly been chosen as "Acha isko bade bhai ko de do." It is that kind of approach which has arisen by default. But I feel that there's going to be either some legislative amendment that you need or a new law.
Okay.
So that may I just chip in to answer your question? Sure. See,
we'll take 2-3 minutes to wrap it up. I'm just going to extend by 2-3 minutes with the permission of the producer.
I'll just take a very short minute for... I'll try and answer your question in this manner. When it all started for India with those RBI circulars of warnings to investors, it was simpliciter about cryptocurrencies or crypto assets.
Yeah.
Then it reached, so it had a socio, regulatory aspect.
Right.
Then it grew because the number of investors grew and we were still hedging
right.
without a regulatory framework. So today, cutting through straight to where we stand today. Today, the whole topic has become about socio-political, socio-economic, and socio-legal. So it's no longer unidimensional, and all the dimensions of this particular issue raises so many hydra's heads that the regulator probably does not want to deal with it, rather than wanting to deal with it and then take the head on, if I may use that pun.
Rajneesh ji, has the policy establishment taken a futures contract on crypto policy?
No. Let me tell you what is my understanding of the situation.
Yeah.
I may be wrong. Crypto is the buzzword for the new age economy. It is a world. Crypto is not defined by national boundaries. Let us understand it. When you talk about CBDC, RBI currency, we are again trying to protect our turf and define it in national boundaries, whereas crypto is very international.
Right.
So one is without international cooperation and everybody sitting together. It's very difficult to have a proper framework, that is one. And in the world or in the universe, which is of e-commerce and metaverse, which does not fit into your physical boundaries, then whether your fiat currency like dollar will continue to hold sway and remain a reserve currency for the world, that also I have my doubt. So I will bet, it's not any inducement to anybody, that I won't be surprised in next 10 years you see crypto as a currency of international transactions.
Okay, that's certainly a headline from the former SBI Chairman. I'm wrapping up this discussion. My final point to you, sir, in the minute or so that I have. A lot of observers post the US President's announcement have said that they expect the American CBDC, whatever its shape and size be, to be a game changer. Will the RBI's equivalent be a game changer as far as our financial system is concerned, and intermediation and costs?
So the moment the e-dollars or digital dollar comes in, I think dollar will retain the primacy which it has today in the international payment system. The digital rupee, whenever it comes, will have a very small role to play, because rupee is not an international currency. So digital rupee will also play the role only domestically. And today 97% of the payments are digital in any case. So what is remaining 2, 3, 4, 5% is what is aimed to be converted into digital payments by this digital currency. So it's not going to be a game changer.
All right, and I know there's so much more to discuss on this subject, but very clearly the headline is we need consistent, clear regulation, because the world has changed, and after Ukraine, the world of finance has changed, and a central bank currency as well as clear-cut regulation on crypto assets will be required in the days, weeks and months ahead. I'm going to thank my entire panel for their time. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for our entire panel. Abha, Ayush, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Well, that was quite an insightful session, Abha, on, of course, the 3 C's of crypto regulation.
Absolutely, and with a lot of headlines coming out of that one as well. But moving on to our next session, and Ayush will be in conversation with the following guests on taxing cryptos and the need for clarity on regulations, how this is really continuing to make investors a little bit nervous. We have joining us on this Mr. Badri Narayanan, Executive Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, Abhinav Ashwin, Partner, AZV Partners, Selva Ozelli, International Tax Attorney, Dinesh Kanabar, CEO, Dhruva Advisors, and Mukesh Bhatani, Founder and Managing Partner, BMR Legal. Over to you, Ayush.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, The last session spoke a lot about regulation, and there's always conversation about an impending regulation in the crypto space. But I have two top lawyers with me here, and of course, a stellar panel joining me virtually as well. The biggest conversation in the cryptoverse has been, and we've discussed this on our shows, that should a regulation have come before the announcement of a 30% tax? But let's operate from a tech perspective with last in, first out. That's how I believe we should start. And the recent clarification from the government coming in, talking about, well, the fact that even when you are elucidating about the crypto tax, the fact, Badri, that you cannot offset the losses made from one virtual asset with the income generated from another. This, in many ways, seems like taking one step forward and then two steps back.
Thanks, Ayush. And it does seem very excessive, isn't it? Because it's one thing to say that you have cryptocurrencies as a separate asset, different from capital asset, different from business income, and you want to tax it. It's altogether a completely different thing to say that will not give any set-off of any losses. It is like, I always say, heads I win, tails you lose kind of a situation with cryptocurrency. Okay, so so that's a clarification which has come from the ministry. Of course, it will be tested legally because it's an interpretation or a situation that they have come up with. I'm sure lawyers will find creative ways to come up with solutions around it.
Just a quick confession, there's 3 lawyers here in person. I ran away from the law just to ask the questions because clearly there's a lot of questions in the crypto world. Abhinav, I'd like to really get your thoughts in on that because I'm going to move to our virtual guests. After you share your thoughts, is it genuinely something as regressive as Badri is saying? That clarification, well, the devil's always in the details for lawyers. But that clarification, would it really shake the crypto community in, well, not the most possibly positive way?
So, I think it was not unexpected. The way this taxation measures had come in, it was not entirely unexpected for the government to make such an announcement. However, as you said, the detailed print of the amendments will need to be seen. And I think more importantly, as Badri said, the judicial scrutiny will also have to be seen. The idea should not be to excessively burden a taxpayer class, which seems to be happening by virtue of these parliamentary answers given by the finance minister. So I think, yes, there is going to be some apprehension, but let's wait and watch because like everything else, this is fairly new and tax is replete with examples where measures have come in. However, they've been rationalized over a period of time. So I think some amount of wait and watch is also recommended.
Mr. Kanabar, I'd like to ask you the next question. Thank you for joining us. And well, whilst we're discussing this, would you say, I mean, the previous session was all about, well, talk of a regulation. This is always the question when it comes to this particular topic. Should a regulation have preceded this sort of announcement and then subsequent clarification on tax matters?
So let me first weigh in a little bit on the earlier question which you put, which was, what is it that the Minister of State put on the House Lok Sabha yesterday? And just very quickly to sort of clarify, he has given an interpretation to say that loss from one digital asset cannot be set off against gains of another. Now, two things. When the budget had come and I was on a panel and I had mentioned about the possibility of this interpretation, I was actually told that that is far-fetched, that is not the intention. So I'm a bit surprised at the clarification which is proposed to be given by the minister. And again, this clarification has no basis in law at all. The law will be what it is. But we need to bear that between now and whenever the bill gets enacted, they could actually provide this in the act itself, in which case the law will not be tested before the courts. That's one. We still have yet another unresolved issue, which is that are we going to go asset by asset or transaction by transaction? So one way to look at it is that you have one class of virtual digital asset, and then you have another digital. So you've got crypto and you've got NFTs. You cannot set off losses of one against gains of another. That is one interpretation. The second interpretation could be that really you have to go transaction by transaction. And even within cryptos, if for example you have profits in one transaction and loss in another, you can't set it off. And the way the loss is worded is actually capable of everything. It's capable of saying all losses and profits can be set off, of course, within that framework of section 115, BBH, or otherwise it can be interpreted as transaction to transaction. And I would agree with you that first, of course, we do not have clarity in the law itself. And now we have the situation of losses and gains being sort of treated as separate pots. In substance, really, if you are taxing something at 30%, why would you not allow losses on the other heads also to be set off within the same year, also beats us? But sort of this is a very restrictive approach. As to your earlier question, as to whether the clarification on the regulatory framework should have come before tax, I don't think that is necessary really, because taxation is it is a recognition that there is an existence of a virtual digital asset.
Sure.
So long as that clarification is there, how the regulators want to regulate it is separate. Taxation could be a separate framework itself.
Selva, we're really glad you could join us as well. And as an international tax attorney, someone who understands exactly how different countries around the world are taxing this decentralized form of currency, of assets, I wanted to get your take on this, Selva. The way India has approached this with a flat 30% tax is very different from maybe the US or Canada or even the UK. Viewing it from an international lens, do you think this is, well, a future-proof way of looking at this, or this is the ideal way that India has approached the crypto tax?
Well, I don't want to comment on India's tax laws at this time, but what I could say is that different countries have approached it differently. For example, Singapore, Portugal do not impose any capital gains taxes on crypto transactions, and they are flourishing. The United States taxes them like investments, and you know, so crypto is not any different than any other investment in that way. India, of course, will find the right balance. They are progressive. They are going to be adopting a central bank issued digital currency. They have a flourishing crypto industry. There are a lot of tech brain power in India.
Sure.
So every country will find their best way.
Mukesh, I'd like to... Thanks, Selva. Mukesh, I'd like for you to weigh in out there, because Dinesh was talking about how perhaps, well, a regulation would have led to more clarity before so much chat in the tax space. But you've seen traditional tax systems. We've seen, you've overseen and commented on the implementation of GST, the digitization initiatives by the Indian government. Do you share the same view with Dinesh and the other panelists?
Yeah, so I don't think you need a regulatory framework to tax an income, particularly given the first principle of income that even illegal income is taxed. I think that we need to step back and look at it why the government chose Finance Act of 2022 to implement a tax. The reason is very simple. There is a portion of the income that is going untaxed. Why is that getting untaxed is a separate issue. But you already have the government having analyzed the data and put crypto players in three categories. One, those who do not file returns in India. Two, who file returns but don't report. Three, who file return but don't report it correctly. So the government clearly sees this as an avenue for tax collection, and that is why it has gone and implemented it. My problem with the basis on which you are implementing it is that there seems to be an element of perception associated with crypto, something that stinks. Well, I don't think that that's, in my view, a correct approach. It's one thing to say that the government has a stated public policy that it would discourage unaccounted income. And somewhere there seems to be a perception that has crept in that a crypto transaction results in an unaccounted money. That may not necessarily be the correct assumption to make. I think we need to look at the larger economic objectives of what crypto as a currency can do insofar as B2B transactions are concerned, insofar as it being a futuristic tool for business is concerned. So from that point of view, yes, one would have ideally liked to see a regulatory framework in place before taxation. But taxation coming ahead clearly has an intended objective. Here is a segment of the economy that is not getting taxed. Let's go ahead and tax it at the maximum marginal rate. Let's go and make it very ineffective for a crypto player by not allowing set-off and all the debate that the earlier panelists spoke about.
Badri, I'd like to get you in on that. Now, when Mukesh and Dinesh and Salva were speaking about that, is that genuinely a perception issue? The fact that often we see reportage of government officials considering crypto and the emerging tech space and taxing it or looking at it from a lens where it's as good as gambling or a lottery. Is this a perception issue, Badri?
I think like what Mukesh Bhai and Dinesh Bhai have kind of alluded to. So I think we can't run away from the fact that the government at least perceives this to be speculative income. And the way they are trying to tax it is very much what you would put in place for a speculative regime of tax. So that taint of cryptocurrency being associated with issues which can have an impact on national security, which does not have any basis and therefore is purely based on demand and supply, which can be manipulated, and that there are a large number of retail customers could potentially have issues in the event that these markets are manipulated. I think that's definitely one taint. But I think one thing that the regulators don't understand is that at some level, this is likely to be a currency of the metaverse or even Web 3.0. And we are seeing some of those things where we're going from a centralized kind of an internet to a more of a decentralized internet. And I think when we make that jump, when institutional money starts coming into crypto, there is some level of centralization of this decentralized asset. And I don't like to use the word cryptocurrency. I prefer to use the word crypto token or a coin. I think it's a better way of kind of depicting it, because it kind of gives a taint which I don't think it deserves. But yes, at the moment, it does suffer from a perception issue.
And just to add there, I think it's very normal to fear the unknown. And the government should also take a step back and figure out whether it has done the needful to understand what this is all about. So it is inevitable. It is definitely not an alternative to the currency system, but it is here to stay. So there has to be some concerted effort to understand what this is all about, because as you've seen in the past itself, for example, the Vodafone case. You had one case where there was allegation of Indian resources being traded off offshore through a web of companies and all, and therefore we had the indirect transfer tax. But what has happened since then? I mean, have we raised millions and millions of dollars in tax demands? And not necessarily. So I think there has to be a concerted effort to understand the process, which can only happen through a consultative process with the stakeholders, industry, and that's how we become wiser, whether it is taxation or regulation. That should be a natural corollary then.
Badri, I remember in conversations with you and Dinesh and Mukesh over the years, we've often spoken from tax law perspective, spoken about concepts like place of effective management and those kinds of things. Now, when you talk about crypto, it's fascinating because it is entirely decentralized. That is the ideal world that crypto and blockchain is all about. But when it comes to regulating it, like we were talking about it in the previous session, or even taxing it, how much of a challenge is it given the decentralized nature of this phenomenon, especially because the minute you try to tax it or regulate it, the technology is such that it's like Medusa's head. It could pop up somewhere else in another jurisdiction and perhaps in a place far more favorable to do business.
Yeah, I think, like you said, and I'm happy for others to weigh in. My own sense is that, the technology in this area is developing so fast. And, the traditional notions of borders and territories are really kind of diluting and dissipating. A lot of the crypto fellows today have multiple jurisdictions that they play with just for this purpose, that tomorrow if a regulatory change happens, which is not amenable to it, you'll be able to go to a different jurisdiction, okay? Is that a good thing? As an Indian or as a lawyer, I don't think it's a good thing, right? So I've always believed that, and there are multiple places where we have tended to excessively tax because we feel that by taxing it excessively, we will stop it from happening, right? So It doesn't work that way, okay? I'd rather have moderate taxation, get the data, be in a position where we can find guardrails for this to be. That is one of the reasons why I feel that having good regulations before we bring in things like tax or fees and licenses is a good thing, because the regulator understands what the guardrails are, the business understands what the guardrails are, and then we can all work through with it. So those are my thoughts, at least with respect to how I feel things will progress going forward.
But just to get the global context, if Selva is still with us. Selva, there's this huge chatter about many young and talented individuals who believe in this work from anywhere lifestyle, who have migrated from countries like India to actually go to more favorable tax jurisdictions or places where doing business is a lot easier. Are you seeing that as a global phenomenon from your interactions with people in this space, Selva?
Well, what I'm seeing, as a matter of fact, last week I spoke to a tech executive who was working in India, but the company itself was actually based and headquartered in Singapore. So with digitization, people don't necessarily need to move. And I think that's a good thing.
Okay. All right. Mukesh, do you share that view? This work from anywhere lifestyle has not only revolutionized traditional industries, but it's also timed so well with this crypto boom. And it's sort of changed it's turned everything on its head. Do you share that view, Mukesh?
Remember one thing, no matter what kind of virtual place of work, place of activity for crypto trading you're looking at it, governments will chase down this money and tax it. And the pace at which the regulations will move, even from a tax standpoint, will be unprecedented, simply because there is a huge chunk of money that people are making, which is possibly going untaxed because of lack of regulations. So what do we have today? We have today UK, US, Germany, Singapore, Netherlands, and China. 6 countries, and of course India, having some form of a regulation. Regulation either to tax or regulation at least to give an indication how it intends taxing. India still hasn't even announced regulation on GST. Hopefully we will see that very fast on the back of changes that we are seeing in the income tax law. But more than that, what you will see is regulation or guidance at the bilateral level. So we are not very far away from a OECD or a UN. Let's take 2 of the multilateral forums that come out with cross-border taxation principles coming out very clearly to tax such income. As far as domestic law in India is concerned, I think it's partly equipped and partly inequipped to deal with these forms of situations. Because if a resident is transacting in crypto, he is liable for tax on a worldwide income basis, no matter where he transacts from. If a non-resident is transacting, then he is taxed only on his Indian sourced income, which means that for a non-resident, what would you classify crypto trades in? Is it Indian sourced or non-Indian sourced? Well, if he trades in crypto from an Indian IP address, it would be Indian sourced. So there are these patches of regulation that we have even under the domestic law, which do give some element of guidance. But in my view, the future of guidance on taxing crypto would be largely multilateral forum guidance rather than domestic law guidance. But bear in mind, you still need to have the domestic law because of tax sovereignty as a subject and the fact that taxability will be under a particular law and not under international law. And then you will have the role of double tax treaties, which will also have a say. I'm not aware of any double tax treaty which has classified crypto as a class of assets for the purposes of characterization or otherwise. So you will see developments in that area as well.
Dinesh, so then what was the panacea to all of this? Because there's so much conversation about crypto tax, and every time we speak about it, there seem to be more questions than answers. Should India, now since we have some clarity on a 30% flat tax rate, and of course on TDS as well, should India have gone the Singapore way or looked at it from a, long-term capital gains or a short-term capital gains sort of distinction the way the US has? Have we gone about it the right way?
A couple of things. there are a number of challenges as we see today. Take, for example, there is a provision for collection of tax at source. So we have put an onus on the exchanges to go back and say that you will collect tax at sources. But the transactions don't need to involve exchanges at all. So if a transaction happens which is not through an exchange, how will you do collection of tax at source? You know, Mukesh spoke rightly about the fact that there is a multilateral need for a multilateral treaty to come into force. But that is going to take its own time. It has taken OECD decades virtually to come to something multilateral. And it will be a period of time before something multilateral comes on crypto. I'm sure it will. But until that point of time, there is an arbitrage that one is looking at. You ask a question as to do we see flight of talent? And it's not just about flight of talent. I indeed actually see people wanting to move to more favorable jurisdictions and sort of put their residence there. As Mukesh rightly alluded, if you are not a resident of India, then you are not liable to tax on anything other than India source income. So people might try and move their residences because crypto allows them to do that. And that I think I see as a real possibility. To your question as to what could be the ideal way, I think rather than talk about this, let me tell you that the moment you start putting things at a 30% tax and say that this is akin to speculation and I'm not going to allow you to set off losses against profits, then you are really putting a burden which is so high, which will tempt people to look at alternatives. So as it is, you have a mechanism which is difficult to track. You have an asset class which is difficult to track. It's very difficult to put this down to exchange level. You have ability of people to move locations, and then you make a legislation which is a little bit regressive. And you go back and say, I'm going to tax you no matter what your losses, forgetting other sources, even within crypto, I'm going to either go asset class wise or transaction wise.
Sure.
Then you are tempting people to do something which is not right.
Sure. Just as a parting comment, Badri, if you tell me, the concern is that it's not being made conducive for crypto investors. Are we worried that they're going to go abroad even with their investments to peer-to-peer grey market sort of systems? Is that a concern very quickly?
So 2 points. I think I don't know that the government is really understanding that the way the cryptocurrencies, especially institutional level, peer-to-peer level, operate. I think there's a real concern that a lot of this will move away from the exchanges, which can be tracked, to peer-to-peer. That is one. The second thing I think is we need to be a little bit careful, because I think when I talk to people in the government, one of the things that India wants or will become in the next 10 years is going to be the global workforce of the world. Okay, we are going to have people who are going to be, like I said, living abroad, staying in places and doing that. And I think we are going to require currencies or instruments which are going to be fungible in nature. And I think one of the things that Bitcoin will over time emerge, or I wouldn't say cryptocurrencies or virtual digital assets will emerge, will be for this purpose.
So I completely agree with that. I don't think taking a very simplistic view like this is not akin to a flight of FDI or capital. So this is fundamentally different and there are going to be different challenges. However, I personally feel that any further step, at least as far as taxation is concerned, should be not in silos. I mean, whatever classification, whatever clarifications come, they should look at all aspects, the realities, and particularly the accounting, the GST and income tax. Otherwise, we're going to go for a mess.
Fascinating insights as always. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us, and thank you for being such a lovely audience. Let's move on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, gentlemen. I'd just like to take a moment to also talk about a white paper that CoinDCX is going to be releasing soon on the unpacking of the role of exchanges in India's crypto market. And just a little bit about the paper. It's going to be the first of its kind Indian research paper unpacking the role of centralized exchanges in the Indian crypto asset market by delving into the structure and dynamics of this ecosystem. For instance, it will analyze the current scale of operations for crypto asset exchanges along with a deep dive and other central features that will impact innovation and consumer welfare. It will also seek to understand how the workings of centralized exchanges contrast with or overlap with the function that traditional exchanges play. Also, the paper will analyze different technologies as well as skills that exchanges employ. So we look forward to that.
Absolutely, and that brings us to our next session. Now, we've spoken a lot about crypto taxation, of course, regulation, the 3 C's, Abha, of crypto regulation. But it's important to get all stakeholders here because this is, well, a crypto event where we want to bring all sorts of opinions. And that's why the next session talks about, well, what the legislative view is and what the government view really is when it comes to banning or regulating crypto.
And this one is going to be power-packed. Let me announce our speakers for the next session. Jayant Sinha, MP, BJP, Rajiv Gowda, former MP, Congress, Priyanka Chaturvedi, MP, Shiv Sena, and Pinaki Mishra, MP, BJT, in conversation with our news director at the India Today Group and Executive Director, Business Today, Rahul Kanwal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our guests. Please do join us on stage. Priyanka Chaturvedi, Pinaki Mishra, Rajiv Gowda, and also welcoming in Jayant Sinha.
Over to you, Rahul.
He's right here.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today Crypto Conclave. Through the day today, we've had power-packed conversations about the evolving crypto regulation in India, about the governance possibilities of blockchain technologies. We've also had conversations about the prospects of NFT, but ultimately it's down to Parliament when it comes to the kind of laws that will govern crypto in India. And to get a sense of what a cross-section of political parties think about crypto, about blockchain, about digital currencies, and about the conversation around regulation that's currently on, we are delighted and privileged to welcome to the Business Today Crypto Conclave leaders from 4 different parties. I want to start by welcoming Jayant Sinha, far and away one of the most astute financial minds in politics, and member of parliament of the Bharatiya Janata Party, understands big money, understands finance, and has a sharper insight than most. So thank you so much and welcome. We've got Priyanka Chaturvedi from the Shiv Sena. Priyanka has been researching crypto technologies and blockchain very deeply, and also its application and governance. So it's fantastic to have you with us, and thank you for taking our time. Pinaki Mishra is one of our sharpest legal eagles. Very few people understand minutiae and regulation in the way that he does. He's also in the Standing Committee for Finance, very closely involved with the whole conversation, and therefore has deep insights. Fantastic, and thank you for joining us. Professor Rajiv Gowda is someone who understands business, understands technology, and works at the intersection of how this technology could impact governance. So thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the Business Today Crypto Conclave. Thank you. I want to start by asking Jayant Sinha about the current imbroglio around regulation, right? You've got a situation where there are differing estimates, but at least millions of people investing in different forms of crypto assets. And at this time, they don't know whether the investments that they've made are legal, illegal. We know that they're being taxed. They don't know what form the regulation will take. is the government guilty of being late when it comes to regulating crypto assets? And can you give everyone sitting here watching you live on Business Today and India Today's time a sense of the thinking within government and how to deal with the reality of crypto assets?
Well, thank you, Rahul, and thank you for inviting me for what I think will be a very absorbing discussion with my colleagues in Parliament, and particularly my colleague Shri Pinaki Mishra ji, who is in the Standing Committee on Finance with me. The government's approach towards crypto is, I think, a very measured approach. There are 2 or 3 factors here that are very important, that are well worth understanding as we plunge into this discussion today. First, crypto is legal in India, of course. That has been clarified by the Honorable Supreme Court. And through the measures that have been brought in the budget, we have also established a taxation framework for it. So that makes it absolutely legal. It makes it something that you can do, provided you follow all the laws and regulations. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, the global regulations and the global thinking around crypto is also evolving very quickly right now. And so before we pin down in India what the regulatory framework should be, we have to also keep in mind what is evolving at a global level as well, because we have to be aligned with that. If we start to move off in one direction and then we find it's not aligned with the global direction, then we will have to bring that back, and that's a problem. So right now it's a good position to take, which is, let's establish what it is in terms of its legal status, let's establish its taxation status. But in terms of the regulation of use cases, because crypto, of course, can have many different use cases, the regulation of these different use cases should take into account what evolves from a global perspective. So that's point number 2. Point number 3 is that the process of consultation has been on for a long time. Obviously, you know that the government had done a white paper on this some years ago. Then we've had at the Standing Committee on Finance, which of course, as you know, I chair, a number of discussions as well, both formally and informally with members of the crypto industry. And then finally, the government now is in the process of establishing a white paper that will lay out the different use cases and how these different use cases should be regulated. But again, as I said, it's a good time to take a measured approach, because the global picture also is evolving right now. And India, of course, uniquely so because of our capital controls, has to understand what is being implemented globally and then follow with appropriate
But let's take,
adjustments.
for example, what happened in Parliament yesterday, where the government said that gains made on one type of crypto asset cannot be offset against losses on another. Now, if this were stocks and if crypto is indeed an asset, then it's very clear you lose some on HCL, you can make that up on Infosys, etc. And therefore, it's only logical that something like that be extended to crypto. The moment, because there are a lot of young people here in the audience and watching on social media, digital, YouTube, etc., they get the sense that the government simply doesn't get it. I mean, they're looking at you and saying, don't these guys understand that this is very basic? How can they make such mistakes? And how does this even make sense?
Rahul, that's a very valid point. But I think you're jumping to a conclusion about a use case. When you say you want to set off against gains that you're making here against losses elsewhere, you're already assuming that the use case is a use case where crypto is being considered as an asset class, right? And so when you have an asset class, whether it's real estate, whether it's stocks, whether it's mutual funds, and yes, you have set-offs. But that is already taking into account that this is a use case. Now, we are still, as I said, in the stage where we are thinking through what are the legitimate use cases. And therefore, once we have these legitimate use cases, they are aligned with a global standard, then this is what the taxation treatment would be. But as I said, right now, what the different use cases are, and what the tax treatment of these different use cases will be is still evolving. And right now, the government's position has been that it is not yet an asset class where it's going to get the benefits that other asset class which have set-offs are going to be. That seems to be the position the government has taken through the statements in Parliament
Priyanka
yesterday.
Chaturvedi, what do you make, sitting in the Shiv Sena, of the government's approach on regulating and taxing crypto assets? From what Jayanji is suggesting, the government seems to want to be careful, be calibrated, not rush in and come up with legislation, allow for the global policy framework to emerge, and not be in a rush to announce something, then have to roll it back.
As far as global policy framework is concerned, there are many countries which have framed a policy. The policies are very forward-thinking, very dynamic in nature, and also understanding the need of the hour basis, what is needed. You have a lot of young people who are invested in it, curious about it, are getting employment through it. So it becomes important that we show the kind of speed that is needed for something like this. And we are seeing how technology is moving faster than our ability to frame policies. So always having this cautious position and sitting and waiting for the others to make the first move will only end up damaging a lot of prospect that we have as Indians.
What do you think the government should be doing? If
See,
you were
I
in
think
power, how would you handle the current
Yes,
challenges on regulation and taxation?
So I find this very weird that you do not have a cryptocurrency bill introduced in the parliament yet, but you have decided you are going to tax it. As per what my understanding is and what I understood from him, he said that we are considering it legal, but we haven't decided the use case, where does it fit in? Is it an asset? Is it something else? How do we compare it with other assets? So you cannot have a tax introduced, you cannot have a GST, you cannot have a TDS, and not know where cryptocurrency stands. And again, legality, illegality is also a gray zone right now. Exchange also is a gray zone right now because RBI has taken a totally divergent point of view. So where is the convergence? The convergence needs to come from multiple stakeholder conversations. And again, we are very late into this. Only when Prime Minister spoke about it recently did it come to the Finance Committee, and Finance Committee has started discussing it. Supreme Court had already uplifted that ban. So till now, they have been functioning in a gray zone. The regulation is self-regulated. They're managing it on their own. But we need to create frameworks. We need to have a dynamic framework to be able, and I think the need is to regulate, not to ban, not to discourage. You can have higher thresholds of investment, but you cannot stop a technology whose time has come. And that, I think, is something that we as parliamentarians need to understand, what the young is looking towards us and expecting out of us. And they seem to be on it, understanding it. So maybe they should be important part of the conversation.
Pinaki Mishra, you're looking, sir, at what's happening globally in terms of how similar debates are taking place in Europe, across the United States and elsewhere. We've seen also the kind of divergent positions. Countries like China or countries like El Salvador have taken diametrically opposite positions. You can't get into much of what's happening in the Standing Committee on Finance, and we appreciate that. But sitting where you are, what do you think of the government's approach so far vis-a-vis how you think the government should be dealing with these challenges?
You know, is that on? Yeah. Let me just say at the threshold that, my chairman, Mr. Jayant Sinha's nuanced position here, and indeed his nuanced position every time he's chaired any meeting of the Finance Committee, unfortunately is not borne out by the mandarins of the Finance Ministry. I've always said that Mr. Sinha's in the wrong finance sector of the government. He should have been in the ministry rather than chairing a committee. I've never been a fan of the finance ministry in India. I've been a taxpayer for the last 37 years.
Now he's wondering, are you a friend or a foe? This is like a frenemy.
Well, I've said this far too often now and far too publicly. It's been taken note of, I'm sure. And I mean it from the heart that I think, he would be an incredible asset. For no other reason that he takes
so at least
a knowledgeable and
he's
nuanced,
an asset. There's no question mark around
and
that. Yeah.
knowledgeable position. And indeed, I mean, even when the government was still contemplating, the legislation on it, he had the sagacity to say, why don't we, invite some experts and at least let's start taking the first steps, the baby steps, if it were, towards our committee's, responses and formulations, if and when and for sure that bill will come to us. So that's the kind of farsightedness he had at the beginning of this year's Finance Committee. But like I said, I agree with Priyanka that government is speaking in many languages, at cross purposes, has no clue where it's going at the moment. As with any other egregious steps that this government has, many governments in the past, but particularly the finance ministry has taken, retrospective taxation, for instance, etc., etc. So there have been many missteps by the finance ministry, and this one promises again to be very serious missteps.
You said that the finance ministry mandarins aren't understanding minutiae. Can you spell that out? Like, where do you think they're getting it wrong?
Look, as Priyanka said, if the RBI governor, day in, day out, and he's supposed to be your principal regulator in the country, if day in, day out, he goes on record and repeatedly to warn the public saying, this is just hot air, do not touch it. You touch it at your peril. Now, if that's going to be your RBI governor's studied position on a daily basis, how can the finance ministry bring in a tax to say what the RBI governor says is simply hot air is something we plan to tax?
Now the BJP can say the governor doesn't speak for us, he's independent. It's proof of his independence.
Now kindly see what the taxation policy is. You bring in a 1% tax when globally everybody acknowledges that the tax slab should be 0.01%. You know, where is 0.01% and where is 1%? The other day I read in the Indian Express, day before, that government is now planning on this entire GST thing. Again, thinking is the paradigm is between 0.1% and 1%. Which country in the world do finance ministry mandarins talk of a bandwidth of 0.1% to 1%? I can understand 0.1% to 0.3%, 0.5%, or 0.95 basis points to 1%. But it can't become 0.1% to 1%. How can it be a 100-time jump? So if this is how the finance ministry talks, all they are going to do is drive this underground. All they are going to do is drive it abroad, and that's what's happening. You know, all your blockchains, all your servers, everybody is going to take this abroad. Ensure that India doesn't get any of the spin-off benefits, and that's typical of our finance ministry. That anything that can be productive, that can be a great asset, that can be a wealth creator, a wealth producer, a wealth generator, a wealth distributor, drive it either underground or abroad. That's the, their outstanding vision in
Now
India.
you see why. See, we're also at a crypto conclave. So naturally, most of the people who are here are believers. If they weren't believers, they'd be sitting at home. So that's the other reality. But I think you've lit a fire and you made some very good points. And I want Jayant Sinha to respond before I go across to Professor Gowda on the divergence between the positions taken by the RBI governor very publicly. He's making it seem it's worse than tulips. And the position that the government is taking in terms of taxation of crypto, trying to work out a legislation. He seems to have taken a position similar, you mentioned mandarins, similar to the mandarins in Beijing.
So Mr. Das, as the RBI governor, is really fulfilling what he needs to do at this time, which is from his perspective, which is from the perspective of monetary policy making, monetary integrity, monetary stability, as well as, and this is a very important point, please note, as the custodian of our capital controls, the Foreign Exchange Management Act, FEMA, that he protects both of those, both monetary stability as well as capital controls that we have in place. And this is a very big difference. Priyanka ji just mentioned that a number of countries have implemented frameworks for crypto tokens. That is correct. But the difference between those countries and us, and uniquely so for us, is that we actually have capital controls. And because we have capital controls, that regulatory framework that takes into account the fact that we can't freely move capital in and out of India has not yet been developed. And that is precisely the issue on which we need to develop a global consensus. And that is exactly why the RBI governor, Mr. Das, has to be appropriately cautious about crypto technologies, because he needs to make sure that both from a monetary stability point of view as well as a capital control perspective, that we don't let the genie out of the box and create a set of issues.
But I think Pinaki is making the point that the genie is already outside the box.
No, that's
now
not
you're
true.
trying to put him back in.
No, Rahul. I don't think
the fact that all these people have invested in the way that they have, now you can't say the genie should be in the box, because the fact is the box is elsewhere and the genie is elsewhere.
We can go on with the metaphor, whether it's the genie or Pandora's box, Rahul, but the fact of the matter is that while the industry is already quite substantial in India, no doubt about it, and I hear from young people all the time, even in my own constituency of Hazaribagh, that they are trading in crypto and so on. So definitely it is already sizable in India. But what if it was 10x or 100x this size? What would the RBI do under those circumstances? I think that is why it is appropriate to be prudent and cautious right now, particularly because of capital controls. And you understand, and obviously because of the anonymity and the friction-free way in which you can transact crypto assets. So you could take $1 million worth of rupees in crypto, buy it here, and then transmit it to any other
jurisdiction in the country. And because of the precise decentralized nature of distributed ledger technology, it enables us to do it in an anonymous, secure way. That is one in which our capital controls are completely demolished. And so we have to be appropriately cautious about it, because if this scales up and moves as quickly as it could in a viral scenario, then our whole capital control framework becomes something that is terribly at risk. And then you couple that to the fact that we have all kinds of cyber warfare going on right now in the world. We have obviously national security threats that we have to deal with. We have a lot of unfriendly neighbors. These things become very, very serious matters that we have to think about in a very prudent way. So I'm all for balancing regulation and innovation. But what happens is very often when we talk about innovation, forget what the actual risks are. These are very destabilizing, massive risks that we also have to think about.
Rajiv Gowda, do you agree with the government's assertion that the genie is out of the box, but we don't want the genie to become so big that we then don't know what to do with the genie? So if it's at millions before it becomes crores or billions, let's try and ensure that whether you're, whether you're making money or losing, that you're taxed, so that the genie doesn't become any bigger than he already is.
Unfortunately, Rahul, what the government's done is really add a lot of confusion. And confusion, the impact of that you could see in terms of this nascent industry that's developing, where India could really be at the cutting edge, where a large number of youngsters are engaging with the technology, and a technology which has numerous uses beyond just cryptocurrency, right? There's so many other uses. And in the process of coming up with these highly confusing signals, what is the logic of 30% tax? When they even talk about bringing this under GST, they're talking about bringing it under 28% slab, right? All of these are signals that this is gambling, something that has to be disapproved of, taxed and disincentivized. So these are all signals which are exactly the opposite of what you need to do to nurture and incentivize an industry's growth, an industry where India could have a competitive advantage. And just like Pinaki and Priyanka have been pointing out, this runs the risk of flight, talent flight, of institutional flight, or, and driving the whole trade underground. And these are just not the kinds of policy measures that make any sense at this time in history. And also, if you look at, Jayant was very, very measured. I feel that the government is too measured. They're way behind the US, the EU, numerous other entities that are already coming up with some reasonable clarity
to object
on
to the
this
government's policies is one thing. Does the Congress have a considered view on how crypto regulation should be looked at, whether it should be looked at as an asset, what form of asset, a currency? So you can say what they're doing is wrong, but what do you think is right?
I think that's something that's evolving. And
that's what he's saying.
No, I'm talking about...
Now the ball swung the other way, so he's saying, actually, I need to leave the ball.
No. Because you asked me specifically about the party's viewpoint, which, maybe when we have our Chintan Shivir, we will come out with a viewpoint.
The party has a lot of other Chintan to do before that. See, Priyanka's been in the Congress. She's holding her head and saying, they have lots of other Chintan to do before they worry about crypto.
But
No, the point here is, I'm giving you my viewpoint as the ex-MP of the Congress and as a spokesperson.
No, so let's leave your party aside and that Chintan Shivir aside. What's your view on what the government ought to be doing?
The government needs to be much more swift in terms of responding, much more consultative, and certainly needs to ensure that some of the signals that are given, right?
Responding to what end? Like what kind of a policy architecture do you have in mind?
No.
Spell that out.
Actually, they need to do the opposite of what they've just done, which is disrupt the industry. And, you've seen the kind of...
Pinaki's thought this through. He's itching to get in
let me just
what the
supplement what
regulation
Rajiv
should
saying, Rahul, what's happening is subliminally, somewhere, the mandarins of the finance ministry actually believe this is a sin activity. Okay, let's come to terms. They genuinely believe this is like noxious, alcohol or gambling. So they are treating this really at par with gambling. And therefore, it's regarded as a sin activity at the moment. And therefore, there must be all kinds of, the noxious taxation that ought to kill it rather than promote it. That's a fact of the matter. That's their thinking. There's no doubt about that.
No, so that's fine. That's very clear that taxing in as punitive a fashion as possible. I'm asking you, Pinaki Mishra, does the BJD have a position on this as somebody who's involved in the conversation himself? Do you have a view on what the government ought to be doing? You're highlighting what's wrong with what the government is doing. What should be the kind of regulatory framework they
I
follow?
have here a regulatory framework of the UK, Singapore, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, South Korea, Cuba, Ukraine, Russia. Take the best practices of every country. As simple as that.
So
There are best
articulate
practices.
that to us.
I mean, that Chen Sinha will be able to give you a complete compendium on what should be the best practices. Obviously, it's got to be regulated. There's no question about it. But that will go into several chapters. So there has to be regulation, without doubt. There has to be taxation, without doubt.
But that's what the government is saying. I'm trying to understand how is your position.
Why is the government taking so long? Can I understand? The legislation was due to come last year. We are now 1 year down the road. There is no sight.
So you
of
say
this.
the bill is ready, then you say the bill
was
is not
ready a year
ready.
back. Ask our chairman. The chairman knows the bill was ready a year back. They are so confused that they have no idea how to draft this bill, and therefore, because they don't know.
Mr. Chairman, the bill is ready, then it's unready.
1 year back.
How does a bill which is ready become unready?
Well, let me be clear about one thing. Pinaki ji, Priyanka ji, Rajiv ji, previously, we are all legislators. We are not the government. Our job is to see what is the legislation that the government proposes. Then, as members of the committee, we examine it. We've just done that, for example, on the Chartered Accountants Bill. We provide our suggestions as to how the bill can be strengthened, improved, and so on, after a series of thorough hearings. And then we send it back to the House and to the government for their views. So that is the legislative process. We are legislators, and that is the legislative process we engage in. But I think coming back to the core question, Rahul, the core question, of course, is why don't we have a regulatory framework right now that everybody can agree on and move forward on that basis? That's the core question. I tried to answer it in my initial remarks, which is that the use cases are still very fluid. And India has a special situation, which is we have capital controls, so that we can't, again, Pinaki ji has all these other regulatory frameworks.
Can I just cut you
but
in?
we can't,
No,
we can't
to
just borrow
say
from
that
them.
the use cases are not fluid. The use cases are established. The government's thinking on the use cases is what is fluid. And that's the fluidity we are trying to address.
Again, I'm not the government, so I can't speak on behalf of the government or talk about their fluidity or lack thereof or whatever. But what I can do is ask the industry, which is what we ask them in our committee discussions as well. I think the industry can be quite sophisticated about how to engage with us as legislators, with the government and so on, which is you establish what you think the right use cases are. There's an asset use case, there is a DAO use case, there is a land records use case. There are 4 or 5 such use cases that you think are going to be the high volume use cases. You look and see what it is that's out there globally that, given India's constraints of capital controls, can be applied to India, and you come forward with what you think the right framework should be, which protects the general public as well, which keeps the revenue department happy as well. I think it's important for the industry to be mature and sophisticated about it as well, and come forward in a proactive way and take the initiative on this as well. So then once we have something from them, then we can start to think more carefully about what the roadmap should be.
Can I get in here? Since you asked what is the party stance, I come from the state of Maharashtra, I come from Shiv Sena. We believe in having businesses, ecosystems, environment which encourage a thriving economy. And this happens to be one of them. Mumbai happens to be one of the fintech hubs, one of the chosen hubs where crypto exchanges are established. And we are seeing, because of this indecisive stance from the government, we are seeing a flight of capital. We are seeing lots of exchanges are moving out of India, moving out of Mumbai. So that is a cause of concern for us.
You want to address this because all 3 participants have brought out this concern, and we've heard from industry as well that because the government is undecided, a lot of young people who could potentially be disruptors on the tech side or on the finance side of these crypto assets are going to Dubai, going to Singapore, going to the US, saying it's better to be there because at least there can't be a change, a sudden disruption which causes our money to then be in jeopardy.
I'll just take one more point. The way RBI had stepped in to ban these crypto exchanges, I think that was very unfortunate, and it just pushed them underground. And it validates the entire point of not being decisive about something like this. Taking that leap forward, having that ability to take the risk and having that hunger as a nation to be able to create employment for its people and to understand how technology works. I would look at it from 3 places. Education. Education not just of the investors, but even members of parliament needs to get educated. I have spoken to many people who are in this business, and they all tell me that as far as stakeholder conversations are concerned, none of them have been called to even have a conversation or understand their side. So saying that, oh, they need to step up is being a little, incorrect here, because they're wanting to have a conversation, they want to educate. It's not happening. That's not happening. The second thing I believe is creating that ecosystem, an enabling ecosystem which will create jobs, which will look at innovation, which will create opportunities for the young. The third is the economy. The economy benefits if you have a fluid mechanism, a fluid regulatory framework which moves with the times, and not just sitting on a decision because the bureaucrats are not willing to understand, the RBI is not willing to, kind of stand by you. So those are things I think we need to be able to address.
The flight of capital, the flight of brain power, the flight of technology. And the fact that some of these disruptions which could have happened in India as you try and build out the Atmanirbhar Bharat story will actually be once again what happened previously, where the tech disruptions happened in Silicon Valley were just imported by the likes of Flipkart or Snapdeal into India, and none of the disruption really happened here.
Rahul, we have almost 100 unicorns in India. We have created one successful startup after the other. So to think that, it's not possible to build something which is innovative and high quality, that there's just flight of talent and capital happening in India, is just erroneous.
But so you know the point
it's
that's
flat
being
out
made.
wrong.
No,
Hear me out.
No, because you're making a political point now.
No, I'm not making a political point.
I'll tell you why. No, sir. Because with no disrespect to the startups that have become unicorn and decacorn, the fact is, when it comes to sheer technological disruptions, when it comes to leveraging these technologies to make the product here, rather than to replicate an idea that's already been implemented abroad, I think that's the point that Rajiv Gowda and Pinaki were seeking to make.
Rahul, I'm an engineer myself, and I have a lot of faith in India's engineering talent. There are wave after wave of innovations, and if right now, because we're taking an appropriately measured approach because of the risk-reward balancing that we have to do, if we believe that we are missing the bus on innovation, I don't think that's correct. There will be another wave of innovation and another wave of innovation, and once we've got our regulatory framework right, we will innovate within that framework. I'll give you an example of payment systems, right? Payment systems, Visa, MasterCard, etc., were already in massive use globally. We came in late, if you will, and of course we put in place NPCI, National Payments Clearing, we put in place RuPay, we put in place UPI. Now we have the highest volume payment system in the world. We were much later than anyone else, and now we are the leaders. So it's not as if innovation doesn't happen, continuously. It does, and we can always catch up and leapfrog as well. So I'm not particularly worried about that part of it. What I want to make sure is that when we start, we put in place the right framework, that we do it so that we don't have to then go back and repair some big damage that has happened. And for that, we have to take a measured approach, number one. Number two, I just want to address what Priyanka ji was saying. We're saying that there were no consultations and so on. Consultations are not happening. That is not correct because, for example, just in the standing committee, we had a formal hearing. Many members have been informally also meeting with industry participants. I have had many meetings. I know that the ministry is having many meetings. So we are trying to consult. We are trying to come up with an approach that will work for everyone. But again, I'll come back to my final point, which is the industry also has to innovate, right? Take the question of private keys. Part of the reason why capital controls can happen, Rahul, is because you can exchange keys in a very simple way. They're digital, and that can lead to capital flight. What if we had a key intermediary in India where your keys, your private key would be warehoused, and that would be regulated and within the purview of RBI? That's one way we can prevent capital flight happening. But we need innovations like that from the industry where we create key intermediaries, where we can stay within India's regulatory framework while at the same time unleashing the innovation.
So let me build on what Jan Sinha is saying, Pinaki Mishra, to cite what's happened in Russia, for example, where despite the economic sanctions that have been placed by the United States, by NATO, by European allies against Russia, it's actually on crypto exchanges that Russia is being able to, billionaires who now should be ostracized and sanctioned are being able to move money around. So when you're saying move with greater speed, those who are advocating caution will say, you just need to look at this war between Russia and Ukraine to realize that things which you don't want, transactions you don't want should materialize, can materialize because governments have no control, which is why we need to tread with caution.
Rahul, just quickly, apropos a point made by my chairman, Mr. Jayan Sinha, about the standing committee deliberations, I just want to very, very gently and politely remind him that on a bipartisan basis, this is no reflection on the BJP. Starting with the UPA in 2004, successively Parliament has actually acted in breach of every standing committee resolution, every standing committee recommendation by and large. So therefore, standing committee recommendations, salutary as they may be, and I'm sure will be, under his chairmanship, I have no doubt he will give such a salutary framework for this entire thing. It will be followed in the breach, because that's what, unfortunately, Indian governments are prone to do.
He's really confused.
Now,
are you praising him? Are you saying we're just sitting around doing a big adda and nobody listens to us, so what's the point, but let's do it nonetheless?
But I'm speaking the harsh truth. Unfortunately, that's what I'm taught to do in my party. Now, the point that you mentioned, Rahul, the point you mentioned about this sort of activity being carried on regardless. Look, as somebody, the most apt way that, if the Mr. Chairman remembers, when one of the witnesses came to us, he said, trying to ban cryptocurrency today is like trying to ban the internet. It's an idea whose time has come, as Priyanka said. It's impossible now to ban this. Nobody is saying the internet is perfect. Nobody is saying that all sorts of wrong things don't happen on the internet. So yes, it is a disruptive technology. There is no doubt about it. There will be the flip side, the flop side, all sorts of sides to it. But the fact is that it's also capable of great good, as is the internet, as is capable of great evil, as is the internet.
No, but how would you address the concerns of the RBI, the concerns around terrorism, money laundering, black money? Now, how do you answer those concerns? Okay, now you're sitting in the opposition, you're saying what you are, but look at from the perspective of those whose responsibility it is to govern the financial architecture of this country and address Governor Das's responsibility.
I am not in the business of framing laws. I am only, in the sense that when we get a law in Parliament, we already get the framework, right? So we're in the business of tweaking it. We're not in the business of framing it, clause by clause. Let the clause by clause bill come. My only question here is, you said there was a bill which was ready and about to be brought to Parliament, and Parliament, I have no doubt, would have sent it to the Standing Committee. Which is why, the Chairman, as I said, was sagacious enough to say, look, this bill is ready, it's about to come, let's be prepared, let's call the witnesses in advance, let's understand something about this, because all the members said that, look, we have no idea what a blockchain is, we have no idea about, the VASP, all sorts of acronyms are floating around. We have no idea, so let's at least come to grips with this. So he said, that's a great idea, let's call a vast sort of, conspectus of the players in the industry, and they came. We had a massive, I think about a 6-8 hour meeting. They educated us, and all of us came out wiser. But why isn't the government then putting in place, these are supposed to be wise men who should be interfacing with industry. The same people who came to us should have the opportunity to, come to government and interface with them, and then come out with the best practices and come out with a bill. If you come out with a bill, bring it to the Standing Committee, I have no doubt, under our chairman, we will be able to give you some good ideas too. But at least we must know what you have in mind.
How do you, Rajiv, got to
we have no idea
to
what
the
you have in mind today.
Around black money,
except
money
taxation.
laundering.
Except that you want to make some money out of it. Basically, the government's point of view is, I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what to do with this. But listen, there's some money being made. Let me pocket some.
Jayanji, you must respond to this.
The Department of Revenue has to have its fair share, right? I think all of us as citizens of this country who require public services completely understand that point. And again, as I'm saying, and of course I will again talk about the measured approach the government is taking, we have to, and I would request the industry to do this, we have to go use case by use case. And then for each use case, we've got to look at what are the best practices around the world, as Pinaki ji correctly pointed out, and then apply the India special case and say, here is an appropriate regulatory framework. But I think that proactive step has to be taken by the industry as well. It'll educate us as legislators, and I'm sure it'll be very helpful to the government as well.
See, Rahul, it's very important for regulatory bodies and the government and the RBI to see that to understand that they have multiple roles to fulfill here. One is the role of the policeman, and that's what you're seeing very, very prominently right now. Okay, we're going to crack down, something's going on, that's this attitude right now. But actually, the job of the regulator is also to nurture. SEBI has to nurture the equity markets, at the same time prevent scams, right? It's a very delicate balancing act. And that's something that I used to be a director on the central board of the RBI. It's a very professional organization, very conservative. It has certain roles, the foreign exchange one that Jayant pointed out, and of course, the red line about currency. That's the sovereign function, and no cryptocurrency can be treated, equivalent to currency, to what is backed by the RBI and the government. The basic point, though, is that dimension is not the only dimension associated with blockchain and these technologies. And there's so many others that have to be, so you have SEBI has to step in and nurture exchanges. Bring everything,
so
let
do
there
you
be
think
sunshine.
that
Bring
task
everything
of
above ground. Bring
regulating
it above ground.
crypto assets should be extended to one of our current existing regulators, or should a separate regulatory authority be created for this?
I'm not so sure as of now that we need a new entity. We need new capabilities within the existing organizations.
You recommend giving it to SEBI, for example?
Yes, absolutely. SEBI, even to prevent money laundering and all these sorts of things, you need the ED to stop being a political puppet and being more...
I thought you were saying the ED should regulate.
No, I'm pointing out that ED has a particular role, which they often seem to forget. Yeah, maybe you need to strengthen these organizations with more talent. That's emerging out there. Younger
should
talent.
it be a current regulator with extended capabilities upskilled, or should it be a whole new regulator?
I'm sorry to be sounding like a broken record on this, but it depends on the use case. There are some use cases, like when a crypto token is considered to be an asset, where it is indeed an asset, and then if it is an asset or like a security, then it falls within the purview of the Securities and Exchange Board of India. On the other hand, if you're using it as a payment system is regulated by the RBI, then it is within the purview of the RBI. When you're using it for some other purpose, for example, suppose you create a virtual world, and in that virtual world you're using it as a medium of exchange and so on and so forth, and then that has to go into an exchange. Exchanges are generally, again, regulated by SEBI. So depending on the use case, there are different regulators with different functions, and again, of course, Rajiv ji is absolutely right that we will have to strengthen regulations, regulatory capacity to be able to deal with it. Right now, because crypto is such a disruptive technology with such wide ramifications, thinking through exactly where and how to build up regulatory capacity also is a very major exercise. Pinaki ji knows well.
Shouldn't that be happening already, building up regulatory capacity? Because let's assume a law comes, regulations are introduced, then you look for who understands anything in any of those regulators, new or old, and then you will start upskilling them. And that's the point that both Priyanka and Pinaki made, that we seem to be very slow on this curve.
You're absolutely right, Rahul. I agree with you. And in general, government doesn't do a very good job of building up capacity. For example, as Pinaki ji knows well, in the NCLT, we have a huge problem where we don't have enough adjudication capacity relative to the number of cases that they're dealing with. So yes, government has to be proactive about it. And I totally agree with you that they need to build up regulatory capacity. It'll have to be done across many institutions. And that is why this is such a complicated task.
Okay, so you want to make a quick point.
I just want to ask Mr. Sinha, I mean, honestly, I think there is a guiding hand that's needed in this. And I think that guiding hand is missing. With great respect, I say this with the greatest respect. You need that visionary who will be able to provide that guiding light.
Who
in
should
India,
that visionary be?
It always happens. Now, unfortunately here, I believe that a very important guiding light here is, the RBI governor. I have great respect for him. He's been a very fine bureaucrat. But he has, it appears, such a closed mind about this. And he's there for, to stay. So therefore, it's going to be very difficult to bring in any kind of legislation bypassing the RBI's views completely.
It's a tricky question, but I want you to address it as best as you can. If regulation is being worked out, you're doing stakeholder consultation, different people coming in making different pitches. If a very key part of the ultimate framework, the RBI governor, has already taken a very strident position on what he believes should be done, then doesn't that bind you in terms of what the government can ultimately deliver? Or are we just going through the motions for the sake of going through the motions, and ultimately he's the big man?
Exactly.
I don't agree with that, Rahul. And I think Pinaki ji is exactly right. We need somebody to step up and say, this is how I think the regulatory roadmap should evolve. These are the different ways in which we can work with this technology. But I think that guiding hand has to come from the industry, not necessarily from government. In my own experience, when I look after,
How? The industry itself doesn't know what's happening. Why are you putting the onus on the industry? Those guys are looking at government for direction, for support, or for regulation, or for standard fixed rules. You're constantly seeking to put the onus on industry. They
That's
don't
not
know
true.
which side
That's
the
not true,
missile
Rahul.
is
That
coming
is not
from.
true. If you look after industry in India, whether you look at IT services, you look at the BPO industry, you look at auto manufacturing, you look at telecom, in each one of these industries, business leaders have come forward. They've had a clear vision about how that industry should evolve. They have engaged in a very productive way with policymakers, and the industries move forward. We've seen that in all these different industries. And the reason it has to come from the industry is because you're steeped in the detail. You understand what's happening around the world. You have the talented people who can put together the analysis and propose solutions. And therefore, that is exactly what has happened in the past. And I think that's what needs to happen now
So
as well.
I have time only for final words, and I'll ask you, Priyanka Chaturvedi, first, because the message the government is essentially sending is that we don't want you to invest too much in cryptos yet, till the time a supporting regulatory framework is worked out and agreed upon, so that you don't blame us later and we don't end up in a bigger mess than we already are.
That's a very escapist way of looking at it. Not taking a decision is a very escapist idea of, deciding which side of the conversation you want to be a part of. I just say one thing here. Look at all the multinational tech giants of the world. Who are heading it? It is Indians. And why are they heading it overseas? Why can't we create those in India? And that can only come when we have decisive governments who have visionary thought process and who believe that the time has come and we do not lose any further time to be able to create these frameworks, have the ability to take that risk and that leap of faith in the young minds and the youth of this country who believe that this is a technology which will take them through and will create opportunities for them. And I would want to end it with this. You would have to stand on the right side of history when history is written about you. When I will talk about when you said about the regulatory framework, and rather than putting the onus on the industry, I thought when Prime Minister himself came and spoke about it, he would take this keen interest and he'd be able to, steer this conversation forward. He did speak about it, and that's how the standing committee started to discuss it. But suddenly we see Prime Minister also not taking this momentum forward. So I think the time has come for him to
Can
step
we
up.
be fair and accept that some of these challenges which the government is dealing with, Pinaki, in India are global challenges? It's not as if governments in Berlin or DC have hammered it out and have worked out to the last T and the last I what the policy framework should be.
Rahul, there's no doubt on that score, but since we're short of time, I would personally suggest that what the government could do, since finance ministry is clearly struggling with this. Let's face it. Let's first come to terms
He
with the
clearly
fact.
doesn't like the finance ministry or the mandarins in the finance ministry.
No, but that's a harsh truth, that the finance ministry is simply struggling with this, is unable to come to grips. Therefore, the government should really set up a task force kind of a body. Have somebody eminent and qualified to head it. Mr. Sinha would be ideal, but he's the chairman of the standing committee of finance, so there might be a conflict of interest on that score. But have somebody knowledgeable like him to head it, who can then take industry players on board, who can take international opinion on board, interface with the other countries, Western countries, Singapore, Dubai, these kind of countries. Dubai, of course, it's still not on, but Singapore, Hong Kong, etc. Look at these countries, find out what is happening in those countries, how are they dealing with it, and let that task force then come up with a basic superstructure of legislation. Because this legislation is proving to be clearly a very daunting task. And unless there's legislation, there's going to be this kind of confusion. But of course, it's very good for the media. Because without that, you people are milking the kind of ads that these people are plunging in. I mean, I've never seen this kind of money making that you guys, it's obviously mint days for you chaps.
Dangerous guy, huh? He's coming. He's thrown a grenade right at the end. Here you go, just before I leave. Yes.
Yeah. We need a change in attitude. India and regulators and the government need to see this as an opportunity, not a threat. And once you do that, once you say, we are going to take this industry that's evolving, bring transparency and ensure that, we'll ring fence when it comes to, sovereign currency, things like that. And where there's a huge amount of space for numerous other use cases, as Jan points out, to be nurtured and developed. And those will arise if the attitude changes.
Mr. Chairman, final words from you. If young boys in Hazaribagh are investing in different kinds of crypto assets, then isn't it time that the government come out as quickly as possible and end the ambiguity that currently prevails?
That's a goal we should all strive for, Rahul. And exactly what the timing on this, I think only government can answer that question. But I think that's exactly right. We need to make sure that this is an appropriately regulated framework in place so that the industry can actually grow. Priyanka ji and others are absolutely right. We have the potential in India not just to create $100 billion market cap companies, but $1 trillion market cap companies. And maybe one of them will come out of these crypto technologies. So I agree with you. I think we've got to move with all haste, and we've got to make sure that we get this done as quickly as possible.
This was an interesting conversation, don't you agree? We had different kinds of thoughts coming. Pinaki Mishra threw a few grenades, some at Jayant, some at people watching, some at us, which is fine. And we're out of time. We've got Rajiv Chandrasekhar waiting, so I'll just try and wrap this up. Priyanka Chaturvedi for taking out time and joining us. Professor Gowda for joining us. Thank you very much, Jayantji. You were very sagacious, and that's a word he used again and again, and calibrated as you always are. He threw some compliments and then some brickbats at the same time. So you can deal with him in the standing committee next time you see him.
Rahul ji, I survived, so I'm happy the panel is over.
You did well. You did well. At least you gave us as best as you could.
It's actually a pleasure to serve on this committee under him. It's a pleasure, let me tell you. To have a chairman who's just so absolutely in command of his subject, it's extraordinary.
So you basically want to be part of the finance committee. She's giving an application. Can I also be added? So maybe it's the cross-party appreciation that he gets, which could potentially get him into trouble. So you also need to be careful about what you say in public. Pinaki Mishra, thank you very much. Thanks also to Rajiv Gowda, Priyanka Chaturvedi and Jayant Sinha. Thank you so much for joining us.
Very engaging as always.
If I must.
Huh?
Just say all of it.
No, say it. I want you to come and answer. Guys, come on. That was the most enlightening and entertaining panel of the evening. A huge round of applause for our panelists.
And for the grand finale tonight, for this, we have a very special guest. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, will be joining us on the learning curve, the governance of disruptive technology, taking forward some of the elements that we've explored in the last couple of sessions.
We've spoken about regulatory frameworks, we've spoken about taxation, the CBDC. Are the regulations behind the curve? That's something that we've heard a lot. And of course, what exactly is the government thinking when you talk about blockchain, AR, VR, the metaverse? Web3 is here, guys. And we want to know exactly what the government is thinking. That's what our next panel is all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, do join us in welcoming Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, in conversation with editor Business Today magazine, Saurav Majumdar.
A huge round of applause for the grand finale of the evening, please.
A very warm welcome to you, Minister.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming here and sharing your thoughts with us. I'm sure it will be very, very enlightening.
I hope so.
Given the fact that, you are very innovative and forward-looking minister, and your ministry is doing some excellent work. So this subject, as we were just discussing before we came, is about governance and the fact that governance of how is governance coping up with disruptive technology. And, your ministry is at the forefront of many of these things. So tell us first a little bit about how, with so many disruptive technologies which are now staring us in the face, we'll come to blockchain, etc. later. What is the government's thinking on how disruptive technologies, which are sort of every day there's something new, how does disruptive technology be tackled at the government level?
So thank you, Zaravath, thank you for having me over this evening. I'm sure it's been a long day and I don't want to bore anybody, and so I'll try and keep it brief. Look, I think, it's obvious, and I think most of you are aware that technology and innovation in the whole internet space has often, not often, it's true, has led the way, and regulation and laws and policies have, in a sense, followed. So innovators and innovations have set the pace, the scorching pace, and you can see the startup innovation ecosystem in India today is growing at the pace that it is. And laws and rules and regulations have lagged. And this is true not just for India, it's true for the US, it's true for all over the world. And for much of the last decade, the big tech companies have escaped scrutiny and regulation because they were always seen as technology innovators. And technology has always been seen through the prism of doing good, changing business, altering business models, improving people's lives. And so therefore there has been a sense that governments have really held back from too much interference, too much intervention and/or scrutiny. Some of those things haven't turned out to be that great, and I'm sure we will discuss this. And I think going forward, it is clear from our ministry's point of view and the government's point of view that while we want to make sure that the internet and the technology ecosystem is there and does well and continues to create opportunities and transform people's lives, we also want to make sure that the negatives, the user harm, the criminality, the other aspects of the internet that somehow don't get as much airplay and press as the good parts, also are, in a sense, regulated, but in a manner where the overall momentum and the positivity of technology is not in any way retarded or muted.
So yeah, so that's a very delicate balance which the government and ministries like yours will always have to sort of tread. You have done already interesting work on allowing blockchain and doing interesting work on the blockchain. CBDC has been announced in the budget as well. Now, tell us a little more about how blockchain, the kind of use cases which you're looking at in terms of facilitating them from the government side.
So in the government, our view on this, and as I'm sure is the view for most people who are participants in the technology ecosystem, is that blockchain and the distributed ledger architecture represents a way for the internet's next phase, in a way, if you want to call it that. They call it Web 3.0. We are living in Web 2.0. And so, in a sense, that transformation of the internet, that jump to Web 3.0 is something that India's entrepreneurs and India's startup ecosystem should be leading. That is clearly our objective. But of course, Web 3.0 and the whole new world of the internet around the blockchain is a very different cup of tea. From a point of view of regulating, from a point of view of all of these issues of user harm that I just talked about earlier. So I don't think this is going to be a jump that is going to be sans any safety nets. So at the ministry, at the government, it is our job and our mission to make sure that that leap, that transformation that we make is driven by our entrepreneurs, driven by our startup and innovation ecosystem, but the safety net for the consumers of the internet, and there are going to be 1 billion consumers in India very soon, consuming the internet and consuming services and products of the internet, that there is a clear net of safety so that the internet in India as a consumer experiences it is always open, safe and trusted, and accountable. So these broad principal issues are what is guiding the approach that we have to rule-making, law-making, and policy-making.
And that will extend obviously to blockchain as well.
Absolutely.
And the,
and the entire Web
3.0.
3.0, yes.
Yeah. Now, you spoke about innovation, startups. Now, that brings us to the point, Mr. Minister, of Young India. Now, this government has been very, very vocal about Gen Z, Young India, the aspirational India. And that's actually happening in many of the initiatives which you and your government have taken. How does one then justify that, we are debating, and through the course of the today's discussions, some of these panels actually came up with this whole thing about young India being a bit disillusioned with the kind of time and the delays which are being taken and the confusion around Web 3.0 and regulation. And many of them actually looking at moving abroad. And that's a kind of a brain drain which is constantly now being talked about in connection with Web 3.0. How do you look at that?
First of all, I don't think anybody should move abroad. I mean, I think this is the best place to be at. This is the fastest growing startup and innovation ecosystem in the world. Our country has received more FDI and investments into the startup ecosystem than any other nation in the world. We have an energy today and a confidence about the future unlike anything that I have seen. And I have spent a few decades, I'm an old man now, but I've spent a few decades in technology, and I've never seen anything like this in India. So this is not something that is to be scoffed at. It is a huge inflection point in the growth of India's story and the growth of the Indian entrepreneur. And the Indian entrepreneur and the Indian startup today is a world-respected entity. So if somebody wants to leave and go somewhere else, I will request him or her not to do that, because that wouldn't be a smart thing to do. In terms of the impatience and the sense that maybe our approach to the blockchain and the crypto aspect of policy making is slow, I don't think so. I would rather characterize this as being measured, deeply involved, with a lot of public consultations and making the right moves with the right amount of knowledge and consultation and engagement with the principal stakeholders of the industry and of the ecosystem. And I'll give you an example. I mean, there is a personal data protection bill, as you know. And the reason that we are being very, very careful about going out there and legislating that bill is that we want to be 100,000% sure that that bill or any other legislation does not impact the momentum of our startup and innovation ecosystem by even a little bit. So I don't think there is any slowness. I've never been accused of being slow or inactive. I'm just joking. But I think you should take this as more of being very measured, very involved in ensuring anything that we do is future-proof. On the issue of crypto, while I know there is a lot of frustration, and I get a lot of that when I go through airports and have 20 plus something youngsters come and tell me that I'm destroying their future or whatever it is. But here's the thing. I mean, the whole world is a bit puzzled about how to deal with crypto. It's not something that is unique about India. The world's regulators, including the financial regulators, are deeply concerned about what the effect of crypto will be on the overall macroeconomy, on the power of the central bank to issue currencies, this disintermediation of the currency system as we know it since post-World War II is not a small, trifling thing. It's a huge structural departure from how the world has looked at currency and issuances of currency. So I think a little bit of patience is probably warranted in terms of policy making in this area. If somebody was asking me for an urgent response, it would have been a ban. As you know, that there is enough of a school of opinion that the whole category of crypto should be banned. But I think this government has taken a very positive, progressive step. They believe in the future of the digital economy and the digital payment and the blockchain. And so we will create this as a consequence of a lot of consultation. And the pace for this should be set by the process of that consultation rather than any instant gratification that any wannabe unicorn is interested in or wants.
No, that's a point very well taken, Mr. Minister. The point basically is that you have now a clear distinction, which the government has also made, between blockchain, which it is obviously in favor of, and several times that has been reiterated. There is the CBDC, which therefore is coming out from the RBI. But then there is the whole issue of crypto assets. Now, that is where the whole question mark arises. Do you see, in this context, a clear direction being given by the government? We spoke of a ban. The Reserve Bank, in fact, has been very, very vocal about a ban. Now that, obviously is not probably going to happen, at least not from the indications. What are your thoughts on the way the crypto asset part of it will be sort of looked at by the government?
No, look, the rupee obviously is not a fully convertible currency, and therefore there are restrictions on how you can use the rupee to buy assets that are non-rupee assets. And the RBI has laid down many, many ways of doing that. The LRS, the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, is the easiest way for an individual to invest in any asset he or she wants. And there is no disqualification from anybody owning a crypto asset as part of his portfolio of assets. What the budget and the tax code has just announced is the capital gains and the taxation regime for an asset that is now only entered into the vernacular of the tax inspector now. I mean, it didn't exist 2 years ago, so there's nothing surprising about, and so there's some conversation of whether the tax rate is high, low. These are things that evolve over time, and as in anything that is unknown or less understood, usually the instinct is to tax it at a high rate, and then as people become comfortable with it, those tax rates obviously moderate. But there is no ban on owning crypto assets. There is clearly a recognition that the digital virtual asset is a category of assets going forward, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a crypto, whether it's something else in the future, that these are things that people will start accumulating through the LRS or any other way. And those gains on those assets need to be taxed and offered for taxation, and those are the rates.
This is a very significant point you're making, Mr. Minister, because I think that whole clarity is not still very much there.
To be very honest, I don't understand what clarity, because it's reasonably commonsensical to me. If I can own real estate in New York, if I'm a businessman in Mumbai or a financial investor in Mumbai, and I have the way to use $250,000 a year to invest in real estate in the US or UK or wherever, I can use that $250,000 to invest in the stock markets, US stock markets. I can use it for crypto assets, virtual assets, as the case may be. So I don't quite understand when people say this is not clear. It is clear as much as common sense can make it clear. But maybe nobody put it out in a typed note and put it in front of people. So
probably the regulatory structure is what they are still not very clear about.
No, I think on that, I think there is clarity after the budget that if you are looking for a domestic crypto asset, there will be only one, and that will be the RBI issued CBDC, and that will be the digital rupee. And as that rolls out, the way the issuance of that, the mining of that, the minting of that, the buying of that will become clear from the issuer, the RBI. So, frankly, from my point of view, I think the landscape is very clear. It's very, 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 very absolutely clear. There are some questions around existing crypto exchanges, crypto brokers, P2P types of trades on cryptos, what happens, who regulates them, and I think that will evolve.
And coming back to the whole issue of disruptive technology in general, Mr. Chandrasekhar, I think there is so much happening around AI, ML, blockchain, and is one of them. How is the government then looking at, and there are many other ministries involved in it. Is there an interministerial discussion which regularly happens in terms of regulating or governing some of those? What's the governance structure there?
No, look, so I think, first of all, I think your audience and your viewers will need to understand that the basic law that today regulates the cyberspace and the Indian internet is it's called the IT Act. Right. And the IT Act was enacted in 2000. So it's 22 years old. So I think you would agree that 22 years in the internet age is like 3 centuries or 4 centuries, 5 centuries, whatever. So I think it is clear in our minds, and I think to any observer's mind, that we need a new digital law. And a new digital law that addresses not just all of the opportunities and the rule making around those opportunities, but also address the user harm issues and a lot of the other areas around the internet that we don't have necessarily good rules for. For example, the openness. How do we ensure that the App Store duopoly is addressed? How do we make sure that the search engine monopolies are addressed? How do we make sure that these new invasive devices like the glasses are dealt with? So there is, on the device side, on the technology side, on the intermediary side, and then there is this whole new emerging phenomenon of AI and algorithms and ethical use of that, high-risk use of that. So all of these areas that we believe are areas that directly impact the consumer and need to be, in a sense, if not regulated, but at least need to have proper global standard rules for how intermediaries conduct themselves around these areas, or manufacturers, as the case may be, need to be framed. And my own instinct is that it will need a new law to do that. Anything now is all very bolt-on, retrofitting type of approach. So we have an IT Act which is 22 years old. We have done some intermediary rules. We will do some cybersecurity rules. We will do some privacy rules. But they are all going to be sort of retrofitting it, and it's all stopgap, band-aid type of an approach. And if anybody has read the IT Act, you know that the word internet does not even exist in the IT Act. So it does not even talk about the word internet. And so, that is how the vintage of the Act. So I think the move forward is, look at new digital law, establish a data governance framework, because we are an extremely data-intensive country now with over 1 billion Indians who are going to go online and be connected to the internet very shortly. The intensity of the public cloud, the expansion of the public cloud is going to be very, very fast in the next 2-3 years. So we are going to be sitting on huge amounts of data. So a data governance framework, a data management institutional framework, new digital law, data protection law, these have to be seen as pieces of an overarching sort of jurisprudence that will allow both startups and innovation to continue to grow and prosper, as well as protect the user and the citizen from all of the risks and ills of the internet.
Very, very significant. So how far are we from that structure, Mr. Minister? Because these are very important as we even talk about the metaverse now. That's and the threats and problems and the benefits associated with that.
No, so I will say this. I won't give you a precise date. I will tell you that we are fairly far along on our process of thinking and architecting this whole thing. Very early on, the Prime Minister has already laid out that his vision for Digital India is to intensify the digitization of the country. And he has also said that the objective of policymaking should be that the internet should always be open, it should be safe and trusted, and accountable to its users and consumers. So I think, without giving too much away, we have thought this very deeply. We have made significant progress on this, and I think the country deserves a new digital law, and will get one.
And that also brings us to, these new technologies also bring us to the other very important element, which is that of skilling, which is also very much a part of what you do. How is the skilling sort of structure being able to cope, the governance on that and the creation of jobs around the new technologies which you're pushing? That's also very important for you, I'm sure, because the government is very keen on creating jobs.
Yeah. No, so if you've seen the results of the IT companies just post-COVID, just recently, you've seen that the traditional IT companies, the legacy IT companies have grown by almost 20%, 15 to 18%, depending on and this is on a huge base of almost 200 billion. So and they are now constrained, interestingly enough, because the world is digitizing at such a fast rate, and the demand for India's services as a provider of digital products and digital services is on the up, is on the rise, that we are now finding for the first time in several years, I think, that we are constrained by skills and talent. And so some of this is, of course, not anticipating the rate at which the world is digitizing. Some of it is just natural, I think, the lag between skilling and the demand and the supply. So we are extremely focused, and the model that we are adopting in the government is very simple. We will engage with the private sector, and the government is prepared to put capital as well as infrastructural, the network. And the private sector needs to shape the skilling inventory in terms of what kind of skills they want to build out. So it will be led by the industry, led by companies, but backstopped in some ways with capital support and infrastructural support from the government. So it's a true PPP partnership between industry and the government to address what is essentially the most important element of our journey to $1 trillion digital economy, which is the talent pool. And the Prime Minister's vision is now very clear that India, given its demography and this post-COVID reality that the world is looking for a trusted partner in the global value chains for digital products and services, is presenting to India as this huge, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I call it the Y2K moment to all of those who remember Y2K, that it is another Y2K moment for Indian industry. And so to really grab that opportunity, and this opportunity is going to be around for the next 1 or 2 years. If we don't grab it, somebody else will. Skilling is the huge, in a sense, force multiplier or catalyst for this. We are very, very deeply engaged on making that happen.
Coming back to the CBDC initiative of the RBI, Minister, what is the kind of progress which you are anticipating? Because ultimately it's also based on blockchain and technology. And do you see the role of the central bank, therefore, sort of changing in that sense as CBDC is rolled out?
No, I don't see this. Look, I think if you look at the progress that we have made as a nation in the last, let's say, 6 years, we have digitized the economy significantly, and if you see the digital payments track record, that we are one of the largest nations in terms of a digital payment ecosystem and digital transactions and digitizing of the financial sector. So from where I sit in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, for me, CBDC is a natural progression of a natural evolution of the digital payment ecosystem. If you see, the digital payments side as of today is regulated by the RBI, the payments, the wallets, the payment platforms. And so it makes absolute eminent sense that the CBDC that the government is, the RBI issues, is a continuation of that process of digitizing of the economy. So I see CBDC as really a payment platform. Where I think we square off and end up having arguments with some people is where they see the CBDC or variants of the crypto as investable assets. And I think this is where there may be amongst some startups and youngsters and the thinking of the government some divergence, because blockchain, crypto, digital payments, these are all in our sense a process of digitizing the financial sector and digitizing the economy. I mean, I have read about crypto so much and I've read about Web 3.0 so much. It has always been positioned as a payment platform. But when people make it into something more than that and speculate on it and make it a volatile asset, actually they do a disservice to the whole crypto cause or the blockchain cause. So, I mean, I'm not moralizing or I'm not grandstanding on this issue, but I'm just pointing out to you that regulators and private entrepreneurs and startup innovators will always have this little gap to bridge, where the regulators and the central banks will see this as a payment, digitizing the economy roadmap, And some people see this as an investable asset with all of its volatility and speculation.
So does the volatility really, sort of become a a point of concern for the government? Because that has been an issue which the government has been worried about.
No, again, look, this is again above my pay grade, and this is all finance ministry stuff. But I would think commonsensically that if there is a asset class that lends itself to too much volatility and is being invested in by large numbers of retail investors, it becomes then the business of the regulator to intervene and smoothen out the volatility if that is volatility caused by some unforeseen, unknown, ununderstood type of causes. So I think because finally small investors, these are all in the remit of a regulator to protect. So these are, there's no answer for it now, and I clearly don't want to volunteer any answer on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. But it is clearly not an issue that will make anybody very comfortable. Extraordinary amounts of volatility that is not consistent with any normal pattern of economic behavior or justification can't be making any government comfortable, whether it's Indian or US or Western European.
Minister, you've spoken during the discussion a couple of times about user harm in terms of the disruptive new technologies. What are the key areas of concern which you see across the new technologies which we are looking at?
This will be a long conversation, because user harm today ranges from the absolutely criminal in the normal criminal penal code and the normal IPC sense to things that are absolutely unique and new to the internet and unique to the cyberspace. Whether it is doxing, gaslighting, cyberbullying on one hand, onto identity theft, and the whole cyber hacking your wallets on the other hand. So it is a huge canvas of probable user harm. And I think some of them we understand today, and a lot of them we don't understand today. Like I was just explaining, mentioning to somebody before we started this, I spend a lot of time on the dark internet, trolling around in user groups, listening to 16-year-olds or 19-year-olds talk about how they've captured an identity or stolen a wallet and transferred crypto from one wallet to another wallet. And you'd be surprised at the technology and the capability that exists there. And so forget about the current laws. I don't think even in our understanding of our future laws, we have envisaged this. That is why I believe that the new laws should be a law that broadly defines user harm, doesn't define it precisely, but allows, as user harms are identified and are thrown up by new tools, by new innovators, for rules and rule-making to be permitted around that, in terms of how to address that.
And aside of that, cyber security is a continuing threat.
Huge,
now,
yes.
that's a huge threat for corporate sector as well, more so post-COVID as more and more companies digitize. So what is the government's thinking on addressing those areas?
So I just want to touch on one other thing before I get to cyber security, and in a sense they are linked. One of the things that we've learned after looking at the Ukraine-Russia incident is that the internet can also become a tool of war. And the weaponization of the internet has become something that is, at least to me personally, I'm a little disturbed by that. That the internet can be seen to be taking sides, and blockades of the internet can be imposed on one nation versus the other nation. And that, in my opinion, is extremely disturbing. And one of the things that the Prime Minister said in 2020 was this concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And so therefore, going back to your question about cyber security and safety and trust and secure internet, that it is clear that the goings on around the world are pointing in a certain direction, where we need to build more Indian champions. We need to have a much more resilient internet topology that depends less on international. We need to minimize our dependence on international, internet networks, if you want to call it that. We need to be very careful about data localization and cross-border data flows. So there are many issues that are issues of principle that have arisen as a consequence of what we are seeing and observing today. And one big area for me is the fact that intermediaries, especially big tech, who have gained so much from the internet, and who have constantly railed against the government, whether it's Indian government or any other government, have done so little on the issue of safety on the internet, and on whether it's cyber hacking or it is cyber incidents. So I think that area is a very important focus area. We are building up our capacities and tools. Of course, we have significant capacities and tools within the government, but we are also exploring the need for more permanent global rule making, which is because on the internet, the criminal, the crime, and the victim are almost always or very often in 3 different jurisdictions. And therefore, there is no one law that can capture the entire chain of the event or the incident. So having more and more global rule making, more and more global protocols which allow countries to interact, work together, the certs of, let us say, Singapore and India, certs of India and Australia, certs of India and the US, all collaborating when there are cyber incidents. I think that is an additional feature of the model that we are hoping to develop.
But on a theoretical level, Mr. Minister, isn't internet independence in a globalized, interconnected world, in a sense, a contradiction in terms?
No, I think it's clear that there is no geographical jurisdiction for the internet, which is why you hear about cyber hacks being committed in India by somebody sitting in, let's say, country X, or cyber hacks being committed in the US by a call center in India. Because it makes it very, very difficult and unwieldy to investigate and prosecute. There are multiple legal jurisdictions, multiple police and LEOs involved in it. So that is precisely why I think a framework of global rulemaking and a framework of global cooperation is absolutely essential to make the internet safe and trusted globally. It's almost impossible for one country and one government to do it on its own.
So it's been a fascinating conversation, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and it could go on and on, as we just said. But if there are any questions quickly from the audience, we can just take 1 or 2 and then maybe just wind up, because we're running out of time completely. So I think they're convinced by your pretty forceful arguments on the new technology and disruptive technology. Yes, please. Just the last question then. Yes, please. Could I have...
Thank you very much, sir. It was a long, hectic, educative program for us in the Crypto Conclave, sir. What we have learned that there are multiple cryptocurrencies. My question to the minister, honorable minister, is that why not to recognize some of the cryptocurrencies by the government of India according to their brand values, so that the people who are investing, whether it's a younger lot or anybody, it's gain of employment to the government of India. So why not to have certain brand which can be governed, and you give them some sort of incentives that these are the brands which will be taken later on as the cryptocurrencies from our side. Is that possible, sir?
Yeah, so the first brand that the government of India will encourage you to invest in is called the digital rupee. And we issued by the central bank, the RBI. So feel free to invest in that when that happens. In terms of whether other brands should be allowed, the private sector issuers of crypto, I think that is the consultation that is underway on the crypto policy, and the finance minister has said that on more than one occasion. And I think that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Thank you. Big round of applause for the Minister.
Thank you, Minister, sir. Thank you, Saurav. That's the first time today where we've truly simplified the complex, and we have a lot of answers to a lot of our questions from the crypto world.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such a fantastic audience at the Business Today Crypto Conclave presented by CoinTCX. We look forward to interacting with you over drinks and dinner. Do join us.